The Mafia's Secret, a secret billionaire romance. Written by Kimberley Montpetit. Narrated by Melie Williams. Chapter 1. Michael Madden strode down the sidewalk of Main Street, perusing the brief he'd been working on for almost a year. In one hand, he carried his briefcase, and the other arm held an open file folder, scouring the pages while he hurried to his rental car, late for his appointment with the attorney. Hot summer sunshine poured onto his head, making him wish he was playing volleyball on the beach with a group of voluptuous girls, especially his hot girlfriend. The faint tang of salty air hovered in the humid afternoon, reminding him of the saltwater taffy his family used to buy on the boardwalk at Coney Island when they vacationed there. All these years later, he could still picture the white paper bags stuffed with hand-pulled taffy in delicious apple and cinnamon flavors and rolled in waxed paper. He and his brother used to arm wrestle over the last piece. Just thinking about it made him a little bit homesick for his uncomplicated life as a kid. Uncomplicated. That was a joke. Everything about his life was getting more complicated by the day. Distracted by his current dilemma, and with the sun in his eyes, Michael ducked under a cafe awning and ran smack into a young woman jogging straight for him. Their shoulders slammed into each other, arms flailing, heads knocking together. The girl let out a cry of surprise just as her blonde ponytail whipped across his cheek. The smell of apples from her shampoo overwhelmed his senses, and a sense of panic gripped him. The woman's open water bottle had splashed against his suit, and now his file spilled across the sidewalk in a whoosh of scattered papers grabbed by the gusty hot breeze. "Are you okay?" Michael asked as he bent down to grab at the papers. "I'm so sorry," she cried, sinking to her knees on the sidewalk to rescue a handful of the sheets from the puddle of spilled water. "Oh dear, it looks like I might have ruined your suit too. Can I get it dry cleaned for you?" Panic rose in Michael's throat when they locked eyes. He instantly recognized her from the pictures he'd been given of her. If this woman saw his brief, she'd know that he was onto her. All of his plans, his undercover work, destroyed in 3 seconds. He'd have to leave town and start all over again somewhere else. Being here in Hartland Cove was the perfect town for secrecy. Off the grid and off the radar. A town where a person could disappear if they wanted to. "You sure you're not hurt?" Michael asked, forcing her to look at him while he scooped up the mess of papers, even as the confidential papers kept slipping out of his hands. "We collided pretty hard." She was prettier than the snapshots he'd seen of her. Long blonde hair, wisps of bangs, big clear green eyes. A dimple appeared when she smiled, even as her brow furrowed in consternation. "I'm totally fine," she answered. "But I'm so sorry about your soggy papers. They look important, and it's my fault. I wasn't looking where I was going." The young woman shook out the papers, flinging drops of water across the sidewalk. He resisted grabbing the papers straight out of her hands and stuffing them back into his briefcase. "If you spread them out along the curb, they'll probably dry in 5 minutes," she told him, like this. Inwardly, he groaned as she began doing exactly that. "Actually, I'm late to an appointment. I'll dry them when I get back to my apartment. My house, I mean." What an idiot. He hoped it wasn't completely obvious that he was trying to hide what was on those papers she held in her hands. "Do I know you?" the girl asked, gazing up at Michael while wrinkling her brow. "I grew up here, so I pretty much know everybody." At that moment, a bus roared past, belching smoke out its rear exhaust pipe. The words on the side of the bus came into focus. "Hartland Cove County Tour Buses. See the world's longest covered bridge." "Well, except for the tourists. We're famous for tourists," she said wryly. "Tourists or the world's longest bridge?" Michael quipped. She laughed. "Both, actually." As fast as he could, Michael scooped up the rest of the papers, catching one that was about to launch into the air on a sudden breeze. He tried to shuffle them into some semblance of order. "Here are the last 2 pages," the girl said, surreptitiously slipping a note between them. Michael froze for a moment. Was she giving him her phone number? That seemed pretty brazen for having just met, and not even a proper meeting, an accidental collision. Most people, when they bumped into someone on the street, moved on and forgot about it 10 seconds later. Although this girl would be hard to forget, actually. She was the most fresh-faced, wide-eyed girl he'd ever seen. Like a girl from a toothpaste commercial for perfect white teeth. Perhaps it was all a ruse, a cover for who she really was. Hartland Cove was already getting interesting, and he'd barely arrived. But he had notes. On everything. Even the Asian man who'd been hanging around town the last several days after missing his tour bus. "One last page," she called out, skipping along the sidewalk and snatching it up. She jogged back to Michael and slipped the last sheet into his hands. "Here you go. See you around, Mr. Tourist." A laugh caught in Michael's throat. He began, but she was already merrily on her way, putting her earbuds back in, long tanned legs lightly running down the sidewalk again, the cute curls of her ponytail swinging. He gawked at her, wondering if he'd completely blown his cover. He wasn't supposed to meet her at all. At least, not yet. Michael snapped open his briefcase to insert the folder, lest it go flying out of his hands again and into the wind, or into the hands of another nefarious Hartland Cove citizen. Inwardly, he laughed at the very same moment the girl pivoted on her heel and gave him a brief, jaunty wave. He lifted his chin, nodding in reply and returning a faint smile. But what had she slid into the folder? Michael shuffled through the pages, straightening the sheets which were already beginning to dry, and almost giving up when nothing came to light. Maybe he'd only imagined her sneaky gesture. Then he saw it. A business card. No, a business card attached to a flyer which stated, "Your Hartland Cove visit isn't complete without a whale watching tour. Come to the Bay of Fundy and sail with Captain Newell on the Jewel of the Ocean, the most famous whale-watching expedition in New Brunswick." Lots of exclamation marks, Michael noticed, with a touch of amusement. A tad amateurish, but charming all the same. Stapled to the flyer was a business card with the hours of the tour operation, Captain Newell's business phone line, and an offer for 10% off. The girl had merely been slipping him a tourist come-on. She was a Hartland Cove citizen just trying to make a buck. Perhaps she worked for Captain Newell. Perhaps she was Captain Newell, although he doubted it. Youngest sailor he'd ever met to be captain of her own ship. Still, he wasn't from here. Maybe they did things differently in New Brunswick. So the sneaky gesture hadn't been so innocent after all. Then why did his eyes narrow as he watched the girl grow smaller and smaller while she jogged the rest of the way down Main Street and into the forest of pines and silver birches beyond? He held a hand over his eyes to block the sun. And then she was gone. Michael wished he'd taken the time to ask a few touristy-type questions, let a local girl help him figure out this quirky Victorian town. But he was late. Michael could only hope he wasn't too late with the important stuff. The information and plans contained on the now damp and wrinkly papers inside the file folder. Chapter 2. Anna's heart thrummed in her throat as she strode down the sidewalk of Main Street with its cafe, bait shop, clothing boutique, and a hair salon next to the post office. That guy she'd just run into, that man, was drop-dead gorgeous. He was tall, which was very nice for a girl almost 5 feet 9 inches. He'd been blessed with dark, wavy hair and deep sea blue eyes, and he was built. Not football bulky, but muscled under that crisp shirt he was wearing, as if he played baseball or used to be on his college wrestling team. Hot, her old college roommate Elise would say. Rating guys on their way to class or dinner became a silly pastime. He's only a 6. Ooh, that one's close to an 8. It didn't happen very often, but occasionally Elise would clutch Anna's arm and whisper in hushed tones, "Ooh, give that man a 10 double plus and give me a fan to cool off." Anna always laughed at her friend's dramatic personality, until the day Elise dared her to go ask the 10 double plus his name. "You ask him," Anna had said, flushing. She certainly wasn't the type of girl to strike up a conversation with a stranger, especially one who made her temperature rise 10 degrees. Maybe it was time she got aggressive about pursuing somebody she was interested in, but it wasn't going to happen that day. Elise had urged Anna on. "Just ask for directions to the bus stop." "We're on campus, not a city street. There are no bus stops." Elise had wriggled her shoulders. "Tell him we're lost and ask him which sidewalk will take us to the administration building." "Graduation is this weekend," Anna had reminded her. "It's hard to act lost when we've been attending for 4 years." "Good grief, Anna. For a chance to talk to a 10 plus, we can pretend to be lost and lonely freshmen." "I'm the one who's lonely," Anna had had to remind her. "You have Denny, your drop-dead gorgeous boyfriend. Actually, I have no idea if he's truly drop-dead gorgeous. You've never shown me a picture of him." "That's because he lives in a different country." "The United States is barely a day's drive from New Brunswick," Anna had said, noticing that Elise actually hadn't answered the question about a picture of Denny. "What can I say?" Elise shrugged. "He's a workaholic." "Is that why he never comes to visit?" "You know I always go visit him. It's easier." "Every time you do, he's in a different city." "I've already told you that his work takes him all over the place." Anna had sighed. "Must be nice to have a boyfriend with money and endless hotel points." Elise had laughed, linking arms as they'd entered Rudy's Pizza for their last dinner together. They had planned to celebrate with calzones and molten lava cake. "It's sure to be a 2,000-calorie dinner," Elise had said ruefully, glancing down at her curvy figure. She had eyed Anna. "How do you eat like a horse and stay model thin?" "I have a good metabolism?" Anna had shrugged. "My father says I look exactly like my mother. All her pictures show her with a great figure and even better clothes." Elise had added a fresh layer of lipstick and then dropped the tube of makeup into her purse. "Back to food, then. I haven't had a piece of chocolate in months, and my scale fluctuates every single day. Up 2 pounds, down 2 pounds. The story of my life." Even though Anna adored Elise, it was hard not to feel twinges of envy. Her roommate was every man's dream woman. Curvy in all the right places, without being fat, despite Elise's complaints on the subject. Her old roommate had a knack for hair and makeup, which Anna had never mastered, even though Elise had made numerous attempts to give her makeovers. Anna had grown up around boats and the ocean, so things like mascara and lipstick always wore off in about 5 minutes. Now, after colliding with the handsome stranger, Anna glanced down at her purple shorts and sneakers, knowing she probably looked like the average small-town girl next door. The girl who climbed trees, swam the river, or floated down on inner tubes. With a population of 998, Hartland Cove wasn't the place anybody visited or moved to find potential dates. Tourists were here for the famous Hartland Bridge, the longest covered bridge in the world. Checking the time on her mobile phone, Anna hurried down the sidewalk toward her car parked along the St. John River. Hordes of tourists were disembarking from the most recent bus. Older couples, families with young children, all chatting, milling about, and reaching for their cameras. She heard the smattering of kids' voices as they pointed at the snow cone truck and the fry shack, demanding burgers for lunch. Climbing into her 2005 Honda Civic, Anna revved the engine and took off in the direction of the Bay of Fundy and the marina. Thoughts of Elise had distracted her from the gorgeous stranger, Michael Madden. The man hadn't told her his name, but she'd seen it on the letterhead of the spilled papers from his briefcase. Who was he, and why had she seen her very own name on one of those pages? The shock of it had stunned her. Well, technically, she'd only seen her last name, scrawled in red pen. Hamilton, cut off just like that. Her surname. Maybe he merely had tickets to the new Broadway show Hamilton. What else could it have been? A slow, creepy feeling crawled up Anna's spine. It was coincidental, she assured herself. Or had he purposely bumped into her on the sidewalk? Anna cast her mind back to the details of the encounter. No, actually, she was the one who had bumped into him, spilling her drink, falling over him. Unless he'd been watching for her, timing his movements, his walk down the sidewalk. Now she was getting into conspiracy theories. Even so, she drummed her fingers on the steering wheel and tried not to freak out. Have I broken the law? Am I suffering from amnesia? Did I forget that I got married and my husband hired a private detective to spy on me? Laughing at all the weird possibilities, Anna made a left turn and headed north on the highway. She rolled down her window, feeling the warm summer breeze. She imagined Elise laughing and declaring that Anna had a secret identity. That was intriguing, like the plot for a thriller film, but not. Road signs began to appear up ahead. Bay of Fundy, 3 kilometers. Stay in right lane for whale watching tours. Anna pinched her arm. She was awake and alive, not dreaming. Despite the strangeness of the encounter, she was definitely attracted to him. He was tall enough that she could wear heels, but not so tall that it would be awkward to kiss him. She gave a laugh when she parked the car and pulled the key out of the ignition. "Stop it, Anna," she chided herself. "The man might be a stalker, and here you are fantasizing about his lips?" Anna grabbed her windbreaker and hat from the seat next to her, but she couldn't stop thinking about him, although appearances could be deceiving despite a sharply cut suit. Perhaps he was an attorney meeting with her father, Judge Martin Hamilton, about a case. That would explain their surnames scribbled on the corner of his paperwork. Anna picked up her pace. The breeze had stayed warm and perfect. Not too brisk, not too cool. A perfect day for whale watching. August was the best month. The tourists were going to love it. 3 trips on the Jewel of the Ocean at 10 a.m., 1 p.m., and 3 p.m. When she came down the slope toward the harbor, a tiny thrill went up her spine at the sight of the marina, packed with boats of every size and shape, sailboats with snapping sheets, cruisers, speedboats, and houseboats for rent by owner. She spotted a couple of fishing boats far down the pier, crews shouting while they prepped their nets for launch. "Hey, Captain Newell," she called out when she reached Pier number 23, where the superb Jewel of the Ocean lay anchored, water lapping against its bright white hull. The shushing sound was soothing, but it promised adventure, too. "Good morning, Anna," he said with a brief wave from behind the wheel at the helm. He was about the age of her father and had salt and pepper hair, a short beard, piercing pale blue eyes, and thick arms. Captain Newell was a seaman born and bred right here in Hartland Cove. He'd gone on to have a career in the Navy, after which he purchased his boat, re-outfitted her, and named her Jewel of the Ocean. All it took after that was printing business cards, and he was open for tours, which included hiring Anna for the last 3 summers. At the corner of the pier, Anna pulled out the keys to the ticket booth and proceeded to set up for the day, pulling out a stack of tickets, filling her change drawer, and turning the closed sign to open. Anna tracked the number of tickets sold and kept notes from the daily voyages. These notes included the routes as well as locations where each whale species was seen. The captain maintained an official sea log, of course. When each tour departed, Anna was on board with the passengers, answering questions about the ocean and marine life. Carrie Blake, a young woman fresh out of high school, manned the ticket sales and the telephone while they were out to sea. Anna worked 6 days a week during the summer. So far, she had squirreled away most of her paychecks to go back and finish grad school. Her student loans were outrageous, so she'd stopped adding to them and was working for a while, despite seeing most of her friends finishing their degrees and moving on with life. Despite her desire to be as independent as possible, she had run out of rent and grocery money and come home in the spring. Her father let her live rent-free to save up for her return to school. He was determined that she finish her PhD too. "Penny for your thoughts," a male voice said, interrupting Anna's reverie. She gave a start, recognizing the man she'd stumbled into earlier, the guy with the briefcase, and almost let out a shriek of surprise. Quickly, she swallowed it, her eyes darting toward Captain Newell, who had disappeared into the ship's hold. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "I mean, can I help you?" The man gave a self-conscious laugh, and Anna noted that he'd changed out of his white shirt and tie. He was now wearing low-slung jeans and a green t-shirt that showed off his perfectly sculpted muscles. Anna caught herself wondering if the green color of his shirt highlighted his blue eyes or if it was the other way around. "I'm sorry, it must look like I'm stalking you." No," she said vaguely. But had he followed her down to the pier? He held up the flyer she'd stuck in his stack of papers. "Got your coupon and decided I couldn't leave Hartland Cove without seeing whales." A blush crept up Anna's face. "I guess I was blatantly hustling you for your business, but Captain Newell does give the best tours." "Why is he the best?" The guy leaned his elbows on the outer shelf, observing her through the booth's glass opening. Heat flushed along Anna's neck at his gaze. She clenched her fingers on the edge of the counter to keep herself grounded. "Captain Newell knows these waters like the back of his hand. We have the best prices, too." "That pirate ship down the pier looks pretty authentic." He glanced over his shoulder, nodding at the replica of a four-masted ship. "Families with children enjoy that tour quite a bit. The crew dresses up like pirates and walk about the deck, growling things like, 'Aye, matey,' and, stuff like that." "Ah, stuff like that," he murmured in a teasing voice. "Are you making fun of me?" His eyes found hers through the glass. "Not at all. I just think you're cute. I like your accent, too." Despite the compliment, Anna cringed at the word cute. That's how most guys described her. Never beautiful and glamorous like Elise. Anna would always be the ordinary girl next door, forgotten when girls like Elise showed up and dazzled the room. "I don't have an accent," she contradicted. "All you Canadians have a little accent. Not much, but a little. Especially in words like a boat. I like it, though." "I take it you're American? Not that your accent gave you away, Mr. She stopped, blinking at him. "Michael Madden. I'd shake your hand and be properly introduced, but there's a thick piece of glass between us. Will you tell me your name?" "Anna," she said, pointing at her name tag. "But I think you already know that." "Oh, right. Duh on me. I do know how to read." She smiled, wanting him to keep looking into her eyes because his dazzled her completely. "Hurrah," she teased. He laughed, and then his eyes widened. "Wait a minute. You're Anna Hamilton? I just now put it together. I'm hoping to meet your father on Monday. Came in early to check out the town and the harbor, and, the ocean, as in Wales." "So that explains your sudden appearance and the urge to buy a ticket." "It was your hidden coupon that lured me in, just like bait on a fishing line." Anna laughed again. She couldn't help it. He grinned at her, his white teeth perfect and sparkling. Braces, she told herself. Nobody had that kind of perfect teeth. Except models. But Michael Madden was definitely model material. "Are you an attorney too? Is that why you're seeing my father?" "No, I'm setting up a business, and Judge Hamilton was recommended to me." "He's not a practicing lawyer any longer." "He knows the law pretty well, though, right?" Anna smiled despite herself. Do you have an appointment? Of course, I'm always prepared. Was he flirting with her? The file folder with Hamilton scribbled across it in black ink flashed across her mind. I can tell what you're thinking, Miss Anna Hamilton. You're a mind reader, too? Just part-time. Mind reading skills actually don't pay that well. She stuck a hand on her hip, tilting her head and flirting back. Now I have to ask the next question. Can you afford a ticket, Mr. Madden? Anna lifted a hand to indicate the line of people queuing up behind him. He shot a quick glance over his shoulder. Sorry, guess I'm taking up all of your time. Stay as long as you like, but the first tour leaves in 20 minutes. Anna went into business mode. That'll be $50 with the coupon, taxes included. He handed over the correct bills and she tucked them into the cash drawer. Will you be on the tour? He asked. She thrust his receipt through the window opening, and their fingers touched ever so slightly, giving Anna the shivers. I'm the guide for Captain Newell and attend to the passengers while he navigates the ship. You must have long, busy days. Usually it's great, unless there are ornery passengers. Why do you ask? Just hoping to chat more. Is that a crime? Only if you have ulterior motives. He leaned in closer. And how would you define ulterior motives? She tried to keep a straight face, but couldn't stop herself from cracking a smile. Maybe you plan to stir up a mutiny on the ship? She cocked her chin, giving him a sassy glance. I'll be watching you, Mr. Madden. Amusement crossed his lips. I'm forewarned, he said, and then sauntered toward the gangway, allowing the next customer to step forward. While Anna rang up tickets, she kept a lookout for Michael. Despite his charming manners, the man was completely out of her league. Besides, what did it matter? He'd meet with her father, return to the States to complete his business, and she'd never see him again. She tried to cheer herself up. Long-distance relationships never worked. Potentially expensive, too, and her bank account was depressingly low. A fizzy tingle rose up Anna's spine thinking about him, though. Michael was fun and flirty, but he was a city boy. She could tell by the way he dressed and spoke. She wondered what kind of business he was in, including the reason he was here to meet with her father. She'd have to pry it out of Dad tonight at dinner. It was hard not to let her mind float around the possibility of Michael Madden as she finished the last ticket purchase, grabbed her jacket, and headed to the ship's gangway. Chapter 3. Anna squeezed through the crowd, queued up at the gate to the boarding ramp. The ship gently rose and fell with the swell of a wake from a couple of speedboats coming into the pier a few hundred yards away. Seagulls swooped and screamed. The tang of salt was sharp and brisk in the air. Putting on her sunglasses, Anna breathed in the scent of the ocean that she loved, including all the wonderful creatures that live below the deep, mysterious water. She began accepting tickets from the customers and tearing them in half. Welcome to the Jewel of the Ocean. Sit anywhere you'd like, she called out. There are 2 decks. Down the staircase is a viewing room enclosed in glass where you can get away from the wind or potential rain. Restrooms are on the bottom deck as well. On top are great views, including the possibility of getting sprayed by a whale. Squeals of delight circulated through the crowd at the idea of whales so close to the ship. Will there be rain, do you think? Asked a woman trying to wrangle 3 preteen boys. She shaded her eyes against the bright sky. Is it dangerous out on the water? She added with a worried look. The oldest son groaned. Don't be such a wimp, Mom, he said, rolling his eyes. Anna smiled. No rain forecast today. It's pretty gorgeous. Will there be a drill in case of an emergency? The woman asked next. Anna shook her head. Not a drill, but everybody gets a life jacket, and we have inflatable rafts in case of an emergency. I didn't think this would be a dangerous voyage, she went on, pinching the bridge of her nose. Nothing's going to happen, Anna assured her. The seas are calm today, which means a good possibility that the whales will be in a good mood and out cavorting. Just relax and enjoy. Captain Newell is great." "If you say so," the mother finally said, tugging her boys close as they walked up the gangway. "I'm going to jump overboard and swim with the whales," one of the boys could be heard saying as they boarded. "Me too," chorused the other two. "Boys, knock it off." Anna suppressed a laugh and looked up into the dark blue eyes of Michael again. "You were good with that family," he told her, very reassuring. "We aim to please." "I want to swim with the whales too," he said, copying the teenager. Anna pursed her lips. "You'd better behave, Mr. Madden. Captain Newell and I reserve the right to throw unruly passengers overboard." An older woman in line gasped. "Did you hear that?" She hissed to her husband. "I think she was kidding," he told her, handing over their tickets. When Anna tore their stub in half, he winked at her with a pair of snapping dark eyes that crinkled at the corners. "Come on, Dolores. Let's go find a good spot by the railing." Captain Newell was already at the wheel when Anna finished with the last ticket holder. She jumped lightly onto the deck. From the corner of her eye, she spotted Michael leaning over the railing and studying the water. A couple of their dock hands untied the ropes, raised the anchor, and stowed the gangplank. "All aboard, Captain," one of them shouted. Captain Newell gave a salute, and his deep voice rumbled through the speaker system. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome aboard the Jewel of the Ocean, or should I say, the Jewel of the Bay of Fundy." The patrons chuckled, milling about, roaming the deck and checking various points for the best views. Slowly, the ship pulled away from the pier, churning water as it moved toward the open water. A small thrill worked its way up Anna's stomach. Going out onto the water to search for whales and dolphins never ceased to amaze and delight her. Studying the ocean was her passion and life's calling. Today, the clear sky looked like a great big bowl of blue porcelain, but underneath those sunny skies lurked the worry of what she was going to do with her life long term. In a few months, she would turn 25 and she had no real job. Not one that paid a salary and benefits. This whale tour job was seasonal and she wasn't a teenager any longer. Even Captain Newell had hinted that he had a granddaughter who wanted to work for him next summer. Anna had to have a heart-to-heart with her dad about finances and a possible school loan, but she hated asking him for help. "What's that frown for?" Michael asked, touching her elbow. "You looked like you were a million miles away." Anna shaded her eyes against the glare behind Michael's head. "Just musing about the future. My plans sort of came to a halt after university graduation." "What did you graduate in?" "Promise you won't laugh?" "Why would I laugh? Did you get a BA in underwater basket weaving or something?" Anna laughed, punching him lightly on the arm. "No, silly. I have an undergrad degree in marine biology." Michael's jaw dropped and he stared at her. "That's what I want to study too. It's the reason I had to take the best whale watching tour in Hartland Cove." Anna gave a self-deprecating smile. "It is. Just wait. You'll love what's coming up." "I believe you." He paused. "So how come you're doing tours instead of out on an expedition studying the mating habits of sea lions or clownfish?" "I need a PhD to do those kinds of graduate trips on location, as you should well know if that's what you're interested in." "It's another reason that brought me to Hartland Cove. I wanted to see if this was really the career I wanted." "I thought you were here on business." "Well, both. I work for my family's business, and my father knew yours a couple decades ago. When I learned he was setting up a business meeting with the judge and that Judge Martin Hamilton lived in Hartland Cove, I volunteered for the job." "So marine biology is your undercover reason?" Anna asked, a flush rising up her neck. Did that mean he might move here permanently to oversee his father's business? That could change everything. He gave her a soft smile. "You discovered my secret." "Maybe your father doesn't want you leaving the family business." "He doesn't want me to leave the family business. That's the problem. And no, he doesn't know I'm thinking about it. I still have to tell him. I have to talk to my father as well, Anna confided. We're both in the same boat. Literally, Michael deadpanned. It took Anna a second to realize that her metaphor was literal as they stood together on the ship's deck. Oh gosh, right, she said, laughing at herself. Michael lifted a conspiratorial eyebrow. Maybe we're cowards? Twin cowards, then. What are you afraid of, Miss Anna Hamilton? Asking my dad for an interest-free loan for grad school. What's yours? My father always dreamed I'd take over the family businesses. He's been training me, and I actually dislike it. Quite a bit. Wow, what's so bad about it? Michael glanced across the white-capped water as the boat chugged farther away from the shoreline. He owns several boring manufacturing plants, textiles, cars, shoes. He gave a quick laugh. I can hardly stay awake at board meetings. Sounds like torture, Anna commiserated. My father tells me that most jobs are boring, but if they bring in money, who cares? Michael gave Anna a wan smile. My father likes money, a lot of it. Millions, except with a B. Anna's jaw dropped. Her words came out in a fluster when she thought about him being heir to a billionaire dynasty. Money is very nice, especially if one doesn't have a dime to their name. You have a point, he conceded. The only part I like about it is being on various charitable boards, to use the money for medical research or funding charter schools, that kind of thing. That's very noble of your family. I mean, how many mansions can one person own, right? Anna teased. If you're my aunt, not enough. He quirked an eyebrow. I'd actually love to help fund a new aquarium or marine museum. That would be fantastic, Anna said. Keep me in mind when I get my doctorate. I could easily be persuaded to be a part of that. Where'd you go to school? I would have loved to go to the States to a school that specializes in marine biology, but tuition would have been a killer, so I opted for Toronto. With my undergrad degree in biology and a minor in marine life, I'm dying to see New York, Boston, San Francisco, or New Orleans. Coastal cities that are exotic and teeming with life and culture and possibilities. After you finish your PhD, what would you want to do? Anna lifted her shoulders. I'm not sure. There are so many options. I could work at a marina or an aquarium, or be out on a boat studying killer whales up close and personal. As a kid, I loved going to the tide pools around here. The small sea creatures are so unique and self-sufficient. You'd think they'd be eaten by anything half as big, but they survive. They thrive, even. But? He asked, lifting an eyebrow. I've spent so many summers working the whale touring industry that it might be easier to get into a specialty with whales or dolphins. And I have another secret dream, she confessed. You have me intrigued, Michael said, his eyes on hers. He made Anna feel important, as if she was the most interesting person he'd talked to in ages. Well, ever since I was 7 years old, I've wanted to swim with a dolphin in the ocean. Like dolphin trainers do at places like SeaWorld? SeaWorld parks are beginning to go out of style. Swimming in a giant pool is one thing, but swimming with a school of fish in the ocean itself would be incredible. I could pretend I'm a mermaid. She gave him a crooked smile. Don't you know that every girl pretends she's a mermaid in the family swimming pool? I even have the long blonde locks. I'm halfway there. Michael ran a quick finger along the curls of her ponytail, and Anna shivered at his touch. Too soon, he lowered his hand. You're all set, Anna. So tell me, what are the best schools for a PhD in marine biology? There are top-rated programs in Oregon, Florida, and Galveston, Texas, but maybe I should go closer to Canada and try for the University of Massachusetts at Dartmouth. I learned that grad students there have access to a 50-foot oceanographic research vessel. Michael's eyes lit up. That sounds fantastic. Of course, if I don't get going, I'll be an old lady before I'm done. You have plenty of time, he reassured her. You'll do it. I have faith in you. Thanks, but my 25th birthday is looming. Heck, I'm pushing 30 and all I have is an MBA. Is that all? Anna teased. Such an easy-peasy degree. His laugh was deep and nice. What my father wanted, not me. You can still change your life. It's never too late. I guess I need to remind myself of that, too. Captain Newell's voice came over the loudspeaker. We have a school of dolphins on the starboard side. That would be the right side for those novice ocean voyagers, he added. Hey, Mom, look! The oldest child of the bedraggled mother shouted. Over here! The passengers scurried to the starboard side of the boat and leaned over the railing, voices raised in awe, fingers pointing. It's a pod of dolphins, Anna said, grabbing Michael's arm and pulling him to the side of the boat. You'll adore this. He smiled down at her as if enchanted by her delight. Leaning over the railing, Anna pointed while she counted out the dolphins. Look in the wake of the boat. You can see at least 5 swimming alongside us. Right then, 3 dolphins leaped through the air as if racing the ship. A chorus of delighted voices rose up around them, chattering excitedly. Before she could speak again, Captain Newell continued. In addition to the dolphins we've been watching on the starboard side, we've spotted 2 more species of marine life. A pod of porpoises has been glimpsed on the port side, and we suspect we've sighted a gray whale straight ahead. Sure enough, 30 seconds later, a gray and white-hued whale flapped its tail fins in the air a mere 100 yards off the bow of the ship. Captain Newell cut the engine to low, allowing the ship to drift. Folks, we'll sit here and idle to let you all watch the show. A moment of silence came over the ship as the passengers sucked in their breaths as the exquisite whale rolled over in the water. The spout on top of its head opened, and then a spray of water blew like a fountain shooting straight into the air. A second later, the whale dove in a flash of foam. A few moments later, the water churned off the prow on the port side. Everyone rushed to the left railing, binoculars out, although they were so close it was easy to see the details of the whale's large body, even the mammal's dark eyes, under the water. I think there may be more finbacks arriving to feed, Captain Newell went on. We won't disturb their eating pattern, so just relax and enjoy. Anna found herself gripping Michael's arm in a burst of excitement. Oh my gosh, I think we're about to witness a SAG. What's that? He asked. Oh, sorry, it stands for Surface Active Group, which means a group of whales all together essentially playing with one another. About how many whales are possible in a group like that, miss? An older gentleman asked, overhearing Anna's comments. Anywhere from 5 to 15. Captain Newell said, Folks, this is your lucky day. What we're witnessing is pretty rare, an active group of whales near the surface courting and interacting with each other. Oh, look at how the water is churning, a woman said nearby. There's got to be at least 8 or 9 whales. I think you're right, Anna told her. Maybe even 10 or 12. Spectacular, Michael said, leaning closer and brushing his shoulder against Anna's so she could hear him better. The passengers talked a mile a minute, snapping pictures with their phones and running up and down the railings like kids on Christmas morning. The man's words so close to her ear sent small shivers down Anna's neck. The man intrigued her. He was a businessman, yet loved the ocean. Snouts came up out of the water, followed by fins, flippers, and tails, all displayed in an impressive sight of play. Anna could even hear their guttural sounds as they bumped into each other while diving down and then up again. August was by far the most thrilling month of the year on the Bay of Fundy. Hey, Mom, one of the boys said, holding out his phone over the edge of the railing. Look at their stomachs. They're huge. Oh, and now they're diving. I'm getting a great video. His mother caught his arm, bringing the phone back into safety. You don't want to lose your pictures if your phone falls into the ocean, she warned. Anna grinned at the boy. It's like the whales are showing off for us, huh? All at once, one of the biggest whales rose out of the ocean, jumping high into the air and then slapping the surface when it crashed down again. The enormous splash it created washed over the railing. At least 24 passengers got soaked, and kids were running around like crazy showing off their wet hair. That move is called breaching, Anna told the family of boys. Their mother wasn't looking as bedraggled as she had earlier, instead, smiling and taking shots with her phone of her boys with soaking wet hair. Spectacular, she breathed. Do all whales breach like that? Another voice called out from the crowd. Yes, most species of whales jump out of the water just like that, Anna answered as another whale lifted its fin and slapped it on top of the water over and over again. Those are called tail flukes. When they slap the surface, the sound resonating through the ocean can be heard up to several miles away. Pretty amazing, huh? By now, part of the crowd had gathered around Anna to listen to her and ask questions. How high can a whale jump? Killer whales, or orcas, can jump up to 15 feet out of the water. We often think that jumping like that, or breaching, is taught at places like SeaWorld for their shows, but the whales do it on their own out in the middle of the sea. They're very fun-loving mammals. Hey, I just saw a whale stick its head straight out of the water and then disappear again. That's called spy hopping. They'll poke their head straight out like a submarine's telescope. It gives the whale a better view to see what's going on around it. Anna glanced up to see Michael staring down at her. The wind blew his perfect hair in every direction like he was a kid again himself. You love this, don't you? He asked. A gusty breeze tossed her ponytail across her face while she enjoyed the attention he gave her. I love watching the whales and answering questions, but I also get a kick out of watching all these tourists beaming in delight. I like to think I gift wrapped the ocean for them and tied it up with a big red bow. His face was thoughtful. Maybe you're not supposed to leave Hartland Cove, Anna. Oh, please don't say that. I can't wait to get out of this tiny town. Maybe Captain Newell will leave the ship in his will to you. Yeah, right. That's a dream. He has adult children and nearly grown grandchildren who will inherit the jewel of the ocean. Michael arched an eyebrow. Get a loan and buy your own boat, he challenged. I think the sun has touched your mind. No bank is going to loan me enough to buy a boat when I make $15 an hour. The billionaire heir stared out at the ocean for a few moments, as if deep in thought. Nothing is impossible, he said under his breath. Anna glanced up at him quizzically. She didn't think those words were intended for her, but rather for himself. She was probably silly thinking crazy thoughts about him, but could someone like Michael Madden be her ticket out of Hartland Cove? It was a nice daydream, but was anything truly possible? He seemed to think so, or was trying to convince himself. Right now, thinking about kissing him was an even better daydream. Chapter 4. On the way back to the pier, the tour group was delighted to catch sight of a herd of seals sunning themselves on the peninsula. Anna answered questions about how many species of whales the Bay of Fundy had, 300, what they ate, fish and plankton. But the ultimate delight of the day was seeing a rare sighting of a blue whale about a quarter of a mile from the ship, swimming parallel to the jewel of the ocean on its return trip to the pier, as though the whale knew the ship's passengers were watching it. What a lucky day! Many passengers were heard to exclaim as they exited the ship, before conversations turned to discussing various restaurants and cafes for lunch. Captain Newell stood at the gangway to say farewell, shaking hands, back erect, gray beard perfectly trimmed. The spitting image of Captain Ahab himself. The dock hands replaced the gangplank for the lunch break, and Captain Newell tipped his hat to Anna. "Thank you for a great voyage, Miss Hamilton," he said. It was a phrase he repeated 3 times a day to her. "The blue whale was a treat, Captain," Anna said. "We'll try to find him again this afternoon. Pray for calm seas and the luck of the ocean," Captain Newell said with a smile. Anna was starving. She had an hour to grab a quick bite at one of the fast food places on the stretch of piers and the boardwalk before the early afternoon tour began. "You need to get back to grad school, Anna," Michael told her as they trudged along the dock toward a cluster of food shacks. "From your lips to God's ears, as the saying goes. My father once told me that was a favorite expression of my mother's, so he likes to repeat it." "I haven't heard that since my grandmother used to say it when I was a kid," Michael mused. "Do you think he God hears our pleas, our wishes and dreams? Anna turned the question back on him. Do you have other dreams you're hoping for? He spread his hands in a helpless gesture. I'm still trying to figure out what exactly I want. Even though I love oceanic studies, going back to school for another few years isn't exactly appealing. Perhaps you just need to find where your true passion lies. I've always dreamed of living on an idyllic island off the coast of Washington, like the Orcas Island. I think its nickname is the Emerald Isle, he added with a chuckle. Anna glanced at him from under her eyelashes. I suppose if you're a millionaire with a B, you can do anything you want to. She tried not to let the disappointment in her voice betray her. Of course he wanted to go 4,000 miles away. Didn't every man she had ever met? Touché, Michael said softly. I'd like to do research somewhere exotic like the coral reefs of Australia or studying polar bears in the Arctic, Anna said wistfully. But it means coughing up tens of thousands of dollars to go on an expedition like that. Michael gave her a sideways smile. You want to escape Hartland Cove, and I'm trying to escape my father who wants to lay his corporate existence at my feet. I didn't realize life was so tough for billionaires, Anna joked. His voice turned a shade despondent. There's a lot of pressure, actually, responsibility, including the fact that the business supports my entire extended family. Hey, think of Hartland Cove as a sabbatical, your temporary island off the coast of Oregon. Get on a tour bus and see the sights, eat at the Strickland family fry shop, take 100 photos posing by the bridge, kiss someone on the bridge at midnight. You know, all those local traditions you'll never forget for the rest of your life. You make it sound very exciting, especially the kissing part. You'll be considered a true local if you lock lips on the bridge, but you have to find the right person to kiss. Anna wondered if she was being too obvious in this sudden conversation about kissing, but she kept her voice nonchalant and casual. Ah, I see. The magic of Hartland Cove only works by locking lips with the right person at the right time. In the right place, Anna finished with a laugh, except she was only partly joking. It had been a long time since she'd kissed anyone. She could definitely see herself kissing Michael Madden. In fact, she couldn't stop herself from glancing at his mouth every few seconds and hoped he hadn't noticed. Well, Anna, I have my appointment now. I'll see you around town then. Maybe you can snap my photo at the bridge. Just try not to stumble into me next time and slosh your water bottle all over my suit, he said, grinning at her. I only brought one with me this time around. I'll work on my balancing act, she promised, trying not to show her disappointment that Michael wasn't even going to stick around for lunch. She supposed promptness to appointments with lawyers was a good quality. They parted ways, and Anna ordered a sandwich with a large Coke from one of the pier snack shops. Just after receiving her lunch order, her cell phone rang. She was surprised to see the number of her friend, Elise Kensington. The two of them usually spoke on a Sunday afternoon, never during the middle of the week unless it was a text from Elise needing to know the name of a restaurant or wondering if Anna had seen the latest Brad Pitt movie. Or better yet, Chris Pratt's or Ryan Reynolds' recent flicks. Hey, Elise, she answered, balancing the phone under her chin while she plopped down on a splintered wooden bench and unwrapped her turkey sub. What's up? Are you at work? Of course I'm at work. I hear you chewing. Anna gulped down her surreptitious bite and then took a swig of her Diet Coke. It's lunch break, and I only have 30 minutes until ticket-taking time. Aren't you the alliterative one? Anna laughed. I'm impressed you know what that means, girl. Ha! It's the only thing I remember from freshman English, Elise admitted. My professor loved alliterations. We had to pick them out of every novel we analyzed, and then he'd make us come up with another metaphor. Seemed pretty dumb to me. There are some classes that just need to be endured so we can do more exciting things, like marine biology or Sharks 101. Anna meant the last sentence as a joke, but Elise didn't laugh, which was odd. She took another bite of her turkey and Swiss sandwich and closed her eyes against the sun while a vision of Michael Madden floated before her eyes. She shook her head to make his face disappear so she could concentrate on Elise. "What's up? You rarely call in the middle of the week." "Good news and bad news." Elise's voice sounded strained. "What about?" "Denny, my boyfriend, who is now my fiancé." "Fiancé? You got engaged? When? Tell me everything. You haven't breathed a word about it." "Last weekend. It was so romantic, Anna. Denny took me to the most beautiful restaurant for dinner, the river view on top of the Hyatt, overlooking the Hudson. Afterward, we took a midnight stroll in Central Park and dared each other to splash in one of the fountains. The moon was full. We took off our shoes and were wading in the cold water when all of a sudden Denny went down on one knee in his good suit, and he opened up a gorgeous ring box with a 3-carat diamond and popped the question." "Wow, that sounds incredible," Anna told her. "And good grief, that Denny guy knows how to woo a woman." Earlier that summer, Anna had been tamping down twinges of envy at all the romantic dates Denny had taken Elise on. Weekend trips to a rustic retreat in the Blue Ridge Mountains, flying out to California for wine tasting, and a drive along Highway 101, or staying at a bed and breakfast at a southern plantation in Savannah. Gorgeous girls like Elise Kensington screamed money and connections, even if her father was merely a bank president worth only a single paltry million. Elise knew how to dress like Heidi Klum, how to act with wealthy people in places like Martha's Vineyard, and even how to surreptitiously flip her hair so it looked like she was a top model who made big bucks. Most importantly, she knew how to snag a guy like Denny, whatever his last name was, and be able to keep him. Forever, it appeared, with a ring on her hand. Anna gulped the final bite of her sandwich and washed it down with the last of her lukewarm Coke. "Wow," she repeated. "I really have to meet this guy. I mean, your fiancé. Excuse me, your husband-to-be. I assume you said yes when he popped the question with a 3-carat diamond ring in his hand?" Elise gave a strained laugh. "You are so funny, Anna. I love you. Of course I said yes." "Okay." Anna's brow creased when she spotted a few families lining up at the ticket booth. "So, what's the bad news?" "It's actually terrible. Tragic." Elise sniffed, and then sobs began to spill out the receiver. "Good grief, what's going on, Elise? Has someone died?" "No, but somebody might." "Did Denny just get diagnosed with a terminal illness? Was he in a car accident? Are you okay? Tell me." Elise sniffed and then hiccuped. "Actually, I'm going insane. Denny's family told him to break up with me." "What? That doesn't make sense. I thought his mother loved you." "She does love me," Elise said, her voice breaking. She began to cry harder. "But I don't know what to do. His family is just so... I can't even tell you. They threatened him." Anna couldn't understand a single thing Elise was saying. "Slow down. Start at the beginning." "We have to run away. It's the best way to ensure nobody will find us, although we may have to change our names. And I like my name. I'm a Kensington." Anna bit her lips. Elise was talking crazy, her words disjointed. On the other hand, she was kind of funny in a tragic way, like a black comedy. "Why would you have to change your name? Like a witness protection program?" "Exactly," Elise blurted out. "You finally get it." "Clear as mud, you mean? Why is Denny's family threatening him? Because he wants to marry you?" "No, this has got nothing to do with marrying me. Well, I guess it does sort of, but only as a catalyst. Denny wants to have a family, kids, you know, and I do too." "Most happily married couples eventually do. So his parents don't want grandchildren?" "They do. That's the problem. His mother broke down thinking she'd never see her grandchildren if we disappeared." "You are being way too cryptic, Elise. Why do you and Denny need to disappear and change your names and never see his family again? Sorry, Anna. I'm just so upset. Talk to me, honey. Elise took a shuddering breath. Denny is supposed to inherit everything: the family trust fund, the title of the family patriarch, and he wants nothing to do with it. His father and uncles are furious. Well, I can kind of see their point if Denny promised to inherit and carry on with it. He pretended to want it all through high school and his college years, but he wants out, now. Surely they have attorneys and accountants to figure out all the money issues. It's more than money issues. Well, except for the laundering of it, if you know what I'm getting at. Her voice trailed off meaningfully. A sick feeling took over Anna's stomach. She crumpled the empty can of Diet Coke in her fist and rose to her feet, slamming the can into the nearest trash bin down at the wharf. Why does Denny's family launder their money? She whispered into the receiver, looking back over her shoulder. His family is like... Elise paused, and Anna stared at the phone, wondering if they'd been cut off. Then Elise continued in a dramatic hiss. His family is part of the friggin' Irish Mafia. Don't you get how dangerous this is? A strangled choke almost caught off Anna's airways. She hadn't expected Elise to say that. But I thought Mafia families went out with the 1920s and bootlegging and speakeasies. Are you joking? I've never been more serious in my life, Elise intoned darkly. Mafia families have always been around. They're just more sophisticated today with internet hacking and offshore accounts. They get elected to public office to appear as upstanding citizens. He's got an uncle who's the mayor of Chicago. Are you saying that Denny's family blackmail and swindle and have people killed? That's what I've been trying to tell you. Denny is doomed. He'll be taken out if he doesn't do what they tell him to. Anna tried to remain calm, unsure what a mafia family actually did for a living. Honestly, this feels like a movie or a nightmare. Are you sure? They run a casino in Vegas, and there's under-the-table gambling and prostitution, and they pay off the cops, to look the other way, stuff like that. Didn't you ever watch The Sopranos? No. Tell me again how you met Denny and why you fell in love with him. We met at a dance when I went home to visit my mother's aunt a couple of years ago. It was a church dance, and Denny attended with a few old friends. So Denny uses churches to keep an upstanding profile? His family does, but he doesn't want to be a part of this. He can't stand it. They don't really have people killed, at least I don't think so. People might disappear. They might get threatened. But Denny is the most honest, most caring, most squeaky clean guy you ever met. He wants a regular life, without all the blackmail and payouts and bodyguards around. He said... Elise grew emotional again. He wants a white picket fence and a 9-to-5 job. Kids and a swing set in the backyard, potlucks and barbecues, to be PTA parents. Anna shaded her eyes with her hand. Captain Newell was looking for her, so she strode down the sloping sidewalk toward the pier and then began to jog when the first mate, Joe White, started to ring the ship's bell to signal the next tour. But where would you go to hide? I mean, that's awful. Your parents would hate not seeing you. I think they'd hate for me to become a widow the day after my wedding day, too. Elise's voice grew tight. Or to plan a double funeral for us. Stop it, Anna said, trying to stop her friend from panicking. There's not going to be any funerals if I can help it. We need a place where they'll never think of looking for us. Someplace nobody has heard of. We can get married by the justice of the peace, change our names, and then head out to Seattle or Los Angeles or somewhere far, far away. Denny says Mexico City would be good, but I don't speak Spanish. I'm so sorry, Elise. I know you always wanted a big wedding and all the trimmings. Oh, Anna, all those dreams are shattered. But I want Denny more. He's a good man. I love him so much. That's the most important part, Anna assured her. You can always throw a big party later, right? Are you thinking of hiding out somewhere like Podunk, Kansas, or in a tiny house on a swamp in Louisiana? Those are good suggestions. No, we're thinking of going to Hartland Cove. Isn't that a great idea? It's so tiny nobody will ever think of looking for us there. It might be hard to blend in, though. You're so striking, Elise. Anna unlocked the ticket booth back door, slipping inside to open the cash register. I really have to go, Elise. I'll call you tonight. I was thinking you could find me a job. Something incognito? Yeah, those are a dime a dozen around here, Anna said facetiously. Perfect. I'll talk to you in a few hours and you can tell me all about my new job. I'll be there in a couple of days. I'm packing even as we speak. Elise cut off the call and Anna let her cell phone dangle from her fingertips, staring out across the marina, blinded by the sheer craziness her friend had just shared with her. Elise was on her way here, to Hartland, to live undercover, with Denny. Next thing Anna knew, Elise would ask her to plan her wedding, too. Chapter 5. Several hours later, Anna locked up the ticket shack while Captain Newell finished securing the boat for the night. He gave the rope lines one final tug on the port side while his first mate Joe did the same on the starboard. Everything go well today, Anna? Captain Newell asked when he reached her side. They tromped up the pier and then crossed the spotty grass toward the parking lot. Yes, sir. Actually, I was wondering if you knew of any local jobs. I have a friend who's coming to Hartland for a few weeks and needs employment. Anna had no idea where Elise was going to live. Despite her qualms about having Elise underfoot, she tended to be a high-strung roommate. Anna supposed she'd have to invite her to stay in the guest room at home. What would her father think of Elise's fiancé, Denny, living there too? The whole thing was awkward. And what would she tell her father? That Denny and Elise were on the run from his family? Or a hitman? Martin Hamilton was an attorney and a judge. He'd immediately turn the situation over to the police. The whole thing was complicated. Why, oh why, did Elise have to get herself into this mess? Anna supposed the heart knew whom it loved, but why did Elise have to drag Anna into it? This was scary stuff. Still, Anna would do what she could to keep Elise safe and far from her evil future-in-laws. Captain Newell tugged at his goatee. Jobs, eh? He said thoughtfully. Hartland Cove is mostly tourist industry, and the locals have that wrapped up. She's saving up for a really important trip, not a vacation, Anna added. Nothing frivolous. She and her fiancé want to get married, and they need to move out west for a new job for her husband, and her family can't help them. They're really, strapped. Anna rolled her eyes at her own silly fibbing. She sounded pathetic and completely unconvincing. I wonder if there might be a maid's job at the bed and breakfast? Captain Newell mused. That's a good idea, but I think my friend would want a job where she was squirreled away from the public. Is she shy? Anna thought about her flamboyant friend who turned the head of every man within a mile radius. Not exactly, but she needs something temporary, seasonal. Captain Newell touched the brim of his captain's hat as he reached his vehicle. I'll think about it. Speak with your father. He has a pulse on the communities around here. I'll do that, Anna said. Thank you for your help. When Anna pulled out of the parking lot, the sun was beginning to sink. A beautiful ball of reddish-orange lit up the masts of the boats at the piers, making them look like an oil painting. A warm breeze bringing the scent of barbecue warmed her face through her open car window. She loved summer nights. 20 minutes later, she saw, Welcome to Hartland Cove, New Brunswick, population 998, and drove past the tiny neighborhoods where tall pines and spruce trees stretched their branches up to a velvety azure sky. She wondered if Dad would be home yet. They usually went to dinner in Fredericton on Friday nights to celebrate the end of the week, But she hadn't heard from him, despite checking her text messages. A small sense of disappointment came over her when she thought about Michael Madden. He'd flirted and chatted all morning, but hadn't asked her to dinner. Men, who could figure them out? Still, dinner was fairly non-threatening. He hadn't even stuck around for a sandwich on one of the dock's forlorn benches. Maybe he had just been in a hurry because of business. After pulling into the garage, Anna cut the engine, scooped up her handbag, and entered the split-level house. She ran upstairs to the living areas where she switched on lights and then grabbed a glass of lemonade from the fridge. Anna stood at the rear picture windows, drinking slowly while she gazed into the backyard of tall trees. One of the lounge chairs had fallen across the grass that badly needed cutting. Spotting the grill, her mouth started to water as she thought about barbecuing some burgers for dinner. Hopefully there was ground beef in the freezer she could defrost. She'd seen lights next door at the Garrett's house, and a twinge of guilt came over her. Mrs. Garrett had been pestering her all summer to come over for a visit or Sunday dinner, and Anna had put her off, citing long work hours. Helen Garrett had been like a second mother to Anna all these years, and her son Chad like an older brother. Anna and Chad had been best friends their entire lives, but she hadn't seen him in so many years she was suddenly shy to walk over there and try to make small talk. She wasn't 13 any longer, running barefoot between their houses like they used to do every day without a single thought. It seemed awkward and presumptuous to do that now, after so many years. What if he was engaged or married, and Anna was merely a forgotten acquaintance from his distant past? Her cell phone beeped. Dad was texting her. Had to work a little later, but on my way now. What's for dinner? Anna. Was just about to ask you that. Dad. Burgers? Anna. You read my mind. The landline house phone began to ring, and she ran to pick it up. Their house was just remote enough that the cell service wasn't always reliable. Hello, Anna answered. Captain Newell here. Hello, Captain. This is a surprise. Is everything all right down at the pier? Everything's fine, fine. I'm calling about a job for your friend. Anna's senses went on alert. Did something come up? I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. My eldest son, Kevin, is in need of a nanny for the month of August. Until the first week of September, actually. It slipped my mind that Suzette, his wife, has several work trips this month, and their 6-year-old daughter, Crystal, needs tending while Kevin is at work. A nanny? I never would have thought of that, but it sounds perfect. I'm sure Elise would love it too. She's so good with children, Anna said, making that part up. Well, she inwardly reconciled Elise wanted children, which had to be close enough. Kevin telephoned when I got home to say he was having trouble finding someone since most people have jobs already or are away on summer vacations. He wanted someone older than a teenager. Crystal can be a handful. I'll speak with Elise tonight, but I'm sure she'll be thrilled. Thank you, Captain Newell. Anna was defrosting a package of hamburger and tapping Elise's phone number when her father came in the door a few minutes later. She gave him a quick wave just as Elise picked up on her end. I found you a job, she crowed. You're going to be a nanny. Isn't that terrific? I don't think I heard you correctly, Elise said. What kind of a job? A nanny, for Captain Newell's son. The son's daughter, I mean. You hired me out as a babysitter? Elise asked. A babysitter? But I need a real job. Hey, beggars can't be choosers, Anna said. It's full-time. You'll be in a private home where you can lie low, although I'm not sure what you're going to do about Denny's accommodations now that I think about it. He's making other arrangements. We decided we need to split up. You're calling off the wedding? You're breaking up? No, Elise said hurriedly. I meant we decided it was safer not to be seen together while we're both in the area. That's probably a good idea. So how angry are his parents now that he's left town? His father is raging, his mother's weeping, and his 15-year-old younger brother is very upset. I guess he adores Denny. Does Denny have any other siblings? A 19-year-old sister. She's in Florida studying opera and is engaged to some millionaire. That seems young to already be engaged. I guess the two families were instrumental in setting them up, and they're thrilled, although the wedding won't be for a couple of years until Mara graduates. When does your flight arrive? I was just looking it up when you called. I was hoping to stay with you. Is the babysitting job days only or nights too? I'm not sure. I'll go with you to meet them. Captain Newell is the best, so I'm sure his son is great too. He commutes the hour into Fredericton like my dad and a lot of other local people do. Kevin's wife, Suzette, runs a business training course for companies. At the moment, she has back-to-back conferences lined up in Australia. But August is traditionally summer vacations and holidays for people. Seems an odd time to schedule conferences. It's the winter season in Australia, Anna said gently. Oh, right. Elise gave a little laugh. Maybe Denny and I should consider the Australian outback. His family would never find us there. We could run cattle or something. That's always a possibility, Anna agreed, thinking how surreal her conversations with Elise were today. How will you get here from the airport? I'll rent a car. I'll need a vehicle to get around Hartland. Denny gave me a wad of cash to use while I'm here. You know what's going to be the hardest part of this? Elise asked wistfully. Anna hit the pause button on the microwave. What? Pretending not to know Denny when I pass him on the street. We have to be strangers for this to work. So you're not going to ask me and my father to put him up? Good grief, no, Elise said. Why would I do that? That would be way too suspicious to your neighbors. He'll probably stay in Fredericton or another town nearby, and we'll have clandestine meetings on the bridge at midnight. Anna laughed at that. You'll be a true Hartland Cove girl. We'll baptize you in the St. John River and make it official. Elise giggled too. I always loved your stories about growing up there and the tradition of kissing on the bridge. I've secretly wanted to try it. Just don't get caught by the local cops, and don't carve your initials into the beams or you'll be all over the front page of the town rag. Everybody loves local juicy gossip. We'll be good, Elise said, soberness taking over her mood. And now I'd better purchase a book with tips and tricks on how to be a nanny to read on the plane. You never tended a neighborhood child when you were a teenager? Nope. Anna rolled her eyes. You've lived a sheltered life. It is time you expanded your horizons, girl. Chapter 6. Rattling around the yacht he'd rented at the pier, about half a mile down from the Jewel of the Ocean, Michael Madden was still thinking about Anna and their conversation aboard the whale tour. She was so different from the girls he'd known his entire life as a member of the elite O'Rourke Enterprises Incorporated. He liked her jaunty ponytail with its blonde curls and her wide smile. Her casual clothes and figure didn't scream sex or look at me. Here he was, 3 years out of law school, on assignment to meet with Judge Hamilton, and, wouldn't you know it, he'd run into the judge's daughter right on the street. Literally run into her. Anna was a breath of fresh air, easy to be with, open and friendly. It was refreshing to talk to someone who loved what she was doing and was in a career he'd always dreamed about for himself. Michael had grown up as a beach kid, swimming far out in the breakers while his mother shouted at him from her lounge chair to return to shore. He'd check out great big stacks of library books about the tides and ocean mammals, octopus and squid. But working for the family, Michael was always encouraged to spend time with women who screamed wealth from influential families. They were dressed to the teeth in designer clothes and wouldn't be caught dead in something from JCPenney's or Macy's off the rack. Their nails and hair were immaculate. They spent hours every week at the spa and had weekly massages. They went on lunch dates with the right friends, meeting senators' daughters, college presidents' offspring, or rich aspiring actresses who attended the best parties in New York City. He could see the allure when acquaintances back home had flings with younger women who didn't come with the baggage of a tight-knit family or who had a legacy to hang on to, despite the accompanying money and perks that came with it. Perhaps his client, Denny O'Rourke, was crazy to throw it all away and disappear with his girlfriend. No, his fiancé now. The man had actually gotten down on one knee and proposed with a big fat diamond ring that cost about 50 grand. But nobody could reason with him, and Michael Madden, incognito lawyer and sleuth, couldn't blame him. Elise Kensington was a looker, all right. When Denny had taken her to Martha's Vineyard, she'd walked the beach in a breathtaking red bikini, and every other man in the vicinity stopped to stare. Of course, Denny and Elise would have to change their names if they wanted to leave and never be found again. Turning their backs on the family meant cutting all ties with everyone they'd known their entire lives. Friends, neighbors, classmates, business associates, as well as their parents and siblings. Denny's family would search for them forever. They'd never give up, which meant that the lovebirds might have to move to a new town every couple of years. They'd always be on the run. In all honesty, would Elise Kensington have the fortitude to never talk to her family again? She was a risk to Denny, a big risk. Could Denny live with that uncertainty? Constantly looking over his shoulder, never knowing if he'd get popped off one innocent morning in the backwoods of Montana or West Virginia by one of the O'Rourke uncle's trigger-happy goons? Michael Madden was the one who had to find out the answers to these questions. He had to learn what Denny really wanted and how to survive whatever his choice ended up being. He wasn't sure Denny had thought through all the details and all the ramifications of disappearing. There were also questions of loyalty to the family and what betraying them would mean. Denny also had to answer questions about what loving Elise Kensington really meant. Could true love survive longer than Denny and Elise being on the run for the rest of their lives? It would wear them down to rotate through constant new locations, including new jobs, changing homes, keeping a low profile under the radar for the rest of their lives, and not let it suck the love right out of their relationship. And what about kids? What would it mean for their children to never know their grandparents or extended family? Would the two of them hate each other in 20 years? It might be worse than that. They could end up hating each other after just a few months when the stress level grew too much to endure. Last of all, if the two lovebirds split up, would the O'Rourke family welcome Denny back, or exile him forever as punishment for deserting the family in the first place? In other words, would they put Denny and Elise, including their future kids, 6 feet under in unmarked graves? Chapter 7. Hey, Dad, Anna said, giving him a hug. I've been on the phone with Elise, so dinner's late. No problem. It's been a long day. I'm more tired than hungry. Go change out of your starched collar and kick back on the couch, Anna suggested. It'll take me longer to slice up cheese and tomatoes and onions than it takes to grill the meat patties. She gazed at her father with affection while he tossed his shoes by the front door and then shuffled down the hallway. It had only been the two of them for more than 20 years. Judge Hamilton was tall and lean, faithfully running 5 miles during his lunch breaks to keep himself mentally sane and in shape, while sitting on the judicial bench for 12 hours each day and running a perpetually hectic office. Dad's dark brown hair now had dashes of silver at the temples, his face growing tanned during the summer months while his eyes remained bright and keen. He'd been musing about not running for re-election. The schedule was brutal, and he wanted to go back to small-town litigation. Anna always told him, "You would be miserable doing small claims and divorce cases, and handling all the local Hartland Cove tourist trade issues." Since leaving for college 7 years ago, Anna had begun to hope her father would find a woman he could share his life with. He'd been alone too long. He dated occasionally and once in a while had a steady girlfriend, but Anna suspected he didn't remarry because of her. "You make me feel guilty," she said when he came back through the kitchen on his way to the open living room. He gave a deep laugh. "And why is that, sweetheart?" "You should be out having fun on a Friday night, not eating hamburgers with your grown daughter." "Oh, you want to get rid of me?" Don't put words in my mouth, Judge Hamilton, or I'll yell objection and throw you out of the house for contempt. Her father chuckled again, absent-mindedly flipping news stations with the remote control while Anna sprinkled sugar on the top of a bowl of sliced strawberries she'd forgotten she'd bought. She carried the strawberries and a platter of sizzling burgers to the table, placing them next to a plate of crisp lettuce and juicy tomatoes. You're the one who should be out having fun, not cooking for your old dad. I'm perfectly fine on my own. I can heat up a can of soup with the best of them. You are not old, Dad. You have more than 2 decades before you're even closing in on 80 years. He tousled her hair like she was a child. It's nice to see that you still know your math figures. Very funny, Anna retorted. Her father gazed into her face for a moment. My daughter grew into a beautiful, smart, and generous young woman, just like her mom. I'm very proud of you. Even if I'm only halfway through grad school and unemployed? I'm fairly certain you leave the house every morning and do tours on the Jewel of the Ocean. He gave her a sly smile. Or are you leading a secret life? She grinned. Okay, I have a job, but I don't have a career. I have a college degree I can't use without a PhD, and no money to pay the $40,000 in tuition to get that PhD. There are always student loans. If I was going to med school to become an anesthesiologist, I could make $300,000 a year and pay off my student loans quickly. But with marine biology, I'll be lucky to start at a fraction of that with a research group or teaching at a university. In this field, I'll never be rich, that's for sure. Loving what you do is important too, Mr. Hamilton said soberly. I do love working for Captain Newell. I love the whales and dolphins and even the squawking seagulls, but the pay is nominal. I have friends who graduated at the same time I did who started at 6 figures with degrees in engineering or law. Don't compare yourself to others, her father advised, grabbing sodas from the fridge. Everyone has their own timetable. That's for sure, Anna said, thinking about Elise and Denny. Their situation was unreal. She was tempted to tell her father about it, but decided to wait and see what shook out when Elise actually arrived and they could hash it out in person. You sound melancholy and full of wisdom tonight, Dad, she added. Everything okay? Fine, fine. But I do need to talk to you after dinner about something, okay? He wearily brushed a hand across his face, and Anna's radar went up. All right, she said lightly, wondering what in the world he could want to talk about. But I do know about the birds and the bees. You do? He asked. Whew, I've been dreading that talk. Ha! Don't you remember? You gave that assignment to Chad's mom. Ah, yes. Dad chuckled as they sat down at the table. I'm not sure Helen Garrett has ever forgiven me for that. I was the practice round for her own daughters several years later. The local news was on when they cleaned up dinner. Lights flickered down the street, and when Anna pulled down the blinds, she peeked over at the Garrett house. She could see movement through the half-shuttered wooden blinds. She imagined Chad wolfing down dinner, Mr. Garrett hammering away at a project, bookshelves or a broken lawnmower, in the garage, Chad's 15-year-old triplet sisters, Laura, Lila, and Lindsay, chattering about cheerleading and boys. Helen Garrett truly had been like a second mother. Chad and his sisters were the siblings Anna had never had. Inwardly, Anna chided herself. It was time to go over there and say hello. Get it over with so when she didn't return to school in the fall and hung around town all winter, it wouldn't be so awkward. Anna turned to see her father at the table again, a stack of folders in his hands. Whoa, that looks scary. It's time to put my affairs, your affairs, in order, he said, looking over the glasses perched low on his nose. He had an air of judgeship about him. Anna had seen it over the years when she visited his courtroom. He was impressive and a little bit intimidating in his black robes, hitting the gavel to bring the court to order. There was a period of time she had considered law school herself, but reading briefs had to be the most boring thing in the world. Anna loved the outdoors too much. She opened the back door to let in the cool evening air that buzzed with the sound of cicadas in the tall trees beyond the porch. Loud suckers, aren't they? She said. Hey, I have a frozen chocolate pound cake in the freezer. Do we have any Rocky Road ice cream? Anna, her father said, turning in his chair to look at her. Are you purposely stalling? You're making me nervous. The atmosphere in the kitchen pressed down on her. The faint lines along her father's mouth deepened into crevices. While she scooped ice cream into bowls, Anna's line of sight was in direct contact with the wall of framed photos arranged above the sofa. Pictures of herself when she was a baby and then a toddler. Mostly pictures of her mother, including the pair of them on their wedding day. Vacations they took before she was born. Then an arrangement of photos of all three of them playing on the beach, sailing, a picnic at the park in town, Christmas morning. She couldn't remember the events in the photos, just the pieces her father had told her. He was never afraid to talk about her mother, so the old memories were almost like her own. Anna caught her father watching her now. What? She asked. You quirk your mouth just like your mother. I do? She actually already knew that. He nodded. You have Sophia's eyes, the same shade of honey blonde hair. She was tall, too. Your mother also liked chocolate pound cake with Rocky Road ice cream, and she picked out the marshmallows and nuts to eat separately. Honestly, I don't remember you ever telling me that. Anna's smile faded, and her tone turned sober to match his. What's up, Dad? Are we broke? Are we losing the house? Of course not. I'm trying to get it paid off so you don't have to worry about a mortgage, or you can sell it and use the equity to finish your schooling. I'm not taking your house and kicking you out on the streets, or into an apartment. I promise you I won't be in an apartment. He looked into her face with a tenderness that made Anna's eyes swim with tears. She tried to brush off the emotion with a laugh. Are you trying to tell me you're running away with your secretary? That was a running joke between them. Judge Hamilton's secretary was at least 15 years older than he was, past retirement age, but she loved her job and the 15 grandchildren that kept her agile. Something's wrong with you, Anna asked softly. Am I right? Gently, Martin Hamilton reached over and gripped Anna's fingers in his. Cancer. It's more advanced than we'd hoped when the test came back. The doctors say I probably don't have more than a couple of years, but with the right meds, I might make it longer. Anna's breath caught. A sudden piercing pain stabbed her right in the chest. No, Dad, no. A sob slipped out with a strangled sound. You're too young. You're supposed to walk me down the aisle first. Did you get engaged and forget to tell me? He asked with a smile. She swatted his arm. I'm not even dating anyone. But an image of Michael Madden popped into her head. Charming, handsome, and with clever, sparkling eyes. Anna grabbed a wad of tissues, her mind whirling. Are you sure? Have you had all the tests? Are you doing any radiation or chemo? He took her hand in his, and his touch was comforting. My doctor says I'm young enough to try, but it may be too far advanced. Anna's throat was scratchy. You have to fight this. You have to. I don't want to spend my last few months too ill to work or so sick I can't get out of bed. What I am doing is making a bucket list. We're going to have some fun, you and I, and then you're going back to school and finishing your PhD. Then there's still hope, she whispered. There is when I only have one little girl. I'm young enough I may just pull it off, if you call 58 young. You're supposed to live to be 98. My kids won't have any grandparents. Marry a man with healthy parents and lots of siblings for aunts and uncles and cousins. They'd be luckier if they could know you. You're the best father a girl could ever have. Oh, Anna, you know I love you. Maybe I should have remarried and given you a mother. She gave a helpless shrug. I already have a mother. She's watched over me all these years. Her presence is in our house, her smile on every wall. But I wish you hadn't been so lonely. Raising you is the best thing that's ever happened to me. I threw myself into my career and no other woman seemed right. I just wanted you all to myself, I guess. See, I'm selfish. They might be joking with each other, but Anna felt as if pieces of herself were flying off in every direction. She wanted to grab the world and slow everything down. "Want to see my bucket list?" her father said with a grin. "Can we go see Stonehenge? Ride a camel in Egypt?" He laughed. "You took the words right out of my mouth." "What are all these files and papers all over the table?" Anna asked. "I want to have everything arranged so you don't have to worry about a thing. We'll go over the house, my 401k, life insurance, all of it." It feels so final. "Hey, I'm a lawyer first before I'm a judge." He shuffled through a couple of file folders. "Back when your mother died, I created a living will so that everything I had would automatically go to you when you turned 25. If something had happened to me before that, my assets would remain in trust, and I'd asked your Aunt Abby and Uncle Brett to be your guardians. But that doesn't matter any longer, of course. You're all grown up." Anna rose from the chair and put her arms around her father's neck, kissing his rough cheek. "Want to go for a walk and get some fresh air?" she asked, trying to stay grounded. "I'm beat, sweetheart. Maybe all these details can wait for another day." He rose from his chair, straightening the stack of papers back into the folder. "Are you going to keep up the same pace at work?" "I've already been making plans to cut back on my hours." Anna held back the burning sensation in her throat. This was all happening much too fast. Her father rose from the table and kissed the top of her head. "Good night. I'll see you in the morning." "Can I be mad at you now?" Anna tried to joke, but the words were suffocating her. "Only until tomorrow morning," he said, giving her a fatherly smile. Watching him retreat down the hallway to his own room, Anna stifled another sob and then jumped up from her chair. In 3 strides, she was out the back door, the screen door slapping against the side of the house before she headed into the dark night. Chapter 8. Anna circled the back gardens, the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle drifting through the night air. She pressed her fists against her eyes, holding back the tears that wanted to rage down her cheeks. Why hadn't Dad told her he'd been seeing doctors and having tests done? The two of them had always been a team, and he hadn't confided in her. The diagnosis didn't seem real. Her father was the most important person in her life. He always had been. And she was going to lose him? The idea of it was so impossible she wanted to start screaming. She wanted him with her when she got married, babysit her future kids, take them to ball games, teach them how to swim, spend weekends snuggled up watching Disney princess movies. All the things he'd done with her. Anna sank onto the grass, the yard lit up in shafts of silver from the nearly full moon. Hugging her knees, she wiped her wet eyes on her shorts, shivering. There was one person she usually went to when life took a left turn, the person she'd been avoiding over the past couple of months. Skirting around the side of the house, Anna finally lifted the latch to the gate and headed next door. Lights blazed in the Garrett house. It wasn't quite 8 o'clock. Sounds of conversation came through the open windows. Growing up, Anna would hike over to the Garrett home when she was mad at her dad, mostly for silly reasons, like not letting her drive into Fredericton to see a movie with a car full of kids he didn't know. But usually it was to swipe dinner from Mrs. Garrett because Anna's dad was late getting home from work. Tonight, the reason was 1,000 times worse. The closer she got, the slower Anna moved. Her eyes were probably puffy and bloodshot. What if she broke down crying? But before she could scurry back home to cry into her pillow, the front door was flung wide. Mrs. Garrett appeared in the porch light, carrying her purse and a tray of frosted brownies. "Anna, is that you?" Anna bit her lips. "Yeah, it's me. Hi, Mrs. Garrett." Her neighbor was wearing slacks and a yellow blouse with a halo of perfectly sprayed chestnut hair, which was pretty dressed up for her. She was usually digging in the garden or running the triplets to activities, so her normal attire was sweatpants and a t-shirt. "Did you ring the doorbell?" Anna shook her head. "You look busy." "Well, I'm headed to my book club meeting. I'm horribly late, and somehow I managed to volunteer to bring refreshments." They looked delicious. Anna wondered how she could make small talk when she felt so vulnerable, her brain firing 1,000 sad thoughts all over the place. Before Anna could protest, Mrs. Garrett whipped out a fat, moist brownie from under the plastic wrap, stuck it on a napkin, and shoved it into Anna's hand. "You don't have to feed me," Anna said with a weak laugh. "Isn't that what I do best, Anna? You're looking pretty skinny, so maybe I should feed you more often. I'm already late, as usual, so come over another time and we'll catch up. Oh, and Chad's back in town. Did you know? Hey, Chad," she called through the screen on the front window, just like all the times of Anna's childhood. Was all Anna got out before the door opened again and Chad stood silhouetted in the doorway. "Hey, Mom, you forgot your keys," he called out to her. "You left them on the counter." "I'd forget my brain if it wasn't attached," Mrs. Garrett said. Chad handed over a jingly set of keys, complete with a Princess Ariel lanyard strap. His mother kissed his cheek and then hurried to the Buick sedan, sliding in and pulling out of the drive. Within 10 seconds, the sound of Mrs. Garrett's car disappeared down the road. Anna had been wishing her old substitute mother might have noticed her forlorn state, taken her by the hand for milk and cookies and a good long chat. Instead, she lifted the still warm brownie and nibbled at the edges. "So," Chad said slowly, "how you doing, Anna?" For the first time in their lives, Anna was ill at ease and tongue-tied. The skinny, gangly boy she'd known for so long was now a solid 6 feet 3 inches with broad shoulders that tapered down to slim hips in blue jeans. Chad was more athletically built than she remembered, but maybe that's because he'd been busy becoming a man over the last few years. His eyes were a rich chocolate brown, and his shaggy hair had blonde streaks like he worked out in the sun every day. His appearance was so unexpectedly attractive, Anna wondered if Chad had a girlfriend. The few times she'd been home for holidays and brief summer breaks to visit her father, the two of them hadn't had any long conversations. Mostly a wave across the driveway or brief hellos at Christmas time. They'd both gone their separate ways, even though they'd been inseparable as kids. He reached out to touch her shoulder, and with a start, Anna realized that she hadn't answered his question. "You okay, kiddo?" Chad still thought of her as a kid? That wasn't very comforting. Anna glanced down at herself. She'd gone straight from work and windblown from the ship to cooking dinner and then crying. "You have a dirty face," he teased, grinning at her. "What of it, Chad Garrett?" she taunted in return, falling back into their friendship. Confusion pressed against her chest. She didn't want to be stupid kids any longer. She was a woman, and she wanted him to notice. Of course, tonight wasn't the best time to get noticed. Her emotions were a complete mess right now, but she pretended she was fine. Wolfing down the rest of the brownie, she added, "I probably have chocolate all over my face now, too. Want to make something of it?" Chad reached over and touched her cheek, then lifted his finger to the moonlight. "Yummy brownie bits." She rolled her eyes. "You are such a dork. I'll bet there's a whole second pan of brownies cooling inside your kitchen right now." "I wouldn't count on it. My dad and sisters are in there watching a movie and going to town on the brownies, plus the last gallon of milk in the fridge." Anna let out a snort, holding in the laughter. She couldn't laugh, not tonight. Unexpectedly, a flash of Michael Madden's face flickered before her eyes. She wondered what he was doing right now. Was he eating dinner somewhere? Taking a walk on the beach alone? Would she see him again? Did he want to see her? She wanted to imagine he was thinking about her right now, too. Thinking about Michael and their afternoon on the whale ship was easier than thinking about her father and what lay ahead for them both. "I'm sorry Mom had to leave and you're stuck with me now." Not the first time, she said, trying to tease, but the words came out awkwardly.
Anna, is everything okay?
Chad asked now, cocking his head to peer into her face.
Do you want to come inside?
The tenderness in his voice caused fresh tears to spring to her eyes. She couldn't talk about Dad's revelation yet. It was too new, too fresh. Turning away from the porch light, Anna started down the path that crossed to her own house, heading toward the jasmine bush. Before she could take a second breath, Chad was behind her.
If you want to talk, I'm here. You know I always will be.
Twinges of guilt gnawed at Anna's stomach. Had she subconsciously been avoiding him the last couple of years? If so, why? She couldn't make sense of her own self. Chad dragged a couple of lawn chairs from the porch and positioned them on the side lawn, gesturing for Anna to sit down. She hesitated for a moment and then perched gingerly on the edge of the chair.
It's a gorgeous night,
he said, staring up at the moon. Anna nodded, clearing her throat. Summer nights, you and I were always the ones to instigate a round of kick the can, rounding up the other kids in the neighborhood.
You got a hankering to play kick the can tonight?
He asked with a grin.
It's the perfect night for it.
Ha ha, sitting inside a bush with spiders and ants crawling up my legs doesn't sound very tantalizing.
That could be interesting, he said. Or a pie eating contest, remember that?
Your mom was an angel to make all those pies for us. I was so sick the next day, and all my dad could do was laugh at us. At the mention of her father, Anna almost choked. Her hands gripped the chair's arms so tightly the metal cut into her palms. But she was proud of herself for hiding her agitation so well. Chad didn't seem to suspect anything was off.
I really liked it when we dared each other to jump off the bridge.
Dared each other? Anna shot back to cover up her emotions. We actually did it.
Yep, held hands and jumped. Good thing we knew how to swim.
I remember our parents yelling at us over that. I was grounded for a week.
I was grounded for a month.
Or not.
Or 2.
Forcing herself to relax, Anna stretched out her legs. I always loved picnics at your house, or in the woods. S'mores and hot dogs roasted over the grill around the fire pit.
Best dinners ever, Chad agreed. We used to have contests about how many s'mores we could eat before we got a stomachache.
Sometimes I just eat the chocolate bars, Anna confessed.
I'm guilty too,
Chad confessed, giving her a wink. Oh, now the truth comes out. Anna nudged his foot with hers.
Hey, you're punishing me for something from a decade ago?
Anna knew he was just giving her a hard time. Does childhood make us so nostalgic that all our memories suddenly turn into the best thing ever and nothing else can compare? Chad glanced over, his eyes soft in the darkness.
I like to think that there's a whole lot of better memories coming up in life than hot dogs at the beach, even if hot dogs at the beach are pretty good,
he added, lifting his eyebrows. What's better than a happy childhood? Being an adult is too complicated. He tilted his head back to stare up at the stars, elbows on the arms of his chair. He looked so tranquil. Anna was envious.
I have this feeling that falling in love and getting married to the girl of your dreams is better than childhood, Chad admitted. Having a family together, watching your own kids grow up, loving them to pieces every single day.
Anna's heart pounded in her ears. You surprise me, Chad Garrett. I never thought you had such sentimental dreams.
Glancing over, he said, Maybe you only ever thought about me as the kid next door.
Anna was surprised at how his answer echoed her own insecurities. Yeah, we were always competing over grades, test scores, and soccer goals.
We bickered like siblings rather than talking about deep subjects.
The look on Chad's face was one Anna had never seen before. Okay, here's another deep late-night confession, Anna said quietly. Sometimes I wished your family were actual relatives, or my brother and sisters, since I never had any siblings. Anna fought sudden tears again, blinking up at the starry sky, which resembled an ocean of spilled glitter. We have a lot of memories together, good and bad. Does seeing me after so long make you want to forget the past? Nobody can ever go backward in time, right?
Chad jerked upright and leaned forward. Are you crazy? I'd never want to forget the past. Your friendship, even if we were just goofy kids most of the time, was the best thing that ever happened to me.
That's nice to hear, thank you. Anna's words came out sounding more prim and proper than she had intended, and she hoped she hadn't insulted Chad. He made a sound of frustration in his throat. Is something wrong? Anna asked, not wanting to be selfish and only think of her own problems.
That's what I'm wondering about you. I see you trying to hide tears.
She gave a quick, sharp laugh. I thought I was a pretty good actress.
Maybe you can fool everyone else, but I could always read you like a book.
Uh-oh, that's scary. Anna tried to be flippant, but it didn't seem to work. Chad's eyes were now full on her face, studying her.
Not if it's a friend who cares about you.
His voice had lowered, and he was gazing at her in a way he never had before. Heat rose up Anna's neck. Chewing on her lips, she turned away to hide the redness of her face. At least they were sitting in the dark. She had an urge to tell Chad that he had no right to look at her like that. Her ponytail was suddenly too tight, her head aching after wearing her hair up for the last 15 hours. She rose from her chair and unsnapped the hair tie to run her fingers through her curls, badly knotted from the wind and salt air. An owl skimmed the tops of the evergreens, and it was so beautiful the emotion smarted at her eyes. Chad pushed his chair back and stepped behind her, closing up the space between them. His body radiated an unexpected warmth, and his breath stirred her hair. Anna held herself still, her heart in her throat. They had never been ones to embrace each other. As kids, they teased, nudged, and bumped each other, but now she wondered what Chad's arms would feel like if they were to wrap around her. A moment later, Chad pressed his hands on her shoulders, rubbing the tops of her bare, chilled arms. His hands were bigger than she expected, and the warmth of his touch radiated all the way down to her toes.
Tell me what's going on, Anna, he said in a low voice. I can tell something is up.
It's my dad, she finally admitted, her breath catching. He told me tonight that he's sick. He's got cancer.
Oh, Anna, no.
Chad's voice was deep and tender.
That's terrible. I never expected you to say that.
I think it's the worst news I've ever gotten in my life. Before Anna could register what was happening, Chad turned her around to face him and enclosed her in a huge bear hug. His demeanor wasn't at all shy, and his arms were a warm, comforting blanket. Her cheek pressed against his solid chest, and the softness of his navy t-shirt smelled like sunshine and warm clothes straight from the dryer. His chin dropped to the top of her head while he continued to hold her close.
Oh, Anna,
he said again, pressing one hand against the back of her head.
You must be completely out of your mind.
To put it mildly. Emotion choked off any other words while Chad tightened his hold and she tried to keep from falling into a crying jag. Strangely, she didn't think Chad would mind if she did, or that he was embarrassed at all. If anything, it was just the opposite.
What can I do for you? For your dad? What's the prognosis? He's such an amazing person. My parents will be devastated to hear this.
Anna lifted her chin to look up into his face. He waited a long time to tell me. I guess he didn't want me to worry, but it's not good. I just want to scream and yell at him and fall apart all at the same time.
It's the unthinkable staring you in the face.
I can't lose my dad. He's my only parent.
Hey, you won't be alone. You have my family. You have me. We'll always be here for you.
I know, Anna said, wiping at her face with the back of her hand. But it's not the same. An imperceptible flash of pain crossed Chad's face, but he never took his eyes from hers. Dad's too young to die. I can't even wrap my head around this. It's so unspeakably horrible. Chad took the edge of his shirt and dried the tears on her cheeks with a tender touch.
There, now you look more presentable,
he teased, trying to get her to smile.
But hey, if you need to weep and wail, go right ahead. Soak my whole shirt. I don't mind a bit. Anna finally smiled. I won't ruin your shirt. What if I want you to? He asked in a low voice. A breath of thick silence hung between them, and then Chad took her hand and led her back to the chairs under the pine trees. Stop kidding around. Anna's legs turned wobbly. She touched a tree trunk to steady herself, breaking Chad's grip for a moment because his presence made her even more wobbly. She was discombobulated over his demeanor, his sweetness, or maybe it was the fact that a skinny boy she'd known her entire life had suddenly turned into this huge, handsome man. Chad sank into one of the molded plastic chairs, leaning forward to gaze into her eyes and run a finger lightly along the fingers of her tightly clenched fists. What can I do for you, Anna? Put me out of my misery? He shook his head. No can do. Then tell me about the new gossip in town. If I keep talking about my dad, I'll just get sick to my stomach. Tell me something funny. Okay. Did you hear that Hollywood's in town? Anna shook her head. Hollywood? Are they looking for extras? Being in a movie is something we haven't done yet, although I'm out at sea every day. Chad chuckled. Saying out at sea makes you sound like you're a sailor scrubbing the decks 1,000 miles from shore. Just call me Sea Woman Hamilton, matey. Avoiding his eyes, Anna braced her toes against the legs of the chair, wondering why she was jittery, conscious of her bare legs and her shorts. She wished she had her red sweatshirt to pull over her head. So, are you serious about Hollywood being here in tiny Hartland Cove? A couple of guys in suits were seen staying at the B&B, scouting locations for a movie, I heard. Anna swatted at a mosquito on her calf and noticed Chad's eyes flicker along the length of her legs, moving quickly back to her face in the shadows of the backyard. A peculiar tingle ran up her neck and she tried not to let it show. No kidding, are they holding auditions? Haven't heard any details yet. I'll have to practice my monologue from high school and see if my costume from My Fair Lady still fits. Chad laughed. It's been a busy summer here, actually. Some guy with amnesia washed ashore at the lighthouse, his boat broken by the shoals during a summer squall. Wow, that's pretty wild. Wonder where he came from. Nobody knows. Total mystery so far. But our old friend, Sandrine Crossman, who maintains the lighthouse, is taking care of him. How wild to find someone washed ashore. There seems to be a lot of strange men in town, she added, thinking of Michael Madden, and soon Denny, Elise's fiancé. Hollywood scouts, a man with amnesia. Hartland Cove was having a crazy summer season indeed. I think his name is Zeb Hunter, Chad said. Mom was talking about it the other day on the phone with one of her friends. Hey, just think of them as tourists. We do get several busloads 3 times a day, if you recall. You mean lump them all together? Anna said with mock outrage. Chad waggled his eyebrows and his dimples showed in the moonlight. Haven't we always lumped the tourists like that? Since we were 12. The tourists, Chad intoned. See? One big human blob. It's easy. Anna reached out to give him a light punch on the arm. Have you heard about the man who missed his tour bus? I heard the gossip, but I wasn't at home then. That must have been in June? A potato farmer from Hillside Farms nearly ran him over on the bridge where he found him curled up asleep with his camera. I guess he'd been taking pictures of the sunrise. I hope he got a whale tour at least. Too bad he didn't have the best whale-watching tour guide of Hartland Cove. Oh, Chad, you are just too nice, you know. He gave her a mystified glance and then folded his arms over his chest. The cicadas turned up the volume on their buzzing, making it difficult to talk. Maybe that's my problem, Chad muttered under his breath. Anna heard his words, but pretended she hadn't. What was up with Chad tonight? He seemed the same, and yet not the same. They chatted like old friends, but something was different, and she was trying to figure out what it was. An undercurrent of awkwardness hung between them. It had been too long since they'd hung out together like this. Maybe there was no going back to childhood. They had both grown up, moved on, left their idyllic childhood behind once and for all. The idea of that made Anna feel terribly sad and forlorn.
homesick for something she'd never have again. Chapter 9. Anna was on her way to the Heartbeat Hotel a few days later to deliver a packet of whale tour tickets at the same time she was texting Elise using the speaker on her mobile. A Hartland Cove police officer was parked on the side of the road eating his breakfast when she passed him near the post office. He spotted her holding her phone to her ear and frowned. Good-naturedly, he shook his finger at her, and Anna quickly set the phone down, giving him a sheepish grin. She hoped he wouldn't tattle on her to her father next time they met in court. Dad. She couldn't think about him without welling up with emotion. Anna had accompanied him to a doctor appointment, leaving a message beforehand with the doctor to ask about radiation and chemotherapy treatments. Because of patient confidentiality, Dr. Ackerman wouldn't tell her anything unless she was in the treatment room with both of them. Going back to grad school was definitely on the back burner now. Anna banged her fist against the steering wheel. She wasn't upset about grad school, only the thought of losing her father so unexpectedly. His stubbornness about treatments made her crazy, but Dad had said that he would try the chemo for a few months to see if it worked. Even the doctor looked happy at that decision. Sucking in a deep breath, Anna determined that she'd do some research and search for a cancer center to get a second opinion on treatment options. 2 minutes later, Anna slammed into a parking space at the bed and breakfast and then stomped up the stairs to the wraparound porch. At the front desk, she said, "I have a ticket delivery for a Mr. Eddie Sutton or Philip Murphy." "You can leave it here," said Mrs. Simmons, the woman who ran the hotel. "How are the whales this summer?" "Spectacular as always," she said, forcing a happy smile to her lips to hide her melancholy over her father. "How's the B&B going this summer?" "We're sold out for the rest of August. Summer's always a great time to be alive in Hartland Cove. It's a booming season." "That's great," Anna replied, nodding mechanically when a strong male voice spoke from behind her. "Are those the whale tour tickets for Mr. Eddie Sutton?" Anna whirled to see a tall man of about 35 striding toward her. The man was huge, built like a linebacker with a shock of dark hair and brown eyes. He wore jeans, bright white sneakers, and a red polo shirt. Despite his casual appearance, there was something about him that screamed money. Most likely the gold chain he wore around his neck and the Rolex on his wrist. "Are you Eddie Sutton?" Anna said, glancing down at the envelope. "I'm Philip Murphy, Mr. Sutton's cousin and his assistant," the man said, pulling out a billfold from his back pocket in order to pay for the tickets. "You guys are from Hollywood, right?" Anna couldn't help asking. "At least, that's what I heard. Sorry to pry or put you on the spot, but it's pretty exciting. A movie in Hartland Cove? That's never happened before." "You have a quaint village here," he said with a smile. Anna found herself staring at the man. She couldn't help it. The guy's muscles were huge, as if he'd developed arms of steel. Maybe he was a bodybuilder. He also spoke with a cute American accent, from somewhere in Brooklyn or maybe Boston. Anna couldn't tell for certain since she'd never been to either city. Briefly, she wondered if Philip was actually Mr. Eddie's bodyguard and the cousin relation just a ruse, since he was built like a personal guard. Plus, he'd referred to himself as Mr. Sutton's assistant. "How much do I owe you, miss?" "You can call me Anna. I work with Captain Newell." He eyed her with a grin. "Are you the errand girl?" Anna looked him straight in the eye. "I handle all of the captain's business transactions as well as the role of marine specialist during each tour." "Pardon me," he apologized. "I can see that Hartland Cove has some sharp-witted citizens." "I didn't mean to come off so strong. I guess it comes from being the daughter of a judge." "A judge? You have a talented family. Hartland Cove gets more interesting each day I'm here." "How long will you be in town?" she asked. "At least a week, perhaps longer.
We want to take all the tours, eat at every restaurant, wander the countryside, hire some boats to study the coastline, and perhaps hold auditions for extras." Mrs. Simmons piped up from the counter. "You'll need more than a week. I'll make sure your rooms stay available." Anna suppressed a smile, knowing that the business owners in Hartland Cove had to make their summer revenue count before the snow came and the tourist industry disappeared. "Auditions would be awesome," she said, sounding like a teenager. "I'll bet the entire town will come out for them." "I'd better bring a big notepad to take everybody's name then," Philip said, breaking into a disarming smile, his eyes resting upon Anna's face. "Perhaps we can start with yours," he added, flirting brazenly. "I already told you," Anna said, returning the smile. "It's Anna," Philip said. "See, I'm paying attention, but I don't know your last name." Anna gave him a secretive smile. "Perhaps some things need to remain a mystery." This was the second stranger in town in almost as many days who seemed to be flirting with her. Maybe she was just starved for male attention. She added, "the tickets are 50 apiece, includes taxes." "Perfect." Philip flipped his billfold open, rifling through a wad of cash bigger than Anna's fist. She tried not to outwardly gasp, maintaining a nonchalant expression while Mrs. Simmons threw her a knowing smile, as if Anna was about to lunge into the guy's arms or something. Mrs. Simmons was always trying to play matchmaker to everyone who stayed at the hotel. Sometimes it was endearing, but mostly it was annoying. Philip handed over a $100 bill as well as another crisp 50 for a tip. "That enough, Miss Anna?" he asked. "More than enough. Your tickets are good for any of today's tours. As long as you're our marine specialist, we'll give the Jewel of the Ocean our business." Was this guy serious, or were most Hollywood males just a tad overly confident? Maybe he was trying to get into her good graces for something he'd want down the road, like a bribe for inside secrets of Hartland Cove? Or perhaps he already knew who her father was and wanted Judge Hamilton to cut them some slack on filming permits. Anna wished she wasn't quite so naive when it came to men. Despite Philip's rugged looks, he was at least 10 years older and nowhere near as movie star handsome as Michael Madden, or as sweet as Chad Garrett. A sudden shiver made Anna stop in her tracks. She handed over the envelope of tickets, trying not to brazenly stare at him. Philip Murphy's East Coast accent, the wad of cash. He was carrying at least $10,000 on him like it was a couple $100. Was Philip pretending to be a Hollywood producer's assistant, or was it merely a cover for something else? Was the guy standing before her actually Elise's fiancé, Denny? Elise had never said Denny was so much older, although she might have mentioned a pair of mind-blowing shoulders at one point, which fit the description of this Philip guy. Brown eyes? Now she couldn't remember. Anna made a mental note to ask Elise to text her a picture. But one thing she did know for sure. Fiancé Denny had an East Coast accent, not something she heard very often in such a tiny town, except for the tourists coming in on the buses. But they were a different category altogether, staying a couple hours and then loading up again and roaring off down the road. Were Philip and Denny connected? Chapter 10. 2 mornings later, while opening up the ticket booth, Anna texted Elise, who was flying into Fredericton that very day. "Anna, okay, spill it, girl. Let me see your gorgeous hunk of a man, also known as your husband-to-be. Send a pic pronto. Elise." "No can do, sweetie. If he's already in Hartland Cove, I don't want you to accidentally give him away. This is life or death, you know." Anna, "But I'm dying here, although I haven't run into anyone by the name of Denny." In reply, Elise sent a smiley face with a secret wink. Anna growled under her breath and shot off another text. "When do you arrive?" Elise, 15 minutes? I see the bridge up ahead. Everything is so quaint, like a movie."
Anna gave a faint smile. Do you want me to meet you at your new employer's house? To introduce you and all that good stuff? Elise, I think I'm good if my phone map works. Let's get together for dinner later. Anna, perfect. Bring Denny, please. Elise, I can't let you meet him until I see him and talk to him and make sure we're safe. Another time, 'kay? Anna supposed Elise had a point, but sometimes this whole affair was annoyingly mysterious and over the top. Nobody who wanted to murder her and Denny was going to find them in Hartland Cove of all places. And even if they found them, were they going to kill them in public? In cold blood? It was ridiculous. Were Elise and Denny having fun at her expense? Playing a huge practical joke? An hour later, the Jewel of the Ocean lifted its anchor. Soon Anna would be without cell phone service as they sailed further into the bay. She actually liked the fact that the ship's passengers could tuck their phones away, sit back, and enjoy all the sights and wonders of the sea without distraction. Many teenagers still played games on their mobile devices, though, while the boat chugged away from the pier. Anna wondered if she'd been constantly glued to her screen as a teenager. Just before losing service, Anna's phone buzzed with another text message. Surprisingly, it was Chad. She hadn't seen him since that night almost a week ago when they had sat under the stars in the backyard, reminiscing. Oddly enough, Anna's thoughts returned to Chad throughout the day or as she was dropping off to sleep at night. He was so much the same as he'd ever been, with his kindness, his listening ear, and his friendly and casual ways. He was a good man, a good friend. It was his changed appearance that had thrown her off. She'd been so painfully self-conscious that night, wishing she'd worn makeup and combed her wind-ratted hair. But these were thoughts she had never had about Chad Garrett before. Her stomach fluttered at the memory of his shoulders, lean body and chiseled face, with its masculine and sexy 3-day-old beard growth. Sexy was never something she'd associated with her childhood friend before. The whole experience had been more than disconcerting. Chad. Hey, haven't seen you in a few days. Care to go to dinner tonight? Talking in the yard wasn't exactly conducive to real catching up. Anna. Sorry I spent most of it crying on your shoulder. Chad. That's what I'm here for. You and your dad have been on my mind. I wish I could take away the pain of what you're going through. Anna. It's nice to know I have friends in my corner. She chatted with the passengers, telling them about the route they were taking on the tour, from the docks to the center of the bay. When she checked her mobile for a follow-up text from Chad, there wasn't one. Had she offended him with that friend comment? Was the offer for dinner rescinded? He hadn't given any specific details for date and place. When the mobile service cut out, Anna slipped the phone into the deep pocket of her thick cable-knit sweater. She'd have to continue the conversation later. Even so, she bit at her lips, wondering what kind of relationship she had with Chad now. Their footing was uneven and confusing, causing Anna to feel off-kilter. Anna lifted her chin when she spotted Philip and his uncle, Eddie Sutton, coming toward her. They'd taken their tour a few days ago when she'd delivered their tickets at the B&B, but had bought tickets again this morning at the booth window. You guys must love whales, she said, a gust of wind tossing her hair straight up into the air. Hairspray, that's what she'd forgotten this morning. They're pretty spectacular, Philip said, smiling down at her from his height. Anna tried to ignore the glint of interest in his eyes, but it was nice to be admired instead of being just Anna, the town's girl next door. There seemed to be a lot of eligible men in Hartland Cove this summer. Don't get giddy, Anna warned herself. Just for once, she'd like to be wearing her hair down, soft with curls when she ran into all these hot men, not blown to bits by the weather and sporting chewed-off lipstick. What's the occasion? She asked now. Eddie Sutton, the elder of the two, was probably pushing 45. He was definitely handsome in his own right, despite a touch of gray at his temples, as he gazed out at the world with sharp, sparkling blue eyes. He leaned against the railing, tugging at his baseball cap so it wouldn't blow off into the frothy wake.
We're thinking of incorporating a whale scene in our movie, he told her. Being in Hartland is inspiring. We have so many ideas rattling around our brains now. Tourist industry, covered bridges, sea life, small town gossip, lighthouses. Definitely tour some lighthouses, Anna agreed. We're scheduled to visit 2 of them down on the peninsula tomorrow. Do you have a script for your movie yet? Philip leaned sideways against the railing, gazing at Anna in a most interested manner. We've optioned a book, but in discussions to change the location from a big city to a small one. We'll have to rework the storyline. The screenwriter will hate us, of course. Indubitably, Anna said with a laugh, especially if he has an entire script ready to go into production, or whatever it is you call it. Philip grinned. We talked with him last night and told him to stop rewriting and take out all the setting details, at least for now. While Philip Murphy's attentions were a nice distraction, Anna found herself wondering why she hadn't seen Michael the last several days. Last time she'd run into him downtown, he'd been grabbing a sandwich at the cafe before heading to another meeting in Fredericton. They'd chatted for a couple of minutes, and then he'd hurried off to his car. Her father had been silent on what Michael's business was exactly. In fact, he hadn't mentioned the man at all. Of course, she knew better than to ask because of client-lawyer confidentiality, but curiosity still flared every now and then, especially after seeing their last name on his papers the day they'd crashed on the sidewalk. Dinners were quieter than ever, and Dad arrived home after his hour-long commute, ragged and exhausted. He usually went to bed right after the news, kissing her forehead in a melancholy manner. Just then, the boat lurched over a wake from another touring ship, the pirate ship that was popular with young children, and Philip spoke up again, snapping a few pictures with the camera strapped around his neck. Penny for your thoughts, me thinks the lady is musing over deep subjects. Anna gave him a cheerful smile. Nothing important, but I'd better mingle with the passengers. Let me know if you have any questions about seagulls or talking dolphins. Aye, aye, Captain, he teased. Eddie and I were wondering if you had any friends we might like to talk to. Specialties in other forms of Hartland tourism, or a historian. There's a historical society center going up on the edge of town, but I don't think it will be open until later this year. Meeting other people in the 25 to 35-year-old range is good, Eddie Sutton said. Gives us a better feel for small-town life and ideas for the script, as well as the way New Brunswick people speak. I'll ask around and see who would like to meet you, Anna said. But Hartland Cove is mostly tourists, as you've probably already figured out. Philip laughed. Yeah, that's fairly obvious. There's a rumor that couples like to get married on the covered bridge, or climb it, or kiss at midnight. Care to tell me more stories about that? Or personally take me there at midnight, Miss Anna Hamilton? Now you're getting fresh, Mr. Murphy. Hey, he held up his hands in an innocent gesture. Just taking notes, lots of notes. That's a pickup line I've never heard before. Anna lowered her voice as if mimicking a movie from the 1940s. Meet me at midnight with a notebook, sweetheart. Philip laughed as Anna pushed herself off the railing. Great impersonation of Humphrey Bogart. She gave a backward wave to the 2 Hollywood producers while she strode toward a couple of families signaling at her to answer questions. Enjoy the rest of the day, gentlemen. Anna was in the middle of an explanation about a school of porpoises when she suddenly wondered how Philip had discovered her last name was Hamilton. Perhaps it was on some of the literature back at the ticket booth, or he'd asked Captain Newell. When the ship returned to the pier, a text from Chad had come through. Time-stamped an hour later than her last text to him when he'd gone radio silent. Had he been hurt over her dismissive words about just being friends, or had he just gotten busy at work? Chad, dinner still on? Anna realized she hadn't actually said yes or no earlier. Anna, can I take a rain check? My friend Elise just got into town and I was going to show her around, help her get unpacked. Chad, I'd like to meet her. I remember you talking about her when you were doing your undergrad. Anna, that would be great actually. I'd love to introduce you two. Inwardly, she sighed with relief.
Having Elise along would help ease the awkwardness between her and Chad. Maybe it would help clarify this odd sensation that rushed through her whenever she saw one of his messages pop up on the screen. Elise was always good for conversation and laughs. Life never got too serious with her old college roommate, unless she was on the run from a murderous family run by the mob, of course. The whole thing had to be some soap opera story Elise had concocted. It was too bad Elise was already engaged. Introducing her to Chad might solve a lot of problems. Every man they'd ever met during their years at college had focused on Elise. She was so attractive and vivacious, Anna usually faded into the background. It had bothered Anna at first. Next to Elise, the girl who had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth and a former model for a mother, she turned into a nondescript co-ed like the rest of the thousands of females on campus. Most young men she met came and went as fast as ice cream melted. But if Chad met Elise Kensington, perhaps he'd quit looking at Anna with that perplexing longing, and she could forget about the tingles that had run down her neck when he'd placed his warm hands on her shoulders and bent close to speak into her ear. Of course, the problem was Elise's fiancé, Denny, the guy on the run, if he actually existed. Anna rubbed at her neck. What made her suddenly think that? The niggling feeling of something being off finally clicked into place. In the back of her mind, Anna wondered whether this whole Denny escapade with the mob chasing him down was merely a method for Elise to get the attention she craved. After all, Anna had never met the guy, and Elise had never even sent Anna a picture. What if he was just a figment of her imagination? Of course, if that was true, then Elise had bigger problems. Perhaps Denny was a means to an end, enabling her friend to fend off unwanted attention from other men. Anna could picture it now, Elise giving a shrug of her pretty shoulders and saying with an innocent look on her face, "Oh, I'm engaged, don't you know? Ta-ta now." If that was true, then Anna just had to get Elise to admit her story was a ruse to get rid of some other man who might be pursuing her in an unwanted manner. She had to get Elise to confide in her. Chapter 11. After work, Anna went home to shower and change, texting Elise that she was ready for dinner whenever Elise was. Elise never responded. 2 hours went by, along with several unanswered texts. Finally, Anna called, punching at the numbers with exasperation. Elise answered on the second ring. "Anna, is that you?" "Who else?" Anna said, her magnanimous nature evaporating at the sound of her friend's voice. "Where are you?" "I'm lying in bed," came the reply, and spoken in such an innocent voice that Anna wanted to chew her nails off. "We were supposed to go to dinner, remember? Talk through the details of Denny and your predicament, all of that?" "You'll never guess what happened. I got lost. The GPS on my phone wasn't working because the reception was spotty. I wandered around the hills and tiny roads. Finally, I pulled over to see the spectacular sunset, where my phone finally worked and called the Newell house. Mr. Newell drove out to find me, and then I followed him to this hollow in a hillside. His house is actually about 5 miles out of town. Did you know that?" "No," Anna began, but Elise kept going, her story spilling out in one long run-on sentence. "By the time we arrived at the house, it was after the dinner hour. He gave me a tour of the house, and before I knew it, we were giving Crystal, that's his 6-year-old daughter, a bath, so I helped find pajamas and towels. And did you know that she's a little spitfire? She talks like an adult. After getting her ready for bed, Crystal showed me all of the family photo albums and their vacation pictures at Disney World. Then I had to read a stack of books aloud, and finally her father tucked her into bed. And then Mr. Newell showed me my room in the guest house, and I unpacked, and it was already after 9 o'clock." "Do you want to eat dinner now?" Anna finally interrupted. "I figured you were getting settled, but you like to eat late dinners, so I didn't worry too much until I saw the clock."
I'm too exhausted to go out after such a long day of travel, Anna. Besides, Mr. Newell realized that he'd put me right to work and apologized and fixed me an omelet. While sitting at the table, he grilled me on my BA degree and my background and family, as if I hadn't already sent him all my references and we hadn't spoken on the phone 3 times already. Well, and the fact that you recommended me. Yes, I did. Anna sank onto her own bed, worn out and frustrated by the conversation. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her of just how famished she was, and that she'd turned down Chad's dinner invitation, too. What am I going to do with a 6-year-old all day? Elise went on. Mr. Newell told me I'd have her for at least 10 hours each day all by myself. You didn't tell me that part. Elise, it's a nanny position. Normally, full-time nannies have the children most of the day, if not all day long. Parents often work long hours and run their own businesses and then have dinners and various other engagements in the evenings or on weekends. It can be a 24/7 job. Elise's tone sounded miffed. You should have told me. Why didn't you get me different employment? You wanted something in a hurry, in a house where you could be incognito from Denny's mob family. Or did you forget that part? Anna winced at her impatient tone. I'm sorry to snap at you. I'm just tired and hungry. It's been a long day for me, too. We shouldn't have tried to make dinner plans. I should have texted you back, but I had to flip every single page in the family photo album so I could get to know Crystal more. Or should I call her Jelly Bean like her father does? Or maybe that's her mother. She has a thing for watermelon jelly belly jelly beans. Mr. Newell wants me to reorder a couple of bags so Crystal doesn't have a screaming fit. Elise's words brought a smile to Anna's face. She sounds like a handful. Good grief, what have I gotten myself into? Elise's voice took on the sound of a panic attack. Go to bed, Elise. You'll feel better in the morning. We both will. We'll catch up tomorrow. Are you supposed to fix dinner for Crystal each night? I'm cooking tomorrow because Mr. Newell has a late appointment. He mentioned where, but there are so many small towns, it's all a jumble in my head. And you know I don't cook. Anna laughed. I do know that from many years in our student apartment where the freezer was full of quick frozen dinners. How about I bring dinner out to you tomorrow? Oh, would you? You're a doll. Maybe some barbecue? I have a craving for barbecue ribs and dill pickles for some reason. Anna froze in her tracks on the way to the wardrobe closet. Elise, you're not. Oh, please don't tell me. What? No, are you serious? Elise Kensington does not get knocked up. Not even with a wealthy fiancé and a diamond on her finger. Although Denny won't be wealthy for long. Not after his family cuts him off. You have a trust fund, if you recall, Anna reminded her. Not until I'm 30. My parents placed provisions in every single paragraph. What will Denny and I live on? Love? Isn't that what people say? You only need each other to be happy. I don't want to eat PB&Js every night. Anna burst into giggles, and she couldn't help teasing Elise. Maybe you'll have to learn how to cook grilled cheese sandwiches. I'll give you a Walmart griddle as a wedding gift. I'm never speaking to you again, Anna Hamilton. But as soon as Elise said the words, she burst into giggles, too. Good grief, I'm so tired I'm getting punchy. Sweet dreams, Miss Kensington, Anna said in her best personal assistant voice. Talk to you tomorrow. Better yet, rescue me after work, promise? I promise that I will rescue you after work, Anna assured her. Elise sighed. I just hope Crystal sleeps past 6 a.m. She will, Anna replied, crossing her fingers. Turned out, Crystal Newell's habit was to never sleep past 6 a.m. Anna learned this the next morning when Elise and Crystal showed up on the pier, running toward Anna as she was unlocking the ticket booth. Are we too late to see the whales? Elise called gaily, her red sundress with white polka dots flapping against her shapely legs. Her fingernails and toenails, recently manicured and pedicured, matched the color of her dress. Her rich chestnut hair was teased and sprayed to perfection. It appeared that Elise had managed to find time for the essentials in grooming. "Welcome aboard," Anna said, bending down to greet the young girl. Crystal hadn't visited her grandfather on board his ship since June. "Papa!" The girl screamed excitedly when she spotted her grandfather and raced down the gangway to leap into Captain Newell's arms. Anna could hear the small girl launch into a torrent of chatter while the captain carried her to the glass-enclosed wheelhouse where he navigated the ship and narrated the tour. "I forgot that she calls her grandfather Papa," Anna said when Elise fell into her arms for a massively long hug. "Her father is Daddy, of course. Kind of cute. Gosh, I'm so excited to see you, Anna." "Me too." "I can't believe it's really happening. Denny and I are really running away, eloping." "I've never known anyone to run off and get married. Maybe you two should go to Vegas and find one of those little wedding chapels." "Not sure we can risk being exposed." Elise gave a huge yawn, covering her mouth with both hands. "Sorry, I barely slept 5 hours last night. Crystal latched onto me like a leech first thing this morning as the sun was just rising. She dragged me on another tour of their house. You should see it. A mansion, I tell you." "Can I get a sneak peek?" Anna asked with a smile. "Come over for lunch one day." "If I can get away from the ship." "Breakfast, lunch, dinner, coffee, whenever you can. I will be in serious need of adult conversation." Elise added as an aside, "That's why I'm here for a whale tour. I had to get out of the house." Anna performed a flourish with her hands over Elise's outfit. "I can see that in living color." "After we did the full Newell family house tour, even Mommy's walk-in shoe closet with 20 racks all color coordinated, Crystal wanted me to help her get dressed. There's an entire routine she outlined on a poster just for me. Breakfast, popcorn and a movie. Then we brushed our teeth, each individual tooth 20 times, until I thought I'd lose my mind." Anna laughed. "It's going to be a long August if that's how you feel already." Elise held up a hand while she continued. "Then we sang 3 songs, read 5 picture books. Although the kid is so precocious, I think she'll be reading full-length novels by next Saturday." Anna quirked an eyebrow. "I'll have to ask her for book club recommendations." Elise's shoulders lifted and then released in a huge sigh. "Gosh, I'm glad to see you." Anna gave her another quick hug. "I'm glad to see you too. Hey, I never asked, how was your flight?" Elise lifted her perfectly plucked eyebrows. "I ended up not flying, rented a car instead and drove the past 2 days, stopping at out-of-the-way places for the night and using a false name so I could leave a cold trail." "What name should I call you?" Anna glanced about, trying to remember if she'd used Elise's real name while they'd been chatting. Her friend stuck a finger on her chin in a play-acting pose. I haven't been able to decide between Mrs. Jane Rochester or Mrs. Elizabeth Fitzwilliam Darcy." Anna stuck a hand on her hip. "Now who's the precocious one?" "Who, me?" Elise asked, putting on an innocent face. Anna gave Elise a light swat on the arm. "Everybody will know you made up those names. I'm surprised the hotel owners didn't turn you into the literature police. Just because you were an English major doesn't mean you can take poetic license lightly," she joked. Elise darted a glance around the deck while the passengers rallied for the best whale-watching positions along the railings. "Hey, people don't read anymore." "You'd be surprised. The movies have made those books quite famous indeed." A moment later, Crystal materialized and slipped her hand into her nanny's palm, fingering Elise's gold bracelets. "Can we read 7 books tonight?" "Only if you're a perfect child, little Miss Crystal Newell." Crystal began to swing Elise's hand harder and higher. Then she grabbed Anna's hand in her small grip. "Swing me!" she ordered. "Swing me across the ship!" Just then, the ship's engines began to growl and the boarding gangway pulled away from the dock. Anna and Elise swung Crystal, who shrieked with laughter, her legs kicking out with each step. After 20 feet, Anna was sure her shoulders were being yanked from their sockets.
She leaned over to hiss at Elise. Aren't you taking a risk being seen out in public? I assumed I'd be perfectly safe on a tour boat. I thought the Irish mob was after you. Being a nanny was the perfect position. Inside a house on the outskirts of town, not out in public. Do I have to spell it out for you? I can spell. Crystal began to sing the ABC song in a loud voice. A wheel tour is pretty benign, isn't it? A crease of worry crossed Elise's beautiful face. Anna swore her friend had brought along a personal stylist and makeup artist and was hiding them in the back pantry of the Newell estate. The thought made her smile. The piers are busy every day of the week, and busloads of tourists swarm the town all day. Someone might inadvertently mention that the most beautiful woman in the world just happened to show up in Hartland Cove. I mean, dang girl, you look like Marilyn Monroe. I do? Elise looked pleased. I think it's the red dress. And the hair, and heels. Look around, girl. Most women are in jeans and windbreakers. You know what they say about red cars? What? Police pull over more red cars for speeding than any other color because they stick out so much. Elise fluttered her eyelashes. True, but I brought a cardigan to put over my dress in case the whales' noses blow water at us. Blowhole, Anna corrected automatically. Didn't I just say that? Anna smiled weakly. The same old Elise. Oblivious, but also hilarious. Next time you leave the house, wear your most worn-out designer jeans and an old sweatshirt. You can impress people later. You want to stay alive, don't you? Elise finally nodded. Yeah, but I also want Denny to recognize me. Anna sighed. Is there any way to get him a message that you've arrived safe and sound? That would be fantastic. Oh, Anna, you are just the best friend in the world. I wish I could live at your house, and then, I wouldn't have to. She gave a wink and a nod at her young charge, swinging on the ends of their arms. I can understand what you're saying, Crystal said in a sing-song voice. And so you can, you smart thing, Elise said, pasting a fake smile on her face. Mommy and Daddy think I can't hear them either, the girl added. Anna changed the subject, hiding a snort with laughter. It's time to go to the bow and watch the whales. Won't that be awesome? Crystal nodded politely, but an expression of boredom crossed her impish face. I see them every year. I can name them all. I'll bet you can, Elise said under her breath. Anna gave her a warning glance, but it was hard not to be enchanted by Crystal's whip-smart mind. They reached the engine room where Captain Newell picked Crystal up and set her in the big captain's chair, letting her rest her hands on the polished wooden wheel to help steer the boat with her grandfather. Do you think we'll see a beluga whale today, Jellybean? Her grandfather asked, pulling out a piece of strawberry saltwater taffy for her. Crystal unwrapped the candy and began to eat it in tiny bites. I saw one last year, remember? Yes, we did, Captain Newell agreed. But I want to see the dolphin again, too. Oh, you mean our friend who comes by the ship and swims alongside? You have a good memory, Anna told Crystal. We've been seeing the same dolphin in these waters the last 2 summers. Are you serious? Now Elise's voice was filled with wonder. How can you tell it's the same one? Dolphins usually return to the same areas each season. This one's chatter is distinctive, high-pitched and funny, like he's laughing. Sometimes he'll follow us for up to an hour and put on a show, jumping out of the water over and over again. It's pretty incredible. Do dolphins get dizzy, Anna? Crystal asked in a serious voice, chewing the last of her taffy. I don't think so. Have you ever seen one spin around? They love doing that, too. We'll have to keep a lookout, Captain Newell said. When Captain Newell lifted his granddaughter off the captain's chair, Anna leaned close to Elise to whisper. You need to be very careful. Crystal is a little spitfire, and she'll repeat anything she hears you say. That's what I'm beginning to understand, Elise said ruefully, massaging a sore neck after swinging Crystal all over the deck. Does Hartland Cove have a spa? What do you think, darling?
Anna said, laying on a thick British accent. Does a town like Hartland Cove and a fancy spa go together? Elise held up her hands in surrender. Okay, this isn't New York City. No amenities. Only whales, a salty ocean, and tourists. Anna grinned as she walked backwards to mingle with the passengers and answer questions. Welcome to my world, Elise. Chapter 12. Over the next few days, Anna ran into Elise, with Crystal in tow, at the market, the cafe, and the town park playing on the swing set. After dinner one night, the phone rang, and it was Elise on the other end, fretting. Have you seen Denny? I'm going crazy not seeing him. I thought for certain I'd run into him somewhere, even if we have to pretend not to know each other. Anna let out a burst of laughter. How would I know if I've seen him? I have no idea what he looks like. I know he has to stay undercover, but I'm dying without him. Do you know what it's like not to see the man you love every day? Not to get kissed for 2 weeks? Anna cleared her throat. Since I'm not engaged, I don't know what that's like, but I do know what it's like not to be kissed for longer than 2 weeks. Try 2 months, or double, triple that time period. I'm sorry, Anna. I wasn't thinking. She paused, as if to gauge how upset Anna was. I've been wondering if Denny is wearing a disguise. Do you think that's how he's getting by without being recognized? If he looks just like any other tourist, that's good. It means he's blending in. But I'd recognize him. Elise's voice trailed off. Wouldn't I? I do hope that's a rhetorical question. Doesn't Denny call or text you? We decided not to contact each other in case our calls left a cell phone tower trace. Now Anna knew why she kept seeing Elise around town, despite Anna's stern warnings. You come into town because you want to run into Denny, don't you? Is it that obvious? Elise, you can't keep doing this. Her friend groaned. I'm so bored at the Newell house. I've made chocolate chip cookie dough with Crystal every single day this week. Mr. Newell must think I'm a sugaraholic by now. Being a sugaraholic is only bad if you eat the raw dough exclusively. That's how Crystal likes her cookies, raw, in great big spoonfuls. I hope you never have children. They'll lose all their teeth by the time they're 12. Will you come over tomorrow? Oh, wait, no. I have to take Crystal to her well-child pediatric appointment. She has to go before school starts in a few weeks. Thank goodness for school. I can totally relate to moms in summertime. Course, Crystal's mother doesn't know because she's pawned her off on a nanny. I don't think she usually does have a nanny, actually, just during the summers if she's running her workshops. Yeah, I know, Elise said with a sigh. She calls Crystal every night on Skype so they can see each other and make funny faces. See, Mrs. Newell loves her daughter. Mr. Newell says I can have Sunday off, and I'm counting down the hours. We have to get together, Anna. Go into the city, if you have one, that is. Go shopping, eat out. The city means Toronto, which is about a 10-hour drive from here. But I have a great idea. Let's invite my old friend Chad Garrett for dinner. I'd love for you to meet him. His mother has been my surrogate mother most of my life. I remember you talking about the Garrett family. It would be nice to be around a male who isn't married, even if it's not Denny. I guess you can flirt, but you can't touch, Anna warned, a teasing note in her voice. Elise feigned a shocked face. You should know me better than that. That's the problem, Anna told her. I do know you. All my past flirtations have to be forgiven now that I'm engaged to the man of my dreams. But won't that be awkward to have 2 women and 1 man? We need to double. Do you know anyone else? Anna immediately thought of Michael Madden. She'd love to invite him, although he'd never actually asked her out.
Despite the small amount of time they'd seen each other since that first collision on the sidewalk in the whale tour, she had briefly run into him downtown last week when he was rushing to an appointment. At the moment, Michael was the only other single man she could think of to make a foursome. She also wanted to see if there was still the same spark she'd felt on the whale tour. Regardless, he'd make a charming dinner companion, and going out to dinner with a group of friends wasn't exactly the same thing as a date. "I think I do know someone," Anna said. "He's super handsome and super charming, but I saw him first." "I'll be good. I won't lay a finger on him." "Promise?" "Cross my heart. What is this, junior high?" Anna made a face at the phone. "Something like that. Hang in there until the weekend. We'll have dinner and a walk around the Hartland Cove County Bridge when the moon comes out. I think it'll be full this weekend." "A romantic date with friends?" Elise laughed. "What else is there to do in Hartland? We'll dine at Sal's and have the best lobster in the world." 30 minutes later, Anna had chicken breasts grilling on the deck when her father arrived home from work. He kissed the top of her head, letting out a deep sigh of contentment while he reached out to squeeze her shoulders. "Ouch," she said. "Sorry, Dad. Playdate with Crystal and Elise. My arms and shoulders are killing me." Dad chuckled and loosened his tie. "Soak in the tub tonight. I think we have some Epsom salts." Anna grinned at him. "Did you become a therapist and forget to tell me?" "Sounds easier than most of my time in court." "Have a good day, Dad? You seem more relaxed than you have in weeks." "I've decided to let all my worries go and enjoy the evening with my daughter." Anna's throat tightened. She suspected her father was putting on a show. How much did he worry about what was happening with his health and the cancer spreading throughout his body? She had to focus on their remaining time together and pray for a miracle. Good treatments, positive thoughts, and the chemo meds his doctor had finally convinced him to try. Dad had already lined up another judge to take over some of his cases and workload, at least for the next quarter, because he was sure to have bad days while the meds worked. The biggest negative was waiting 3 months before the next CT scan to see if the chemo was working. When they sat down a few minutes later on the back patio, the sun was sinking along the edge of the horizon, turning the sky a bright purplish red. There was chatter from the Garretts' backyard and the sound of their glass patio doors sliding open and shut. When the two families had moved in more than 25 years ago, they'd decided to forgo fences, instead allowing the yards to cross-pollinate flowers and shrubs. Over the years, it had become one gigantic spread of lawn. The pines and spruce trees had grown taller than the rooftops. Often during the summer, Anna and Chad used to have lawn mowing contests to see who could do the most in the shortest amount of time. It was funny how memories came back to her unbidden, but they were memories that made her smile every time. "We should invite the Garrettses to dinner sometime," Dad murmured. Anna felt a twinge of guilt. It was true that the two families often grilled together, sharing salads and desserts. But she was feeling greedy for time with her father, guarding him, keeping him all to herself. "Oh, I forgot the ice water and Crystal Light," Anna said, jumping up to slip back into the kitchen. The moment she shot through the glass door, her mother's face caught her eye from a photo hanging from the family room wall. A spread of pictures, actually. Family vacations, holidays, interspersed with a couple of professional portraits when Anna was a baby, and then at each of her yearly birthdays. The last one was taken when she was nearly 4, and she was dressed in a frilly lace dress with black patent leather shoes. Perhaps she'd been dressed up for Easter Sunday. A few months later, her mother had been killed in a car accident. Anna was old enough to have a few hazy memories, but not very many. She lived in fear that the few recollections she could still remember might slip away. With her father's diagnosis, he might be gone so much sooner than expected. She had to ask him as many questions as she could before she lost them both forever. She remembered her mother with sleek blonde hair swept up into a careless knot on top of her head, tendrils of curls slipping out, and messy bangs. A voice that laughed, arms that cuddled, but that's all she had left. The family pictures were both familiar and mysterious. "Anna?" Dad called through the screen door. "Did you get lost? Food's getting cold." Anna gave a start, frozen in place on the tile floor while she stared at her beautiful, lost mother. "Coming!" She grabbed the drinks and a bowl of pasta salad. "Chocolate chip cookies for dessert, compliments of Elise and Crystal Newell. They've made about 15 dozen now. These are from the dough that didn't get eaten." "At least it's been baked," Dad said, laughing. "I have another dozen in the freezer. Crystal wants to save the other dozen for her mother." "Not sure Suzette Newell will appreciate eating 20 pounds of cookies, but it's the thought that counts, right?" "Absolutely. Mothers like their daughters' homemade cookies, right?" She glanced up at her father through her eyelashes as she ate a piece of the spicy chicken. Speaking about her mother like this, as if she were still alive, was both comforting and melancholy. "You adored cutting out sugar cookies in all sorts of animal shapes and frosting them." "Gingerbread men at Christmas with red candied eyes?" 1,000 questions longed to spill out of Anna. "Tell me about her dad." He set down his fork. "She loved you, sweetheart. You were her whole world." "Is that why you guys never had more children?" It was a personal question, but one Anna had always been curious about. At first, her father didn't look at her while he shifted in his chair. Then he leaned forward again, his eyes riveted to hers in a somber expression. "Perhaps it's time to tell you more about your mother's passing." "She didn't pass away," Anna shot back, her voice choking. "I hate that phrase. She was killed by a truck. The driver's actions weren't malicious, but passing away means you're 90 years old, not 31. Not like dying in your sleep." "I know, sweetheart," her father said, his voice catching. Anna's own heart was in her throat. "What do you mean by it's time to tell me about my mother's death?" The two of them had been on their way back home from Fredericton, where they'd been visiting her grandparents. Her mother had been killed on the Hartland Cove County Bridge, while Anna was strapped into her booster chair in the back. A head-on collision with a truck driver who had forgotten to turn on his headlights and fallen asleep at the wheel, colliding straight into the front end of her mother's car. Her mother had been thrown into the steering wheel, the windshield shattering with an explosive sound that still haunted Anna's dreams. For years afterward, Anna suffered from nightmares of car accidents. As a teenager, she was mesmerized by TV shows of accidents, both fascinated and repelled by the horror and tragedy. And now tonight, seeing her mother in those family pictures, as if she were walking through the door ready to fix dinner, the photos had struck Anna in a fresh new way. "What happened to the truck driver who hit her car? You've never actually said." Emotion glistened in her father's eyes. "He was fined and jailed for about 6 months. He lost his trucking job, of course." "Are you still angry at him?" "I was at first, but it was simply an accident that could happen to anyone. Even you or me the next time we're on the road late at night and fatigue takes over. I had to let it go and forgive before I became too bitter, but it did take time, a long time. Especially because you were in the car." He stopped and silently dabbed at his face, trying to regain his composure. That was the part Anna did remember. Late at night when she had a hard time falling asleep. She remembered the sound of screeching brakes, her mother letting out a single, terrified cry, and then going silent. Sirens wailing, paramedics shouting orders, but mostly her memories were of darkness and confusion. "What else happened? You're scaring me." He laid a hand on hers. "Please don't be angry. You were so young and I never had the heart to tell you, but now that I might not have that much time left, I think you need to know all the facts. There were
There are other people in town who know. Your mother's doctor, for instance. Your grandparents, of course.
Was she ill? Am I going to inherit a terminal illness next?
No, no. He let out a strained laugh. You, Miss Anna Hamilton, are going to live to be 100 years old, if I have any say in the matter. You're going to marry the man of your dreams, have 6 kids, and let them swim with the dolphins in the Bay of Fundy.
Well, Grandpa, you'd better stick around for it. She tried to joke before lowering her voice again. So, what's the secret you've never told me?
Anna, it's not exactly a secret. I've just never had the heart to talk about it. Your mother was actually expecting another baby. She was 5 months pregnant. The baby, of course, died with her.
Oh, Daddy, no. The revelation hit Anna like a brick between the eyes. Tears burned her vision. Was I going to have a brother or a sister?
A baby brother to torment.
Dad's eyes twinkled behind the emotion he tried to hide. You lost more than just Mom. You lost a son.
But I have you, and I'm grateful every single day for my incredible daughter who's beautiful, smart, and kind.
Thanks, Dad, Anna whispered. A sudden loud bang sounded in the Garrett's yard, followed by shouts and peals of laughter.
They're having fun over there,
her father said, gazing across the expanse of grass. He picked up Anna's hand and kissed the back of it.
So, where are my chocolate chip cookies? I think 2 helpings of pasta salad are plenty for this old man.
Anna jumped up, carrying the dishes back into the kitchen. Spotting her cell phone lying on the counter, she remembered that she needed to find out where Michael Madden was staying since she needed him for a double dinner date in a couple of days. When she returned to the outdoor patio table, her father was talking to someone. She assumed he was on his mobile phone and was surprised to see that they had a guest. Chad Garrett had walked across the lawns and climbed the steps. He wasn't exactly a guest, she supposed. A jumble of chills ran down her neck, as if she'd accidentally poked her finger in a light socket. She rubbed at her arms to take away the goosebumps, even though the evening was still warm. Now, with Chad standing tall and commanding on the small porch, his broad shoulders filling her vision, all other thoughts and worries fled from Anna's mind. Chad had grown confident and self-possessed, and it was incredibly attractive. At the moment, he appeared slightly tousled and damp, as if he'd just gotten out of the shower. Indeed, even from a few feet away, he smelled fresh and woodsy, with a musky scent wafting from his freshly shaved face. His eyes found hers.
Hey, Anna, I think it's time we did something wild and crazy, like we used to as kids.
His words snapped her out of her reverie. Like what? She plunked the plate piled high with warm cookies on the table. Chad slid into a chair and snatched up a cookie, eyeing the treat as if it had come from a gourmet cookie store wrapped in cellophane and curling ribbon.
These look fantastic.
Anna watched him in amusement. Eat as many as you want, you starving boy. Chad had that peculiar look in his eyes again, admiring her in the most mysterious manner, but with a touch of sass as if he knew she'd been staring at him only a moment earlier. Chad continued eating his cookie, his eyes never leaving hers, until Anna began to wonder if she'd insulted him. Milk, anyone? She finally asked. Her father rose from his chair to head inside. A moment later, he returned, carrying glasses from the cupboard for the milk, and then he and Chad discussed gourmet cookies made by 6-year-old Crystal. The 2 of them even clinked their glasses of milk together with gusto, like 2 comedians on a stage. Anna tried to suppress a snort of laughter and failed.
You all right, Anna?
Dad asked. I'm fine, perfectly fine. Giggles tickled her throat. So, spill it, Chad man. Where are you planning on taking me?
Well, Miss Hamilton, Chad said, putting on a show of proper manners. I've gained permission from your father to take you canoeing tomorrow at Hopewell Rocks.
She took a small bite of her own cookie. I guess I can't refuse then.
But why would you want to refuse? Chad asked. Hopewell Rocks is the best place in Hartland Cove, except for the whale tours and the famous kissing bridge. He smiled at her with an extra spark in his eyes, teasing her outrageously. Anna blushed furiously, hiding it by raising her eyebrows like a stern schoolmarm. I think 6 cookies is enough for one night, young man. That only made Chad's grin widen as his hand stole out across the table to snatch a final cookie before she could slap his fingers. You always were a troublemaker, Chad Garrett, she scolded lightly. His mouth twitched, and Anna had the distinct feeling that her old childhood friend was planning on making more trouble in the near future. Chapter 13. Kissing bridge, Mr. Chad Garrett? Anna muttered when she got dressed the next morning. Her comfy blue shorts, a light blouse, and deck sneakers were perfect for today, with a sweatshirt thrown in for good measure if it got chilly on the water. The famous bridge spanning the St. John River had been nicknamed the Kissing Bridge long before her father's time. Anna imagined young things during the 1920s doing the Charleston at midnight on a sultry August night, the fringes on their dresses swinging across their knees, beaded necklaces clinking in rhythm to music playing on the gramophone. In the era of Elvis Presley, it would have been girls wearing polka-dotted skirts, saddle shoes, and perfectly applied red lipstick, flirting with boys in rolled-up jeans and white t-shirts. Anna could picture the teens dancing the swing with such gusto they'd fall into the water, drunk on music blaring from the car radios and illicit beer stolen from their parents' liquor cabinets. Next, she tried to picture the era of the black and white movies she used to watch with her dad. Katharine Hepburn and Humphrey Bogart. Sophisticated dialogue with posh New Yorkers holding cigarettes and martinis in their hands. Nowadays, a popular thing to do on a Saturday night was to make out on the Hartland Cove County Bridge, although Anna suspected that had been going on for at least a century, too. Couples parking their horse and buggy at the bank of the river and kissing behind the isinglass curtains. Anna stuffed a backpack with an extra set of clothes and socks in case they got outmaneuvered by the ocean and were dumped over. She knew Chad had life jackets, and Dad had made sure she'd had swimming lessons all during her growing up years, so she wasn't worried. But the water could be cold. Nerves as crackly as firecrackers were shooting off in her stomach as she tied the laces of her boating sneakers. Anna hadn't gone out to Hopewell Rocks in years, and she was more excited than she wanted to admit. Perhaps she should invite Mr. Madden on a boat trip to Hopewell Rocks before he left town? By the time Anna came down the hall with her gear, Dad had already opened the front door and was pouring Chad a steaming cup of cocoa for the chilly morning. "A little crisp this morning," Anna's father said, shuffling through the spoon drawer. "But I was watching the weather report. By the time you launch, it should be warm." "You got a windbreaker?" Chad asked Anna, his smile growing when she entered the sunlit kitchen. "What do you think I am, a novice?" she asked jauntily. "Just checking, Miss Expertise of the Ocean, navigator of the open seas, charmer of whales and seagulls so they never poop on her passengers' heads." "Hey, no pooping yet. Don't break my good luck streak." "What did I tell you? You're magic, Anna." "Okay, you two, get going," Dad said, "and bring me back a souvenir from the ocean. I just finished making up your sandwiches, too. Added chips and leftover cookies, plus some apples." He held up a picnic basket and a smaller cooler with water bottles and Coca-Cola. "I even iced your drinks." "You should be sleeping in on your day off," Anna chided, "not packing lunches." "Seeing you two together after so long makes me feel like I've gone back in time just a little bit, and these days I like the feeling of nostalgia." "Too bad we can't go back in time and have a do-over with high school where you let me stay up late watching movies, play hooky from class, and throw wild parties?" Judge Hamilton grinned. "Yeah, who cares about math tests and English papers?" "Now you're talking." "It's so sad you missed out on all of that," her father said with irony. Chad leaned against the kitchen counter, chuckling while he watched them bantering. Sounds just like home, he observed. Anna swatted his arm. Like I didn't already know that, smarty. You two get out of here before you miss high tide, her father said. The next few minutes were a flurry of grabbing jackets, the lunch basket, and cooler. Chad packed the back of his red Jeep with the picnic items, right next to the life jackets and oars for the canoe strapped to the top of the Jeep. Then he held the door open for Anna. You're quite the gentleman these days, Anna tossed over her shoulder. My mama's manners are finally sinking in after years of her trying to whoop them into me. Ha! Like your parents actually spanked you. Try another fib on me. Guess you know us all too well. We had pretty great parents, didn't we? I mean, don't we? Anna's words tumbled over each other, and she tried to correct herself, shaking her head futilely. My mother is past tense, while my father is on the verge. A tiny sob caught in her throat, and the road wavered in front of her when Chad pulled down the street. Hey, I knew what you meant, Chad said softly, touching her arm. Anna placed a hand against her burning face. Good grief, I don't know what's wrong with me this morning. I know I'm being completely weird. The tears are right there all the time. Without a word, Chad pulled off the side of the road and put the car into park. Before Anna realized what was happening, he'd reached across the gear shift to enfold her in his arms. She pressed her face against his chest, his shirt soft against her forehead and cheeks, while she held her breath and gulped back the emotion. She was not going to break down into a sobbing mess, but at that moment, the Chad she'd known her entire life was back. Between the verbal sparring over the cookies last night and him holding her close at the very moment she needed him, the awkward strangeness between them disappeared, and it was such a relief. He stroked her hair while she melted against him. Dear Lord, he smelled good. A spicy aftershave mingled with lemon and cinnamon from his mother's kitchen. He was the comfort of her childhood, a familiar security that made her relax and put her worries aside. When the sobs in her throat began to subside, Anna became aware that she was clinging to him, her arms moving to encircle his narrow waist. When Chad caressed her hair, her palms slid up along his back, and she felt him broaden into a set of strong back muscles and wide shoulders. She'd definitely noticed his muscles during that night in his backyard, but in reality, they were even larger and harder than they had appeared under his crisp button-down shirts or the casual t-shirts he wore working around the house. Despite the gear shift between them, Chad's unexpected embrace triggered Anna's nerve endings and lit them on fire. Her mind was a frenzy of crazy thoughts and spine-tingling sensations. The car radio played as if from a distance, while her heart beat fast in her throat. You okay, Anna? Chad's deep voice was close to her ear, his face warm against her own cheek. She didn't dare speak, not wanting to break the spell. She didn't trust herself not to say something idiotic. Chad finally loosened his grip, sliding his big, warm palms along her shoulders and down her bare arms. Anna pulled back slightly, only then realizing that their faces were barely 2 inches apart. She had to hold herself tight and still to keep from touching his hair or running her fingers down his corded neck. Studying her face, Chad's fingers lightly brushed at her hair. Their lips were close, and Anna thought she might explode. How could this be happening? What was wrong with her, with them? This shouldn't be happening at all. It didn't make any sense. What, I... She tried to speak, but Chad gave a slight shake of his head. You don't have to say anything, he told her, his voice low and sensuous. There was no other way to explain it. It was like Chad Garrett had turned into a different person. The skinny teenager had become a hot, sexy man. Anna's eyes dropped to his mouth, and she found herself wondering what Chad's lips would feel like on hers. Her pulse thudded behind her ribcage, and her skin turned both hot and cold. You don't think I'm a basket case? She finally asked. Why would I think that? You and your dad are going through a lot right now. I'm sure you're terrified and life feels pretty uncertain. Anna's emotions were a jumble she couldn't explain. She couldn't make sense of this electrifying connection between them. Perhaps she was confusing fear and grief with the tender concern of a friend. But did Chad have a girlfriend? Past girlfriends? Was there someone special in his life and she'd never asked? Knowing him, he wouldn't volunteer that kind of personal love life information until the engagement party announcements were mailed. And yet, the idea of him with a girlfriend, or a fiancé, disturbed her more than she wanted to admit. I'm always here for you, Anna. I hope you know you can count on me. That same tingle in her lower stomach shot up again. You're a great friend, Chad. You always have been. I hope we can always be friends. His eyes darkened at her words, a set of frown lines appearing on his forehead. Before Anna could ask him what was wrong, he sat up straight and glanced at the rearview mirror. Hey, I should let you sit in your own seat now, and I should probably drive. Biting on her lips, Anna sank against the bucket seat again, the warmth of his arms gone. She must have said something wrong, because Chad's mouth was set in a tense line when he put the car into gear once more and stepped on the gas, causing the truck to shoot forward with a spurt of gravel underneath the tires. Chapter 14. Not wanting to spoil the closeness of the moment they'd just shared, Anna didn't bring attention to the unexpected strain on Chad's face. Instead, she quietly chatted about her job and asked him about his sisters. When the enormous rising rocks of Hopewell Rocks came into view, she leaned forward with a gasp. This place always takes my breath away. Oh, what a gorgeous day, Chad. His shoulders seemed to relax and he gave her a wink, his gaze resting on her longer than usual. Yup, pretty gorgeous. Okay, keep your eyes on the road, buddy, she said, swatting his arm. I like it when you get excited about things. It's cute. I'm cute. Just what a girl wants to hear. Chad's attention focused on the road, which wound downward in sharp curves to the water's edge, but he added, You may not appreciate it like I do, but you're beautiful, Anna. And yes, you also do and say very cute things, too. All right, I'll take that, but you've never told me I was beautiful before. It's not something a teenage boy can say to a girl he's known since they were kids jumping mud puddles and competing in hot dog eating contests. Maybe you'll be glad to know that I've decided not to worry about things like that anymore. You taking more risks? I think I have to, before it's too late. Okay, I'm not touching that remark, Anna said, rolling down the window to let the ocean breeze bathe her hot face. Someday you can tell me all about the women in your life. Chad choked down laughter. You want to know about the women in my life? I could count them on one hand. Are you saying you've had 5 girlfriends? Chad swung the Jeep into the parking lot overlooking the cliffs and put on the brake. The interior of the vehicle turned quiet when he cut the engine and turned in his seat. 5 girlfriends? Are you nuts? Today's Saturday, right? Nope, I'm not nuts on Saturday, only Monday through Friday. He shook his head, a low chuckle rising in his throat. Okay, you want to know about my love life? We used to talk about it in high school. That was high school. Dating was football games and movies and group game nights with parents passing out popcorn and sodas from the kitchen. It was true that the Hartland Cove Community School was so small nobody actually dated or had hookups. Everyone was friends in one big group, especially when their graduating class was a mere 38 students strong. That was then, Chad said softly. This is now, Anna. This is real life. Life feels much too real right now, Anna responded, if you know what I mean. Chad lifted a hand to brush her cheek, then dropped his arms back into his lap, a faint blush on his face. I know exactly what you mean, sweet Anna. Now I'm sweet? Anna couldn't seem to stop herself from needling Chad. She was disconcerted by him and by their changing relationship. Yes, you are. You're sweet. You're beautiful. You're funny. You're a lot of things, and I like every single one of them. I like you too, Chad Garrett. I always have. Chad stared through the windshield, his fists suddenly gripping the steering wheel. Anna leaned toward him. Are you okay? What's going on? I'm confused. I'm perfect, he assured her. Let's say we go pretend we're kids again. Watching him from the corner of her eye, Anna was dying to know what was really going through his mind. Popping open the driver's door and exiting the Jeep, Chad opened the rear hatch to get their gear while Anna locked the side doors. She noted how they were falling into their old routine, just like every time they'd gone on hikes or picnics after Chad got his driver's license. Sunlight slanted sharp and bright on the blue-green ocean. Whitecaps rose and disappeared with every wave that rushed onto the shoreline. It was high tide, so the beach was submerged in 10 feet of water, lapping against the cliffs. Red rock arches and towering formations rose 200 feet off the shoreline, as though rising out of the middle of the sea, like the city of Atlantis coming to life after eons of time. We're lucky, Chad said, after he'd unloaded the oars and life jackets. Nobody else is here yet. We timed it just right. Usually, the incoming tide alarmed folks who hiked the beach and combed the sands for shells. Once the water got to be more than a foot high, people skedaddled, hiking back up the path to retrieve their cars before they were swept away by the current. Ready to lift the canoe down? Chad asked, untying the rope on both ends that had held the boat in place. Take the front end, I'll take the back and follow your lead. Anna scooted around to open the door. She stood on the vehicle's running board to untie the last knot and grasp the nose of the light aluminum boat. Lifting the canoe over their heads, they set it down on the parking lot gravel and then threw the oars and life vests inside, along with a couple of towels, the hamper of food, and the cooler. Don't need the thermos of hot chocolate, Anna observed. It's already hot out here. Chad raised his eyebrows teasingly. Don't jinx our excursion. We'll need it if we get dumped out. That and the blankets I stowed in the back. Can you still swim? Anna pretended to consider the question. I think I can remember how to do the crawl, but what if I have sudden amnesia? You can dog paddle. Now there's a stroke that will come in handy. At least until we get rescued. Aren't you going to rescue me, Chad Garrett? I hope so, Miss Anna Hamilton. There you go into your Rhett Butler impression. That's not Rhett Butler, that's Ashley Wilkes, Chad told her. He's the proper dude. Rhett would just fling you over his shoulder and slog through the water until he drops you onto the wet sand. You are a rascal, Mr. Butler, Anna teased. Now I'm having second thoughts about getting into that boat with you. I'll be a perfect gentleman, I assure you. Anna put a finger to her lips, her eyes latching onto Chad's. Dare I trust you? Implicitly. Now, come on and lift the boat before I throw you both into the water. Aye, aye, Captain. That's Captain Garrett to you. Anna gave a mock salute and stuck her tongue out. He stared down at her mouth. Don't do anything you're not afraid of seeing through to the end. Is that a dare? He lifted his eyebrows in a teasing grin. You may take that whichever way you'd like. Anna took a moment to admire the muscles rippling under Chad's navy blue t-shirt, which fit him perfectly. The last few years had been good to him, she thought with a secret smile. Carrying the boat down was slow work as they trudged down the switchback path, but it wasn't too far until they reached the beach. Slow and easy now, Chad said, as they set the canoe into the lapping water at the edge of the beach. He held the prow with one hand while Anna gingerly stepped in and quickly sat down so as not to rock the canoe. Wipe that sly smile off your face or I'll dunk you right now. Women are supposed to have secret smiles. Did you hear that in a movie? No, I come up with my own good lines once in a while. That you do, Chad agreed, laying the oars along the interior edge of the vessel. It's steady. Go ahead and move forward. I'm out of practice, Anna muttered, sliding to the fore bench seat. She grabbed an oar while Chad got in and dug it into the sand to hold the boat steady for him. Then, working together, they shoved their oars into the water and pulled hard to get past the breakers. A seagull screeched overhead, eyeing their food basket. "Ready, lead navigator?" Chad asked, dipping the second oar. "You can call me Captain Hamilton now." Soon they'd left the wake of waves crashing against the cliffs and settled into rhythmic strokes, heading for the enormous red arch rising from the ocean floor. For several long minutes, they didn't speak while they rode around the perimeter of the towering arch and headed along the stretch of cliffs running parallel to the shoreline. Once they had passed the half moon of sandy beach, the water became peaceful. The crashing waves died down and the sea lapped gently against the hull. Hopewell Rock sat in a cove guarded by the cliffs, the open sea at least a quarter of a mile away from where they were. Anna pulled out her oar and laid it across the bow in front of her knees. "I can't get over how pretty it is today. Why does this place always surprise me, even though we've been here dozens of times?" The focused concentration on Chad's face softened. "All I can say is that Mother Nature is perfect." "But Mother Nature does awful things too. Hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, cancer." "Hey," Chad called gently. "Come here." Anna swallowed the bitter taste of speaking the hated word that was tearing her tiny family to pieces. "Where am I going to go, you silly boy? This boat barely fits the both of us." "Hardly any water movement right now. We can float for a while before the tide starts to recede, and eat lunch." "Is that all you can think about, your stomach?" "It's not the only thing on my mind. Get over here." Anna gave him a mock salute. "Am I the second mate now instead of lead navigator?" "I'll let you be anything you want to be." "Very accommodating of you." She grinned, enjoying their easy banter despite the new undercurrent that was running through their words today. Anna had to admit that it was exciting, and her limbs trembled with the power of the unknown. "That's what happens when it's a perfect afternoon with the prettiest girl in Hartland Cove." "You're such a tease, Chad." He tugged her hand to pull her closer. "I'm not teasing, I'm dead serious." Setting one of the bench cushions on the bottom of the canoe, Chad guided Anna to sit in front of him, spreading out his legs to give her room. "Now sit back against me and close your eyes. Forget every worry and problem. Take a nap, enjoy the sun, then we'll eat." She gave a low laugh, leaning the back of her head against his chest while their legs stretched out along the length of the canoe. "If we have an emergency, will you be able to row on your own?" Chad furrowed his brow. I think I can handle it. Unless we have to dump our luggage. If that doesn't work, I'll have to sacrifice you and throw you overboard." She socked him in the thigh and he grunted. "You're terrible." "Aw, Anna, you know I'd do anything for you." Chad placed his hands along her arms. "I'll sacrifice myself to the sharks to save you if I have to." A lump of emotion filled Anna. She knew he meant it, completely and honestly. Impulsively, she laid her hand on top of his and he clutched her at her fingers, lacing them with his own, and her heart shot into her throat. Exhilaration at the sensation of his touch almost more than she could bear. Their easy banter and teasing were just like when they'd been teenagers, but other aspects of their relationship were definitely changing. They'd never sat like this before, like a couple, like they were on a date. It was confusing, and it was exciting. Anna didn't know how to process her feelings, but she'd have to put that aside like Scarlett O'Hara and think about it tomorrow, allowing herself to just soak in the beauty of today. Hardly a cloud was in the sky, just a wide bowl of deep blue overhead, as if the sky was holding out its arms to cup the world below. "You know, Chad, I don't even know what you're doing these days." "That's the $64,000 question." "It's worth that much?" Anna poked him in the knee and he tightened his grip on her fingers to keep her from tickling him. "Actually, I've been wanting to talk to you about an idea I have for my own business, but you'd have to get your PhD first, otherwise I'll have to leave you out." Anna twisted around to stare at him. "Are you serious?" "Dead serious," he teased. What in the world are you talking about? Since when did you want to run your own business? He gazed at her soberly. Since I got my MBA. Anna held up a finger. Wait a minute. You have your MBA? You have been busy. Ever since I graduated, I've been working for my dad again, but trying to figure out what I want to do. Fishing full time isn't my passion, but neither is sitting in a corporate office behind a desk and having meetings with shareholders to discuss spreadsheets. Not exactly my idea of a good time. Does this mean you are unemployed? Technically, I guess, although Dad pays me a little. It's been a great year for lobster and crab. You practically grew up on the fishin' magician with your dad. I want to have my own vessel, but something completely different. Fish aren't that exciting, only if they're grilled on the barbecue. I remember, she mused, the smell of pulling in hundreds of fish from the sea can get toxic. Chad laughed when Anna wrinkled her nose, remembering the few times she'd gone out with Chad and his father to help with the day's catch. She had to take an extra long shower afterward to get rid of the fishy smell. She used to tease Chad unmercifully about using half a bottle of men's cologne to cover up the odor. Believe me, I remember, he said with a low chuckle. You wouldn't come near me some days. I was probably such a mean girl making fun of you. You could have been worse, he admitted with a wink. I'll let that remark go, Captain Garrett, Anna said primly. Back to the subject at hand. Instead of fishing, what will you do? I think the Bay of Fundy has more whale tour boats than any other body of water on the Atlantic. No, not whale tours. I'd never make any money at that. But about a year ago, I discovered a company called Dreams. It's an international company I've been researching for quite some time now. I've also contacted the CEO, a guy named Caleb Davenport, to help me set up my service, and I hired a designer to create a personal page on Dreams for my brand new company. A light bulb came on inside Anna's brain, and she sat straight upright, turning her head to look at Chad's face. I've heard of Dreams. You can purchase merchandise from all over the world, right? For super inexpensive, like a discount store, except it's online and you can get the coolest stuff from countries I've never even heard of. That's it exactly. So, how can Dreams help you get a boat? And, how do you make an income with a ship of your own if you're not whale watching or fishing for lobster? An eager animation lit up Chad's face. I want to take touring to a whole new level. I'm thinking of creating a luxury vessel limited to 25 or 30 passengers. I'll have to get a crew, decorate some nice sleeping cabins, and hire a great chef. But it'll be an excursion with a doctor of marine biology. Kind of like a research trip, but no homework or reports, of course. Chad lifted his lips into a small smile. I'd take them to the dolphin cove, get listening apparatus to hear the dolphins talk to each other, go to the tide pools. The passengers would get to hold sea life, starfish and seahorses in their hands, do some scuba diving or snorkeling for the more adventurous ones, drop anchor at one of the islands or an inlet, have live music and dancing one evening. Okay, I'm just rattling away now. Sorry, I don't mean to bore you. Bore me? Are you kidding? That sounds like a fantastic idea. So creative and different. Like a cruise ship, except with the twist of exploring marine life and biology up close and personal. There could be nightly talks about the ocean and the sea life we'd seen during the day, with questions and answers between the guests and crew. Um, Chad paused. That's where you come in, Anna. Me? A fizzy sensation bubbled up her stomach. What do you mean? You're the marine biologist. You'd be perfect. You've been working for Captain Newell the last few years. I don't have my degree yet. So finish it, Chad said simply. Easier said than done. I've been refusing Dad's help. He started chemo and we're both dreading how bad the next few months could get. But he told me a few weeks ago that there's an inheritance coming from my grandparents, my mother's parents who live in Toronto, something I never knew about. He says I can get it on my 25th birthday. See, Anna, your dream is going to happen. Maybe mine will too. Good news is, I've already got some investors interested through the Dreams app. That's incredible! And only now you decide to mention it? He shrugged, but his shy smile grew. I'm trying to be cautiously optimistic. It's going to take me at least 3 years to get the boat, outfit it, hire the right crew, advertise, and open up my first season. His warm fingers ran lightly along the skin of her arm. Just about the time you graduate. Shivers ran down Anna's body at his touch. She held herself still, not wanting him to stop. I admire you for having such a unique idea. It sounds thrilling. A dream enterprise and a dream job for me, if we didn't get sick of each other and end up with a mutiny. Not gonna happen, my Spitfire girl. I'm spending all my free time creating a business plan with Mr. Davenport. I decided to throw caution away and just do it. We only live once, I suppose, Anna agreed softly. Dad and I are making a bucket list before he gets too sick to enjoy it. I'd like to be part of your bucket list. Of course you will be, Anna told him softly, twisting around to look at him. He gripped her hand, gazing into her face. We'd make a pretty good team, don't you think? The only hurdle is coming up with a great name for our little ship. Anna tried to swallow past her dry throat. That's the only hurdle? Well, he drawled with a laugh. Maybe there are one or two more things to figure out. This inexplicable feeling of closeness with Chad, including her sudden physical attraction, was a feeling Anna had never expected. As a kid, she'd always figured that one day she and Chad would move away, marry total strangers, and never see each other again. But wasn't she also attracted to Michael Madden, that elusive stranger in town? Dinner, she suddenly said, not answering Chad's question. His eyebrows shot up. You want to eat dinner? We still have lunch sitting here. I mean, our dinner with Elise and that other guy, her date, my date. She struggled for the right words that wouldn't offend Chad. I mean, our double date. Yeah, I remember. I'm thinking Sunday night. Elise and I both have that day off. Chad's expression was completely unreadable. No more talking, he finally said. Eat your sandwich. The tide is going down and we're almost to the tide pools. We'll only have a little while before we have to get back to the parking lot. Otherwise, we'll be carrying this canoe for an arduous mile-long hike when the water recedes back into the ocean. Chapter 15. After eating ham sandwiches, Anna and Chad tied off the canoe around a large rock at the cliff line. The sea level was only a few feet deep now. Anna jumped from wet rock to wet rock, Chad following until they reached a sandy inlet where they could walk without getting drenched up to their thighs. This is one of my favorite places, she said. Dad used to bring me here until I started junior high, and homework and friends and soccer got in the way. Ah, yes, the good old piano days when I was forced to wait on the couch while you finished homework so we could get back to building our treehouse. Yeah, that was torture for you, all right. I don't have one iota of sympathy for you. Dad was a stickler when it came to perfect homework assignments. Chad laughed and grasped her hand, navigating the pools of water, their feet squishing in the foot-high water lapping about their calves. I get no compassion. When they skirted an outcropping of rocks, a small tide pool lay in the shadows of the cliff. Anna kicked off her water shoes and knelt in the damp sand. Every time she lifted a knee, a small depression in the sand left a watery circle. Look, we're leaving water dimples in the sand. She paused mid-sentence, her throat suddenly constricting. The strangest feeling came over her when her heart began to thud against her ribs. What's wrong? Chad crouched next to Anna while she stared into the dark circle of shallow water. 3 starfish leisurely crawled across the bottom of the pool, along with a snail and a sea sponge, as well as several pink and green sea anemones. I'm having the most peculiar moment of déjà vu, Anna said slowly. Chad pointed to a corner of the tide pool. Look, he said softly. Buried under these pebbles are a couple of mussels. When the water laps the sides of the pool, the sea tugs them up out of the sand.
Gently, Anna ran a light finger along the back of a pale pink starfish. It recoiled, undulating underneath the shining dark water. A sudden tear rolled down her face. Good grief, where did that come from? Embarrassed, she quickly swiped it away with the back of her hand. You okay? Chad touched her chin and lifted her eyes to his. Seeing these beautiful creatures is enough to make anybody weep. Anna tasted salt on her lips from the tears. It's not the starfish or the sea anemones that's making me emotional. She wrapped her arms around her knees, rocking backward on the flat stone ridge surrounding the tide pool. I just realized that it wasn't my father who brought me here for the first time like I've always assumed. It was my mother. Just now I had an image of her crouching next to me in pink shorts and a white blouse. Her sleeves were rolled up and she was holding an anemone in the palm of her hand, showing me all the details of its fronds and soft, frothy spikes. Anna, that's incredible. You've never remembered that before? She shook her head. Why did I remember that now? Why today? Just one of those unexpected tender mercies. Maybe it's because my dad was talking about her the other night. He told me more about what happened in the accident that took her life. Chad's face grew sober. You mean there's more to it you didn't know? The world around Anna seemed to recede and then sharpen again. I don't think he knew how to tell me. It's not something you just say when your daughter is a child. Oh, by the way, your mother's accident was even worse than you think. Perhaps your father wants to tell you everything he can if he only has a short time left. Do you want to talk about it? Anna tried to stuff down the emotion, but fresh tears spilled like drops of seawater down her cheeks. He told me that my mother was going to have a baby when the driver hit us. My dad, they lost a son. Before Anna could take another breath, she was surrounded by Chad's warm arms, enfolded in a cocoon of strength and comfort while he stroked her hair and laid his chin against the top of her head. Anna couldn't stop herself from holding tightly to him, her pounding heart slowing as he spoke in a soothing voice. I'm so sorry, Anna. These past few weeks have been tough on you and your dad. I wish I could do something more to help you. You're doing a pretty good job, actually, Rhett Butler. For some reason, the nickname set off a burst of shared hilarity. When they tried to suppress the laughter, Anna lost her balance and both of them fell straight onto the wet sand, puddles of tide pools all around them. Anna's right side was instantly soaked as she gave up and lay there sprawled next to Chad. Long seconds passed, and Anna held her breath, not daring to move or speak. This man she'd known her entire life had appeared again with a whole new set of dimensions and dreams, and a tenderness that was exactly what she needed. Hey, Anna. Chad shifted just enough to keep holding her. His heart beat against her own, and their legs entwined as they lay on the tiny beach near the cliff walls. He caressed her back, soothing away her tears in the most gentle of ways. Normally, Anna would have been mortified, but Chad didn't make her feel embarrassed at all. Slowly, her hands crept around his waist, and her heart shot into her throat. Go ahead and cry, he said softly. I just want to protect you from your dark thoughts. Besides, we're already soaking wet and we're alone, so who cares? No one's going to see us. A tiny bubble of laughter rose up her throat. We're not only wet, but I'll bet we'll end up looking like sand zombies. Chad lifted a shoulder. Good thing sand dries. We can brush it off when we get back to the Jeep. Your beautiful Jeep will be a mess. Yeah, but I think it'll get over it. Plus, a vacuum works wonders. But will your mother get over it? A sudden hiccup, thanks to her earlier tears, came out in a laugh. You have this big family, Chad. 3 sisters and your mom and dad, while my family is shrinking by the minute. Anna pulled back to look into Chad's deep brown eyes. I had a brother and never knew it for all these years. Maybe God sent you to me to be the brother I never got to know. Anna's eyes dropped to his mouth. Chad's lips were mesmerizing. Their shape, their perfect width. She wondered how they would fit against her own lips, and her face tingled from the crazy idea of kissing him. Then she realized that Chad was frowning. His eyes had become stormy and dark. Maybe it was the cloud floating past the sun, but it was obvious he wasn't happy. "What's wrong, Chad? What did I say?" "It's probably time to get up." He sat up, extricating his arms from around her to brush off the damp sand clinging to his limbs and torso. Jumping to her feet, Anna tried to brush the sticky clumps of sand from her legs. Goosebumps broke out on her arms when a breeze rose off the water. She was sorry the quiet, tender moment was over. She glanced at his face, worry nagging at her. "You're upset, Chad. Tell me. Whatever I did, I'm sorry." He let out a curse word in a low, angry tone, and Anna sucked in a breath. She'd never heard him swear before in her life. He'd always been the perfect gentleman, the ultimate good guy, a best friend to everyone, service project organizer, senior class president. She must have done something terrible to elicit this response. "I've hurt you, and I don't even know what I did." He shook his head without speaking. The indentations from their bodies where Chad had been holding her were only empty hollows now. Ocean water began to seep inside. Soon, the imprints would be erased forever, as if the close embrace had never happened. "Anna," Chad finally said, his eyes fastening onto hers. "I don't want to be your brother. I never did." Anna stood stock still, frozen into silence. How simple and poignant his words were, and yet so emotional and truthful. Chad had laid his feelings on the line, and how had she treated him? Exactly like a plaything, taking him for granted. She'd wanted his comforting arms, to be held, to have her sorrow eased, to be taken seriously, but she hadn't taken him seriously. Anna had freely appropriated his tender compassion, demanded it actually, but she'd brushed off the signs he'd been giving her all day. It was so obvious how carelessly she had treated his feelings. "Chad, I don't know what to say. I had no idea." "Remember when I said that I can count the number of important women in my life on one hand?" he asked in a low voice that startled her. Anna gulped down the tug of fear grabbing at her heart. "Yes?" she whispered. This boy she'd known her entire life was speaking the truth from his heart to her, and it was important, and she was terrified. Chad spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Anna wanted to feel those strong fingers brush the skin of her face once more, but she knew it was too late. He'd taken a big step back from her, even though he'd opened up his heart to her earlier. Anna didn't think she'd ever seen him close himself off from her in this way before. His expression was both solemn and agitated. "There are 5 women who have always meant everything to me," Chad went on, spreading one hand to count his fingers, the clouds casting a shadow over the sun. "Women I'll always love, no matter what. Women I'd die for if I had to. My mother, my 3 sisters, and you, Anna." His eyes latched onto hers, and Anna's heart jammed into her throat. "Always you." She couldn't even begin to respond. The tender core of Chad's heart was too powerful, too vulnerable to even attempt a response. Anything she said would only diminish his words, and she cared about him too much to hurt him even further. But now he was standing in front of her, waiting for her to say something. Finally, she croaked his name. "Chad," but nothing else came out. A moment of painful silence followed. "Come on, Anna, it's time to go." His voice was hollow and curt. "If we don't leave now, we'll get stuck. Or drown with the next high tide." He turned away and threw the remains of their lunch into the canoe. Without looking at her, he untied the rope where the boat bobbed on top of 3 feet of water. Anna wanted to force him to stop, to let her explain. But what was there to explain? A war of emotions flared inside her chest. He was no longer a goofy teenage boy, but a wholly grown man, brilliant and accomplished, with deeper feelings than she'd ever known. Anna had relished the embraces, had stared in awe at his fully masculine body, the chiseled and handsome face with a mouth that intrigued her and kept drawing her eyes. But all those aspects about Chad had left her confused and unsure. There had been moments when she thought he was about to kiss her, and she had wanted him to kiss her, but he hadn't. Chad was the kind of man who wouldn't, not until he was sure of her first. A tense silence lay between them when they climbed into the canoe. Gone was the camaraderie and fun. Despite the obvious hurt on his face, she wasn't worried that Chad would ever betray her confidences. He'd always been a friend she could trust. He'd never taken anything about her frivolously. He wasn't a thoughtless person, just the opposite, actually. Even now, despite the obvious pain and hurt in his statement, she had faith in him. She trusted him. There was only one question left to answer. Was Chad Garrett the kind of man who could make a girl forget about the enigmatic and handsome Michael Madden? Despite his elusive appearances around town, the day on the whale tour with him had been special, and she'd been drawn to him. Was it possible to be attracted to 2 men at the same time? Anna was more confused than ever. Chapter 16. The return trip to the parking lot was filled with an uncomfortable silence. All the fun and adventure of the day had disappeared. The blue skies were now harsh and unforgiving. She should have said something, anything, but Chad had caught her off guard. Although, if she was honest with herself, he actually hadn't. He'd been giving her signs all day. What could she have said to make him feel better? To explain her thoughtless words when she couldn't figure out her own feelings? When she had no idea what she herself wanted? She couldn't lie to him, or give him hope of something more than friendship. Not yet. Instead, she'd acted stupid and superficial, completely the opposite of thoughtful. She had cast off Chad's feelings as though they didn't matter. Their relationship would be distant and awkward all over again, and it was her fault. She'd been perfectly willing to let him hold her while she daydreamed about what he'd taste like if he kissed her. He'd wiped her tears, listened with concern, and then she'd let him tackle her onto the sand to hold her, while she wept over the unexpected and vivid memory of her mother. He knew her most vulnerable feelings, and she didn't mind, had never minded. Chad had always been her best friend, the boy she'd always counted on. But when he'd exposed his heart, she could only stammer and stutter. She was a jerk. That's all there was to it. Anna pulled her oar through the water, hitting the bottom of the ocean floor as the canoe dropped with the lowering tide. She cleared her throat. Guess it's time to get out and walk the canoe back to the parking lot. Almost, Chad replied in a simple monotone. Beach is almost here. Oh, yeah, right. I can see the rock arch now. Sure enough, the curve of the shoreline was in sight. 10 more powerful strokes, and they were there. Anna jumped out, splashing up to her ankles as one of the last waves broke across the beach, signaling the final minutes before they'd be riding on top of the sand. They stood in silence for a moment, watching the ebb and flow of the ocean as the waves moved far beyond the majestic rocks. The beach was soggy, but quickly drying under the hot sun now that the tide was going out. Working together, but not speaking, Anna helped Chad haul the canoe up the incline to the parking lot and strapped it back onto the Jeep. After brushing sand off their legs, shaking out the damp towels, and stowing the lunch basket and cooler,
They climbed into their respective seats. "Are you tired? Do you want me to drive?" Anna volunteered. "No," came the quick response. A simple, hard syllable that made Anna cringe. Chad drove fast, as if eager to get this day behind him, as if eager to get rid of her. Anna's eyes blurred as she stared at the dotted white highway lines back to Hartland Cove. She sat stiffly, thigh muscles clenched, hands curled into fists. Chad rolled down his window and turned up the volume on the radio, obviously wanting to drown out the silence with hard rock. Anna didn't think she'd ever seen him so angry. Or maybe anger was merely covering up his anguish. Even so, Chad was still a gentleman when he pulled into her driveway under the aspens and opened her door for her. He helped carry her belongings to the front porch, but not once did he meet her eyes. She whispered a goodbye, and then Chad jumped back into the Jeep, reversing down her driveway, only to pull back into his own driveway. He slammed the Jeep door while she stood on the porch, watching him. Anna wanted a redo. She wanted to start the day all over again. But really, what would she do or say that was any different? She'd still let him hold her. She'd still cry on his shirt. And she still wouldn't know what to tell him when he said that he'd never wanted to be her brother. Anna took a long hot shower to get rid of the sand and dirt and sweat. She washed her hair and put it up in a turban towel to dry, then tugged on fresh shorts and a yellow t-shirt with an image of dolphins jumping out of a wave. Dad texted her to ask her to meet him for dinner at a fast food restaurant outside of town. Quickly combing out her wet hair, Anna grabbed her keys and jumped into her car. Anything to get away from her self-inflicted wounds and morbid thoughts. On the way out the door, she spotted her father's briefcase on the entry table. He was already working on paperwork for an early retirement from his judgeship to go into effect in 3 months. She hated everything about the future, but eyeing his briefcase made Anna think about Michael. She still needed to invite him to their double-date dinner, but she had no idea how to find him. After today's excursion had turned out so badly with Chad, going to dinner tomorrow evening was going to be the worst. When Anna parked at the restaurant and climbed out of the car, she caught sight of a dark head in a red sports car pulling out. It was Michael Madden. Her breath caught and she paused at the curb to wave her arms to signal him to stop. "Hey!" she called out. But Michael didn't seem to see her as he glided out of the parking lot and back onto the street. Anna jogged toward the front of the store, shielding her eyes against the sun. It was him. She knew it was. Had he not recognized her? Dad had already secured a table when Anna walked into the restaurant, and she slid into the booth warily, placing a fist under her chin. "I swear I just saw Michael Madden in the parking lot." The moment she spoke the words, Anna realized that she had never actually brought the man's name up before with her father. They had never discussed Michael. Dad raised startled eyes. "Yes, he dropped me off, actually. But how do you know Michael Madden?" Well, we sort of crashed into each other downtown about a week ago. Then he took a whale tour." "Interesting." Her father didn't seem to find it all that unusual. That was merely the way it was in tiny Hartland Cove, because everybody knew everyone else. "So why did Michael drop you off just now?" Anna echoed. "How did that happen?" "We had a meeting this afternoon." She cocked her head, confused. "You're conducting business on a Saturday?" "He's on a time crunch with some government paperwork. We met to finalize and do signatures. Thankfully, my secretary could come in for a few minutes and act as notary." "Sounds ominous." "No, perfectly legal, perfectly above board." Dad smiled at her, amusement playing on his face. "If you say so." "I say so," he said with a quick laugh. "Don't worry about it, Anna. He's a good man." "I never said he wasn't. In fact, he and I had a great time chatting on the tour boat. I was interested in spending more time with him, but he's been a little elusive. I'd begun to wonder if he'd left town already. He'll be leaving soon, I believe. Ah, here's our food. I went ahead and ordered before you arrived. I hope that's all right. Platters of fried chicken, coleslaw, and biscuits arrived, the waitress setting them down and taking Anna's drink order while leaving a glass of ice water on a coaster. Where is he staying? The bed and breakfast? She added casually, knowing full well he didn't have a room there because she'd actually called. Her father slathered butter and honey on his biscuit. Rented a houseboat down at the pier. That explains it, she said, chiding herself for not realizing this option, especially when he'd come down to the dock so quickly that first day for a whale tour. What's so funny? Nothing. Anna took a bite and tried to stay casual. The food was good, but she could only get halfway through her meal. I think I'm going to need a takeaway box. Her father had stopped eating too. His appetite was much lighter these days. Too much sun today, sweetheart? I guess, she said sheepishly, thinking about Michael and then immediately thinking about Chad. Worrying about Chad. A curious sensation washed over her. A longing for him to pull her into his arms and wrap her up in that incredible embrace all over again. She tried to mentally shake away the events of the day. How nice it would be to have a box she could put her scrambled thoughts into and lock them away to figure out later. Now she gazed at her dad, taking mental snapshots of the most important person in her life. She wanted to make sure her memories didn't disappear when he left this world. What are you staring at? He asked, pouring dressing onto his salad. Just trying to memorize you, she admitted, for that time in the future when I can't look at you across the dinner table. Oh, Anna, he said, reaching for her hand. I don't want you to be morbid. I want you to fight this illness as hard as you fight your cases and the attorneys in court. I want you to walk me down the aisle and give me away when I get married. And what if that's 10 years in the future? His eyes tightened. I'm fighting, Anna girl, I promise you. But the war may already be over. Nope, the first battle has only just begun. The end is a long way off. He changed the subject. Maybe we should go into Fredericton and see a movie at the Cineplex, get our minds off things. She sighed. I'm pretty tired after today, not sure if I'll be able to move my arms tomorrow. It's been a long time since I've done that much rowing. Did you have fun at Hopewell Rocks? Yes, she hedged. Her father lifted an eyebrow. That's not what I usually hear after a day canoeing with Chad. Usually you're talking a mile a minute about everything you saw and did. We made it to the tide pools, Anna admitted. I had a memory that came out of the blue. I remembered Mom taking me there, showing me starfish and anemones and purple dancing seaweed. I could see her cloud of hair, the pure white of her blouse. But as soon as I blinked, it was gone. Dad went still, his fork poised over his dinner. I've never heard you say something like this before. I'm very glad. I've always wanted you to have more memories of your mother. It was strange. I ended up crying on Chad's shoulder. Anna's face burned all over again. But the day ended kind of badly. She stopped, trying to figure out the right words, but not wanting to go into the gory details. Dad, Chad pretty much confessed his feelings for me. A slow smile crept over her father's face. I've known that for years. What? Anna blinked, blindsided by the admission. I'm a father. I have intuition about these things. I see the way he looks at you. He adores you. It feels weird to talk about this with you, but I wasn't expecting it at all. I was so surprised that I ended up hurting his feelings. I'm sorry to hear that, her father said softly. He wouldn't talk to me the entire way home. He'll get over it. Anna shook her head slowly. I'm not sure he will. I may have just lost him. Dad shook his head. Not Chad. You've been friends for too long.
You can't continue being friends with someone when your relationship turns upside down, or when you're interested in someone else.
Okay, now I'm the one that's surprised. He leaned back in his chair. Are you involved with someone from the university that you've been keeping secret?
No, I never got serious with anyone I dated at university. But when Michael took that whale tour, I had a great time talking with him. We have a lot in common. He wishes he'd gotten a degree in marine biology too. And, well, I also saw our name on a brief he accidentally dropped on the sidewalk.
You did, eh?
Dad took a sip of his ice water and then carefully wiped his mouth with his napkin. So, have you been meeting with him regularly or what? It all seems so mysterious.
Not mysterious at all. We've met in my office on several legal matters.
Can I ask what it was about?
Dad snorted. You know better than to ask. Highly confidential.
Highly, huh? Anna said, cocking her chin. That's a tidbit of information.
Strike that, counselor. Confidential, that's all. Client-attorney privilege.
Anna absent-mindedly tore her napkin into shreds. I've been thinking, why does a man like Michael Madden travel such a great distance to consult with a judge on a personal matter?
Why are you assuming it's personal?
It just struck me as that. I mean, have you ever even heard of the guy before? Did he look you up in the white pages? Her father lifted his eyebrows like Perry Mason in a television courtroom.
Are you considering changing careers and becoming a detective?
Anna grinned. Of course not. Whales are much safer than a detective's life.
Only if you don't get into the water with them, or try to hang on to their fins while they dive 1,000 feet down.
Touché, but I still want to know why our name was on that file he had.
Probably just a note with my telephone number at the office.
Anna said, pointing to the ordering counter. Want some ice cream? It's been a hot day.
Sounds good.
I'd like to find him, she went on. Michael Madden, that is. Her father glanced up at her face.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
You've had close personal meetings with him, more than one, and you just told me that you can vouch for him.
He's a very nice young man, but vouching for him isn't the issue.
What is the issue? Anna asked.
He doesn't plan on staying in Hartland very long.
Maybe I can give him a reason to stay for a while, Anna said coyly. Her father wagged a finger in mock sternness.
Guess I can't interfere with the affairs of the heart, but I feel pretty protective of your heart.
After spending some time with him, I keep wondering if it could turn into something more than just an acquaintance.
Now you sound like you're 35 years old instead of 25.
You underestimate the new generation, Dad.
I'm learning that every single day. But I love you, sweetheart, and don't want to see you get hurt. I understand that you need to see what could come, but be careful and know that when it's all over, I'll still be here. And so will Chad.
Thanks, Dad. I appreciate that.
He held up his arms. Hands off, promise. But ice cream will make all this much more palatable. Ice cream is one treat that doesn't upset my stomach with these evil chemo pills.
Dad handed over his wallet. Anna snatched it up and went to order ice cream, casting him a grin over her shoulder. Chapter 17. After dinner with her father, Anna went home and changed into a lavender sundress. She released her ponytail to brush her hair out and add a few silky waves with a curling iron. Putting aside her shorts and sweatshirts, Anna was a different person, dressing up in the hopes of running into Michael. She wasn't just the cute girl next door tonight, even if her world had been turned upside down with Chad. His silence pained her more than she wanted to admit. She slid into the driver's seat of her car, excited, unsettled, a ball of anticipation in her stomach. Heading past the Garrett's house, she flicked her eyes over but didn't see anyone. Why did she and Chad have to grow up and become adults with emotions and hormones that ran so deeply? Their relationship had never been complicated before, just easy and natural and exuberant.
The polar opposite of dull or boring. But now, had he actually loved her all these years? Had he been holding these feelings close to his heart like her father intimated, right under her nose? Talk about somebody who could keep a secret. Chad had never breathed a word. He'd taken a risk today, reaching out to her with a powerful affection that rose from the depths of his heart. With a few starkly honest words, Anna had been forced to recognize what he'd been hiding behind those chocolate brown eyes of his all these years. His love for her. He wanted her. Good grief, Chad Garrett was in love with her. Anna's entire world, the premise of her life, was in a state of disarray. And yet, she'd been so willing to leap into Chad's arms all day. She'd welcomed his touch and fantasized about his lips. Was there something wrong with her to be remembering her day with Chad while driving into town to search for Michael? Before Anna left the house, Elise had sent a text. Elise, what day and time is dinner? Did you already choose a restaurant? I have a craving for seafood. Gotta get lobster in New Brunswick, right? And can we go dancing afterward? Anna, as soon as I find Michael, I'll let you know what the final details are. Elise, I'm dying to get out of the house and leave my adorable charge to her father. Anna, try not to be so obviously eager, okay? Elise, I'm the picture of decorum, the perfect nanny. Crystal and I even built a castle out of Legos today. You'd be proud of me, but I need a change of scenery, even if the Newells have a fantastic swimming pool and all-you-can-eat walk-in pantry and fridge. Anna, you can actually walk into the refrigerator? Elise, ha ha. Anna, eat a steak for me. Dad and I settled for fast food chicken. Elise, is Chad the guy you grew up with? The boy that's kind of like a brother? Anna couldn't possibly begin to respond to that, so she ignored it. Anna, I think you only want to go out to dinner so you can have an excuse to drive around searching for Denny. You have no sense of staying undercover. Elise, I know what I'm doing. Anna, that's debatable, but I'll text again when I have info. Good night. Elise, call me, even if it's midnight. Driving out of town on her mission to find Michael, Anna noted there was still plenty of daylight, despite it being close to 8 p.m. Sunset wasn't until almost 9. She was glad for the time to be alone and think. The evening was cooling after the heat of the day, and the air through her open window was refreshing. She let out a few deep breaths when she arrived at the marina. The sun morphed into a ball of orange, throwing rays of red and yellow onto the glittering water. Cruising past fishing boats, sailboats, and tour boats, she finally arrived at the rental yachts. The boats rocked gently, bumping against the piers with soft creaking noises. Acting just like the detective her father accused her of becoming, Anna parked and locked her car doors. Her cheeks grew hot. She didn't want to appear as though she were stalking him. Even though Dad had said Michael was renting a houseboat, she hoped that was still true and he hadn't moved his accommodations to Fredericton. If she couldn't find the elusive man, she'd need to find another male for their double date. Perhaps Chad had a friend who was home this summer. She'd have to go through their old high school yearbook and see if some of the guys were around. She spotted the jewel of the ocean, dark except for a couple of outside lamps on the deck. A chilly breeze came up. Anna rubbed her arms, vowing to reach the end of the pier and then head back home if she was unsuccessful. Feeling a bit ridiculous now, she wandered the docks on the off chance she'd run into Michael. Even so, there were only a couple dozen or so houseboats, not hundreds. People tended to sit on deck in the evenings and enjoy dinner or the sunset, so there was a good chance of her spotting Michael if he was lounging on his deck. Just before she got back to the return path that led to the parking lot, a male voice called out, "Hey there!" Anna whirled on her toes. Someone tall and definitely of the male species was standing on one of the boats,
watching her pass by on the walkway. The yacht was a 30-footer named Ocean Runner, all decked out with glowing lamps, plush deck chairs, and a quivering mast above the main cabin. Hello? She called out tentatively. It's Michael, Anna. Come aboard and say hello. Michael? This boat is gorgeous, or should I call it a luxury liner? She joked as she walked to the gangway. I'm renting it from a local guy named Ethan Miles. Guess he's one of those wealthy descendants of the town founders and isn't using it this summer. Anyway, it's a beauty. I've always dreamed of living on a boat. That makes two of us. He took her hand and helped her across the gap onto the boat. We're alike in that way, right? Yeah, marine biology and stuff, Anna said awkwardly. We talked about that when you took the tour on the whaling ship. That was a great afternoon, and you look pretty great tonight, too. That's a good color on you, but I think you're getting cold. He put his arm around her and rubbed at her shoulders with a warm hand. The gesture was kind, but a little awkward. Anna couldn't figure out why after their time on the tour, when they'd laughed and talked so easily. I'll thaw out when I get home later, she said, trying to hint that she'd love a tour of the boat. Come downstairs and warm up for a few minutes. I have hot cocoa ready to drink, or a hot toddy if that sounds better, he added with a wink. If you were expecting company, I'll take off. I don't want to intrude. You're not intruding at all. Please, come in. His starched white shirt was open at the neck, the last of the sunset glowing off his handsome features. The open white shirt was very sexy, his throat just begging to be kissed. I came up on deck to check that everything had been stowed and locked for the night when I saw you coming down the pier. I've been wondering where you've been keeping yourself, Anna confessed. Despite her knowledge of his meetings with her father, she didn't plan on spilling what she knew, which was basically a whole lot of nothing, actually. Lots of business. I'm here to help my father sell off some assets and purchase others. Sounds complicated and busy. It's nice to have someone to talk to, besides attorneys, of course. The stairs were narrow as they dropped down into the living quarters. At the landing, Michael stopped to take Anna's hand and help her maneuver the last few steps in her strappy high heels. His hand was warm around her cold fingers, but Anna didn't feel anything in particular despite curiosity about him. A tiny part of her was disappointed. Perhaps she was the kind of girl who had to get to know someone better to feel more sparks. Which made her think of the sparks that had flown between her and Chad when they'd gone out on the canoe, until everything had turned sour and sad. At the bottom of the carpeted steps, Anna moved into an open living room. The lower deck furnishings were beautiful. Couches in deep blue velvet sat in intimate conversation positions, while rich cherry and glass end tables held lighted lamps. Wow, this is certainly a luxury boat. A true luxury boat would be twice this size, but it's perfect for a couple. Enormous for one person, though. Anna ran a finger along the rich paneled walls. Nice to get it all to yourself. A gas fireplace lay at one end of the room, and the big screen television hanging on the wall was tuned to a movie station. A bar was situated at the far end next to a dining table, and Anna spotted the kitchen through a set of swinging doors. But it's always better to share, Michael countered, striding toward the bar where he opened cupboards and pulled out glasses. Anna gulped. Was that an innocent comment or innuendo for something else? A moment later, Michael brought over 2 hot drinks. Have a seat and an Irish coffee. Anna took a tentative sip. It didn't taste spiked. Goodness, why was she being so suspicious? Her dad knew Michael and hadn't warned her away from him. Even so, she said, I really shouldn't stay. It's already dark. You never know who might be lurking, she added with a laugh that sounded juvenile to her own ears. Except for wandering tourists, she thought, and other strangers in town, like Philip and Eddie, the 2 Hollywood men, and some man running around with amnesia, although she'd heard that Sandrine, who ran the lighthouse, had been tending the ill man. Did you walk all the way here? Michael asked. No, my car is parked about half a mile from here. She set down her drink and smiled brightly. I'm glad I ran into you, actually. I was talking to a couple of other friends, local friends, and we'd love to make a foursome for dinner at the Lobster House.
That sounds great, he said easily. I'd love to have some company. Rocking myself to sleep each night on a boat gets a little lonely.
Will you be in town long? I mean, please stay as long as you like, she added, trying to sound casual. Hit all the whale tours, eat at the Strickland Family Fry Shack. Hartland's citizens will always take your tourist dollars.
Michael laughed. I'm here for another week before I have to return to the real world. Meanwhile, it's been nice to get away. Hartland Cove is idyllic.
Anna lifted an eyebrow. Only the tourists believe that fallacy.
A person's hometown is always boring, right? What day were you thinking of for dinner?
How about tomorrow night? He made a show of shaking his head as if making a hard decision.
I guess I can always record my favorite Sunday night shows. The television set comes with a DVR.
Anna's smile became a laugh. Yeah, Sundays usually have a great lineup. I'd hate to tear you away.
Believe me, I've done more television watching since I got to Hartland Cove than in the last 5 years combined.
You need to get out more. Michael held Anna's gaze.
It's perfect timing for a night out on the town, especially with a couple of beautiful women.
You're a tease, she told him, but you'll have to share with a guy named Chad Garrett.
Competition, huh? No problem.
Michael seemed to have confidence and plenty to spare. Anna gave a little shrug. We're more of a daytime enterprise around here. You have to go to Toronto for some real nightlife, but that's about a 10-hour drive.
Unless we had a private plane. Do you know any plain old ordinary millionaires with an M? Anna teased. Not anymore. They tried to kill me when I swiped their plane out of the hangar.
Anna laughed again. Handsome rich guys at college weren't usually known for their sense of humor. They were usually too full of themselves, and Michael spoke easily and casually.
Hey, I have a rental car that will fit all 4 of us comfortably. How about if I pick up Chad and you girls?
That would be perfect, thank you. Elise and I will be at my house, and Chad is my next-door neighbor. Do you have a pen? I'll jot down my address. He rummaged in a drawer at the corner desk, retrieving a pen and scrap of paper. Anna scribbled the house number and street name.
I'll walk you back to your car, Anna, Michael offered. I won't allow you to walk in the dark by yourself, no matter how harmless Hartland Cove might be.
You're very thoughtful. Anna was actually relieved at the offer. It was now completely dark outside the yacht's windows, and she didn't relish tramping through the empty gravel parking lot alone. When she ascended the first step of the staircase leading back to the deck, Anna peeked into the ship's lower quarters, but the guest rooms were unlit and shadowy, the doors half closed. Michael grasped her hand and she followed him up. They crossed the gangway and headed toward the parking lot. He pointed to the distant shoreline now soaked in moonlight.
I've seen joggers and late-night lovers park here and then head down to the beach.
During my jogging days, the year I ran track in high school, I came down to the beach to run. Sand is a great way to build up your endurance.
I never did track, but I played a pretty mean basketball.
I can imagine that with your height. Anna had the sudden realization that both Michael and Chad were the same height. About 6'3", she estimated. She suddenly missed Chad. Desperately, she wished they hadn't ended their day on such rotten terms. She should have said something. Anything. Where did you grow up?
Oh, a lot of places. Houston, Atlanta, New York City, most recently LA.
I figured you were American when we first met. Collided on the sidewalk.
Michael laughed. I trust you fully recovered?
No lasting damage, Anna quipped.
My car's right here. I'll drive you back to your vehicle.
Michael pressed a button on the keyring and the doors unlocked. Interior lights flashed as he swept his hand toward the door.
After you, milady.
Anna slid into the leather bucket seat, noting the luxury of the Mustang with every electronic gadget and navigation tool lit up on the dash. When Michael walked around the back of the car, she realized that he dropped her hand somewhere along the way, but she had been completely unaware. That was strange. She was usually hyper-aware when a man held her hand. He'd helped her up the stairs and along the gangway, but after that she drew a blank. They'd been chatting about cars, running track, lovers on the beach, and she'd been thinking about Chad. Michael Madden was certainly eye candy, and they had a lot in common: wanderlust, marine biology, boats. So why did their conversation feel stilted at times, even forced? She smoothed a hand down the length of her dress, and Michael's eyes flicked over to her with a pleasant smile. After directing him along the road running parallel to the parking lot, she signaled to her Honda sitting forlorn in the lot. "Thanks for the ride, Michael." "No problem. I'll see you at 7 tomorrow evening. I look forward to eating something besides ramen noodles or mac and cheese." "Perfect." She caught his eyes under one of the streetlights. "Good night." "Good night, Anna." She unlocked her vehicle and got in, giving a brief wave. When she turned the key in the ignition, Michael made a U-turn and drove off. Anna was left feeling foolish. Michael had said nothing about looking forward to seeing her, to spending time with her, or getting to know her better. He'd only talked about eating a good meal. There had been no friendly hug or touch of his hand when he'd said goodnight. Rolling her window down, Anna let out a sigh, breathing in the salty air of the bay and trying to ground herself and her emotions. Was she an idiot for thinking he might be interested in her? The foolish feeling deepened into complete and utter embarrassment when she noticed a familiar figure standing at the edge of the pier. Standing next to his father's fishing boat, the fishin' magician. It was Chad. He was watching her, hands on his hips, twilight casting his face in shadow. It appeared that he'd been fixing something on the boat and was getting ready to leave. His stance told her nothing about what he was thinking, but Anna suspected he'd been watching them ever since she'd alighted from Michael's Mustang. Oh, why did Chad have to be at the pier now of all times? What did he think of her with another man? And what would he assume about Michael in his sporty Mustang and she in her pretty lavender dress? She could only imagine the possibilities running through his head. And none of them put her in a good light. Chapter 18. Driving home from the pier was uncomfortable. Anna was positive Chad's headlights were following her through town, making all the same turns. "You're imagining things," she told herself, turning up the radio to drown out her paranoid thoughts. But when she pulled into the driveway, Chad's headlights bounced off the Garrett's carport. When she got out of her car, she and Chad slammed their doors shut at the same moment, sounding like a thunderclap in the quiet neighborhood. "Can this get any worse?" she groaned under her breath. All at once, a girl with long legs and a messy bun of blonde hair exited the passenger side of Chad's Jeep. Anna's heart turned over with a disquieting thump. "No," she whispered. Did Chad have a date? Anna's heart was in her throat when the girl spotted her across the adjoining garden and waved. "Hey, Anna, it's Lindsay," she called out. "Oh, Lindsay, hi," Anna called back. The hammering in her chest subsided. It was only one of Chad's younger sisters. The relief was so immense she had to lean against her car to keep herself upright. "You guys doing good?" "Chad and I spent the evening scrubbing the decks for Dad. Chores, but he promised us a trip to the movies." "Awesome, good night." Anna was painfully aware of Chad standing on the side of the car, listening to their exchange without saying a single word. "Want to come with us?" "Oh, I'm not sure. Depends on when." "Chad will call you," Lindsay said with a wave of her hand before climbing the porch steps and opening their front door. Surreptitiously, Anna watched while Chad closed the garage door before heading to his front door. He barely acknowledged her with a brief nod, but didn't wave. The situation was even worse than she had thought. What could she do to make things better between them? Perhaps they never should have gone canoeing today, except she'd enjoyed every single minute, until Chad confessed his feelings for her. When she entered the house, it was silent, except for the muted sound of the television set coming from the family room. Despite some history show running, her father was holding a book under a lamp and reading simultaneously. She said goodnight and got ready for bed. When she finished brushing her teeth, Anna sat cross-legged on top of her comforter and started texting Elise. I found Michael Madden. We're on for dinner tomorrow night at 7. He's picking us both up at my house. Do you need a ride over here? Elise. Yes, on all counts. Dinner and ride, pretty please. Oh, I can't wait to get out of here and feel like an actual adult again. Anna. Is it really that bad, or is it another Elise Kensington soap opera hour? Maybe As Elise Kensington's World Turns, upside down, or Days of Elise's Life. Elise. Ha ha. I'm lonely. I'm bored. I'm homesick for my Denny. Chewing on her lips, Anna could only feel helpless and pathetically sad after her own disastrous day with Chad. Anna. Survival is the name of the game. Elise. I know. I make a terrible woman undercover. Anna. If this were war, you'd be shot the very first day, before lunch. Elise. But I've lasted this long, haven't I? Anna. Only because I hogtied you to the Newell house. Elise. I'm going to bed now. Pick me up at 5:30 so we can do our hair and makeup together. Anna texted goodnight and tossed the phone across the mattress. She fell back against the pillows, emotion burning at her eyes. What a day. First Chad, then Michael, then Elise. Maybe she should have invited that Hollywood guy, Philip, too. A conversation about Hollywood movies would cut through the uneasy and stilted conversation that was bound to be on the menu tomorrow night, along with the lobster. Anna had hoped to run into the Hollywood guys again, but they must have rented a car and gone out gallivanting in the countryside. After that, they probably would have rented a yacht and stopped at every port in the Bay of Fundy, scouring possible filming locations. Maybe she should turn in an application to be an extra in their production. That would give her something else to do in her time off, rather than wallowing in this frustration over Chad. Staring at the ceiling while the sound of cicadas buzzed outside the open window left Anna miserable. Why couldn't she have just talked to Chad? Just told him that his confession came out of left field, that she was flattered, but... Only problem is, there is no but. Anna punched her pillow. It was going to be a long night. She'd end up dreaming about Chad while creating various scenarios in her head, going over all the possibilities, thinking about all the possible words she hadn't been able to speak. Rolling onto her side, she stared at the moon hanging from the sky. If only she had the nerve to call him right now. She was sad and confused by the whole day, but she was also a coward. What could she say that would make it better? Probably nothing. But there was one thing she could text him about. Hey, we're on tomorrow night for dinner at 7. Michael Madden will pick us all up. He has a car that's big enough for all 4 of us. Chad, good for him. Anna, please don't be sarcastic. Chad, what do you want me to be, Anna? Anna, I still want you as my friend. Anna sucked in a breath. Ever since she'd known Chad, she'd been able to tell him anything and everything. Burdens were shared and lightened because of Chad. Always Chad. Chad, I'm not sure what to say to that. Anna's throat grew thick. Maybe it was a good thing she hadn't called him. Hearing him speak those words would have completely undone her. Anna, you know I want you in my life. We've been friends our entire lives. I never wanted to destroy that. Or hurt you. Chad, too late for that. Guess I'll have to get over it. I won't be in a one-sided relationship. If you don't feel that way at all, I don't think we can keep going on. It's too hard, Anna. His message cut off. Anna waited a couple of minutes, thinking perhaps he'd been interrupted by one of his sisters. Finally, she tapped at the letters again. Anna. What? You stopped texting. What were you going to say?
Chad, doesn't matter. Good night.
That's what I get? A curt good night? She flopped back onto her pillow, tears flooding her eyes. Not fair, Chad. What doesn't matter? You can't make a statement like that and not finish it. But who was she to get bent out of shape about being unfair? She'd left him dangling without any response to the confession he'd made to her. When Anna glanced at the bedside clock, it was almost midnight. She rolled out of bed, stomping to the linen closet to change the pillowcase that was now wet from her tears. Then she pounded downstairs to get a glass of water and a Tylenol PM to help her sleep.
Did you invite a herd of elephants into the house?
Dad called from the darkened family room where a late-night talk show now flickered. Sorry, Dad, just a disagreement with Chad.
Have you been talking to him upstairs?
No, texting. With him and Elise.
Texting isn't a conversation. No arguing by text message. You should make that a rule. All the tone and innuendo is misunderstood.
You can say that again, she sniffed, downing a glass of ice water. I'm going to bed now. Night, Dad. Anna walked up behind him on the sofa and put her arms around his neck. Are you going to tell me when your next oncologist appointment is? He reached up to pat her hands.
Next Thursday, 9 a.m. Can you get off?
Of course. I'll get Carrie Blake to cover for me. Now, don't stay up too late.
You know me.
That's the problem. I do know you. You'll crawl into bed at 2 a.m. and sleep like the dead until 11, and then you'll miss Sunday waffles and church services.
Frozen Eggo waffles or homemade?
I have to go straight to work afterward, so frozen is the only choice. There's homemade maple syrup in the fridge, though. Tomorrow after work, I'm going out to dinner with Elise, Michael, and Chad. He turned his head, eyebrows raised in surprise, and hit the pause button on the remote.
Dinner with Chad? I thought things were a little uncomfortable between you right now.
Too late. We planned it before the blow-up. I'm already committed. At least Elise and Michael will be there to keep things from turning ugly, but I can pretend everything is good, right? He gave her an empathetic smile.
If you say so, Anna girl.
Chapter 19. Despite the sleeping pill, Anna was restless, getting up twice to use the bathroom before she was finally dead to the world. She woke when the bright sun pricked against her eyelids. Jumping up despite her grogginess, Anna went into overdrive, taking a quick shower and resorting to eating a toasted waffle while she drove to church. When she got home from the services, she made a PB&J sandwich, grabbed an apple, and then donned a pair of shorts and her sweatshirt to head to the docks for the first tour of the day. Thankfully, Sundays only had 2 scheduled whale tours. The tourists who stayed through long weekends learned to plan for a quiet morning in Hartland Cove, taking walks, renting paddle boats, or eating the Heartbeat Inn Sunday brunch buffet while they waited for tourist attractions to open. While driving down to the docks, Anna gazed at the side of her hometown in sudden fondness. It was tiny, it was quirky, but it was charming and quaint. Flowers bloomed in bursts of color along the St. John River lawns, while the sea was a mysterious entity under hot rays of a yellow sun. I wish you could see it, Mama, Anna whispered when she parked the car. I wish we'd had our whole lives together. Before she knew it, the afternoon was gone and she was back home showering for the evening and trying to decide what to wear. Dad was still out. He'd gone golfing with some attorney buddies in Fredericton, and they were having dinner there afterward. Nerves made her stomach jittery while she stood before her closet, staring at a woefully insufficient wardrobe. Dad had given her some clothing money earlier in the summer when she got home from university, and she was glad she'd purchased more than one sundress. She'd already worn the lavender one last night when she toured Michael's boat, so she pulled the red one with yellow trim off the hanger and slipped it over her head. Glancing at the clock, Anna grabbed her mobile to text Elise. No time to bring you here for hair and makeup. I'm finishing mine and then coming to get you. Be there in 30. In 15 minutes, she'd put on eyeliner, mascara, and a touch of concealer, then snapped off the hair tie, letting the ponytail fall to her shoulders.
She rubbed at her scalp where her head ached after so many hours of wearing her hair up and brushed it out. Snatching her handbag and car keys, she ran out the door to pick up Elise. The Newell family lived a few miles out of town, but it wasn't long before Anna pulled into the circular drive of the 5-acre estate. Obviously, international business for Kevin Newell and training seminars for Suzette Newell was profitable. Most homes in Hartland were older and a tad saggy, or fixer-upper Victorians, but the Newell house was brand spanking new. The pristine white paint was fresh and the green shutters vibrant, echoing the color of the evergreens surrounding the property. Before Anna could put the car in park, Elise raced down the front steps of the wraparound porch with its plantation-like columns. Elise jumped into the passenger side and slammed the door shut. "I'm free, I'm free," she said in a burst of enthusiasm. "You have no idea what it's like to be cooped up watching Sesame Street and coloring princesses. Today we played 10 rounds of Go Fish. I'm not cut out to be a stay-at-home mother, unless I get one of those fancy strollers so my kids can go shopping with me." "It's been a perfect job, though, you have to admit." "I do," Elise said with a sigh. "Thank you for helping me, us, Denny and me, I mean. So, who are the guys we're going to dinner with? They know I'm taken, right?" "Tonight we're all just friends, but don't be surprised if Chad avoids eye contact with me." "Isn't he one of your oldest friends?" "Yeah." Anna didn't feel like saying anything more. It was too hard to explain what had happened at the tide pools. "Uh-oh, do I detect problems in Loverland?" "What's that supposed to mean? You know he and I are just friends." "I'm getting romantic vibes," Elise said, eyeing Anna while using air quotes. "Well, keep the vibes to yourself." Elise gave her a sideways grin. "Yes, ma'am, but stick a smile on your face now. We're actually going out. That deserves a celebration." "It is nice to get away from the humdrum of work," Anna admitted, and her own melancholy she added inwardly. "I've been saving up my paychecks for Denny's and my escape," Elise said. "That's good," Anna told her. "Have you two decided where you're going?" "I've been doing online searches for small towns in Florida, Kansas, Oregon, and New Mexico. Did you know a person can practically disappear in New Mexico? It has a small population, and there are towns that are 100 miles from the next one." "That's pretty wild." "I wonder if I'll be able to understand their language." "They speak English, right?" "As far as I know, but it's a 2-language state. I may have to learn Spanish." "Do I have to mail your birthday gifts international?" Elise laughed while Anna navigated into the driveway. "I'll get you a set of specialty stamps." Almost immediately, a red Mustang pulled up behind her. "It's Michael," Anna said, butterflies of anxiety swirling in her stomach. The 4 of them having dinner had seemed like a great idea a few days ago, but now she was filled with nerves. She wished she knew how Chad was going to play the evening. As it turned out, Chad insisted on driving his own car. Elise hopped in with him, so it was just Anna and Michael together. "He probably doesn't want to be dependent on someone else's timetable," Michael commented as he drove down the road to Sal's restaurant. "I'd probably have done the same thing with someone I'd never met before." Anna was positive she was the reason Chad took his own vehicle. He didn't want to be alone with her. Well, technically they wouldn't be alone, but the car was intimate quarters, especially if Elise wanted to sit in front with Michael. That would have put Chad next to Anna in the back. Of course, as soon as they were seated at the Lobster House and ordered their meals, Anna was stuck watching Chad and Michael flirt with Elise. Anna pushed the last of her salad around her plate, observing the scene unfolding before her. She should have known better than to expect anything else. Elise Kensington attracted men like a magnet, and she was in outstanding form tonight. Ruby red lips, big hair, mini skirt, and high heels. She was Fran Drescher. with a larger bust line than the real actress and minus the New York Queen's accent. Anna remembered Chad's mother watching The Nanny in reruns when Anna was in middle school. Sometimes Mrs. Garrett would pop a bowl of popcorn, and she and the triplets would sit back and analyze Fran's wardrobe and fan their faces over handsome Mr. Sheffield and his English accent. Now, in her youthful sundress and sandals, Anna had turned into a country bumpkin next to Elise, feeling like she was 16 all over again. At least she'd worn makeup and a darker pink lipstick to go with her red dress. Otherwise, she'd just be a washed-up version of herself. Forcing a smile, Anna took a sip of her ice water. "How do you like living on a houseboat?" Chad asked Michael. Anna stared between them. It was strange to have them both sitting at the table. Two men, one she'd been crushing on for the last several weeks, and the other her childhood friend who'd been harboring secret, amorous feelings. "It's a good thing I don't get seasick," Michael said. "I discovered the miracle patch." He rolled up the sleeve of his shirt and showed off the small round Band-Aid looking thing that prevented motion sickness. "How smart of you," Elise said, leaning forward, which exposed a bit of cleavage. While Anna sat back to observe the three of them, the night had become an equal opportunity for Elise's attention. After all, they were male, she was female, and flirting was just the name of the game. Anna gave a small smile when the waiter appeared, carrying their dinner entrees, and began setting them down. The platters of lobster and sizzling steak with baked potatoes and steamed broccoli smelled delicious. "I'm hungrier than I thought," she said, picking up her knife to slice into her medium-rare fillet. "It's that fresh air and wind whipping at you all day on the ship," Michael told her. "It's an adventure, that's for sure. Especially when I have to jump off the boat to demonstrate to the passengers how to ride a dolphin without drowning," she quipped. Michael and Elise laughed out loud. Even Chad's lips quirked a little when he glanced at Anna out of the corner of his eye. "Crystal's been begging to go on another tour," Elise said. "The poor thing. She has so many toys and dollhouses and movies, she doesn't know what to do with herself." "Tough life," Chad joked. "She loves Captain Newell. I just wish Grandma and Grandpa would take over their little darling sometimes to give me an evening off." "August is the busiest month in Hartland Cove," Anna said. "September will be better, I promise." "I hope you're right," Elise said, giving her a broad wink. Anna knew the wink was code for, "I'll be out of here before then." "So, you guys grew up together?" Michael asked, lifting his chin toward Chad. Anna noticed that he hadn't shaved for a few days. The partial beard gave him an even sexier look than when he was clean-shaven. She wondered what Chad would look like if he didn't shave for a week. One of those half-bearded men on the cover of Cosmopolitan or GQ? She found herself yearning to experience the warmth of his skin against hers once more. "Yep," Chad answered simply, not elaborating on his and Anna's friendship. "My dad is a commercial fisherman, but we also own a couple acres outside of town where we grow a huge garden and sell produce in the summer and fall. Us kids always got the job of sitting at the vegetable booth selling tomatoes, corn, and watermelon all day long in the brutal heat." "What farming fun," Elise said. But Anna could tell she wasn't impressed by good old-fashioned small-town life. Anna worried that if Elise and Denny moved to Hartland Cove, Elise would go stark raving mad with boredom within a month. "Good times, eh, Anna?" Chad said, giving her a sardonic smile. Anna set down her fork with stiff movements. "The best," she answered. Was he egging her on? Purposely trying to get under her skin to show he didn't care that she'd hurt him? "But it's all over now," Chad added in a low voice. "What, your friendship?" Michael's eyebrows shot up. "He means the family vegetable stand," Anna said, her heart hammering against her ribs. "They don't run it any longer." Good grief, could this conversation get any more stilted and weird? Did Chad really mean she, him, they were over? A hard knot of pain made her gasp for air, even as she tried to cover it up with a napkin. She gulped at her water to hide her swimming eyes. Yeah, Chad muttered. He dipped his last piece of fried shrimp in the tartar sauce over and over again, as if trying to drown it. That. Elise glanced between Anna and Chad, and Anna could tell that her friend was clearly wondering what was going on between them. She gave Elise a weak smile and lifted her shoulders in a small shrug. To cover up the sudden silence, Elise blurted out, "Where are the fancy restaurants and velvet-draped movie theaters around here? The Broadway shows and packed concert halls, the parks and museums?" "Toronto," Anna and Chad said at the same exact moment. Elise's laugh tinkled as the dessert menu arrived. Anna could barely get her main course down as she watched the two guys monopolize Elise. The worst part was when the three of them shared a chocolate lava cake with vanilla ice cream and whipped cream, taking turns with their spoons and making moaning sounds of culinary delight. By the time they had practically licked the plate, Anna was composing a lecture in her head to give Elise about fiancés and her behavior. She drained her water glass and dabbed her napkin against her mouth, ready to call it a night. Deep down, she knew Elise's flirting was a cover to hide the fact that she was engaged to someone off camera in Hartland Cove. Elise had wisely left her diamond engagement ring back at the Newell mansion, but still. Michael ordered coffee, and he, Chad, and Elise acted like they'd sit there all night until the restaurant kicked them out. Watching them compare notes on trips to Europe, discuss current movies and politics, it occurred to Anna that maybe it was just an act. Elise was even fooling her. Nobody would suspect the real reason her friend was in Hartland Cove. Perhaps Elise should try out for a Broadway show. She could live in the Big Apple, walk about in a costume disguise, and Denny's family would never find them. Maybe that was the answer. All of a sudden, Elise choked on her coffee and began to cough. She covered her mouth with her napkin, but the coughing wouldn't subside. "Sorry," she gasped. "I'll be right back." She headed to the restroom, disappearing down a narrow hallway with a small neon sign. The dining table fell silent. Anna was alone with the two men. Michael turned to her. "Do you work 7 days a week? Seems like I see you on the docks most days." A tiny thrill worked its way up Anna's throat. She didn't realize he'd noticed. "No, I had yesterday off." "What do you do on your days off?" "Well," she began, wondering what exactly to say. "Yesterday we went to Hopewell Rocks." Michael glanced between her and Chad. "You mean the two of you? Are Elise and I interrupting a little tete-a-tete tonight?" "Of course not," Anna said quickly. "Chad and I are just friends. We've been boating and fishing together since we were kids." Chad's face darkened, but he didn't say a word. Raising his hand, he called to the passing waiter. "Check, please." "Oh no, let me get it," Michael said. "You're a visitor to Hartland. It's my treat," Chad insisted. "Actually, I should get it," Anna interrupted. "I'm the one who invited you all. It's been lovely, but I have to get up early tomorrow to go over the ship's books before the first tour." "Anna, cut it out," Chad said in a low voice. "You're not paying for my dinner." "You don't believe in going Dutch?" she asked. "No, actually, I don't." Chad was staring openly at her for the first time that evening. "I'm an old-fashioned guy. I always take care of the check when there are out-of-town guests." "That's because you come from an old-fashioned town." Anna bit at her lips, wishing she hadn't said that, but noting that Michael was watching them with amusement. "Okay, fine. Remind me not to go out with you again." "No, that would be a terrible mistake," Michael said. "I wasn't referring to you, of course," Anna said primly. "I know, but hey, I'm leaving town soon. It would be silly to end your friendship with Chad over an argument about who picks up the tab for a group dinner." "I agree," Chad said, "completely silly." "Who asked you?" she said, turning to Chad. That's when she noticed his mouth twitching with a suppressed smile. He was laughing at her. Anna's face burned. Both of them were getting the upper hand, and she was just appearing foolish. Elise sure is taking a long time. She pulled out her phone when it buzzed. Elise had sent her a text. OMG, I spotted Denny's relatives in the restaurant. Went out the back, on my way to the Newells pronto. I'm going to check on Elise. Anna jumped up and headed to the rear of the restaurant. I'll be right back. I'll come with you, Michael said, already following her. It's not necessary. He continued to follow anyway, much to Anna's annoyance. When she burst through the door of the ladies' room and checked the stalls, Elise was nowhere to be seen. There was only one way out, the back door of the restaurant. Well, maybe two other exits, through the kitchen or through the bathroom window, but she doubted Elise had crawled through the narrow opening in a dress and heels. Anna sagged against the wall at the same time Michael walked down the hallway toward her. Did you find Elise? He asked. Is she ill? Anna shook her head. No, I didn't find her. She disappeared. Left the restaurant out a back door or through the kitchens. Why would she leave without saying goodbye? Biting at her lips, Anna said, I'm worried about her. Michael's eyes moved across the restaurant patrons. I'll go out the back door and find her. I'll make sure she gets home safely. Thank you, Michael. I'm sure she's probably just pacing the parking lot waiting for us. I'll go back and tell Chad what's happening. Earlier, the restaurant had been crowded, but it was thinning out now as the evening grew later. Anna strode through the dining area and lifted her hand to Chad when he spotted her. She hadn't seen Denny's family come in, although she had no idea what they looked like. Even so, she had recognized a few tourists who were staying at the local bed and breakfast, including Eddie and Philip seated on the opposite side of the restaurant. She only noticed them when they left after paying their check. Oh, hello, Sandrine, she said as her old high school friend turned a corner searching for the ladies' room. I didn't see you dining here. They hugged briefly, promising to catch up sometime. Over her friend's shoulder, Anna studied Sandrine's dinner companion who waited further down the hall for her. She narrowed her eyes, a light bulb going off in her brain. It must be the man Sandrine had rescued at the lighthouse when his boat ran ashore. The guy suffering with amnesia, Zeb Hunter. Anna had a sudden, insane thought. Was Zeb using the lighthouse as his hideout? Because he was the real Denny? Chapter 20. Anna's brain was whirring with the new possibility for Denny's identity when she returned to their dinner table, which was empty now except for Chad. Where's Michael? He asked. I thought he followed you. He already left to search for Elise in the parking lot. I think he's worried she'll get home safely. What happened? Is she ill? Anna shook her head. She just had to leave. There was someone here she didn't want to run into. That's a pretty strong reaction. She seemed fine a few minutes ago. Anna swallowed hard, her pulse quickening. How could she explain that Elise's fiancé and extended O'Rourke Mafia family were hunting her down? Sinking into her chair, she picked up her water glass to take a sip, but her hands were shaking. Well, this is awkward, Anna said softly while she tried to avoid Chad's perceptive eyes. It's just the two of us now. She'd been avoiding spilling Elise's story to Chad about why she was here in Hartland working for the Newell family. It seemed so crazy she wasn't sure he'd believe her. Besides, Elise was here incognito, so the fewer people who knew the truth, the better, and safer. He gave a small smile. Good thing I drove my own car. I need to figure out how to get home now. Isn't it obvious? I'll take you. You don't need to. I'll call my dad. No, Chad said quietly. That's silly to make him come out. Are you ready to go? Yeah, I'm just wondering if I should go by the Newells' house and check on Elise, but I hate to trouble you. It's no trouble, Anna. I wouldn't leave you or her stranded. I know, Anna whispered. You're too good. I'm the one who treated you badly yesterday. He shook his head, brushing it aside. We don't have to talk about that. I know you don't want to. But you don't understand. Yes, I do. More than you think I do. Anna glanced up, and their eyes connected in a sudden jolt of comprehension. Her mind buzzed with 1,000 unspoken words. She saw pain in his face and the emotions he was trying to hide. Chad was the same as he'd always been, and yet so different, too. Anna's attraction to Chad unnerved every single part of her. She wished she could set all the craziness aside to figure things out, while at the same time, she craved every part of him, a revelation that was perplexing in every single way. For too long, Anna had assumed she wanted a man who was Hollywood handsome, worldly, and sophisticated, and Michael Madden had swept her off her feet when they spent those hours together on the whale tour talking and flirting. But now Michael had gone chasing after Elise. Any connection between Anna and Michael had disappeared last night on the yacht. Maybe the connection hadn't been as real as she had assumed. Anna gulped, trying to find the right words. There were things I wanted to say earlier, and I couldn't. The words came out wrong, Chad. I'm sorry. Are you still angry with me? His shoulders lifted in a small shrug. Tonight's dinner opened my eyes. I think I was too harsh on you. It's clear that you have a crush on Michael Madden. A crush? Anna let out a small laugh while wanting to cry at the same time. That sounds like junior high. Call it what you like, but I saw the attention you gave him. Do you want to know my opinion? No. Yes. Anna ran a finger along the rim of her empty water glass. She was dying to know Chad's opinion. He was more perceptive than people gave him credit for, and creative considering his business ideas for a commercial mariner yacht for tours and travelers who wanted something unique. This Madden guy was paying more attention to Elise, and he just chased after her. But Elise is engaged, and Michael doesn't have a chance. She paused. But actually, that scenario has happened 100 times over the years when I'm with Elise. What does she have that I don't? Absolutely nothing, Anna, Chad said gently. Personally, I think Madden is an idiot not to be all over you. I'm not dense, Chad. I also noticed that you were paying more attention to Elise than anyone else at the table. I talked to her because you were mad at me. Anna shook her hair out of her eyes. I hate this. It feels like we're both 13 again. It's hard to grow up, Chad said, a smile quirking the corners of his mouth. Anna stared at his lips and along his rugged jawline, finally forcing her eyes upward, just as Chad's own gaze jerked up as if he'd been gazing at her mouth, too. I admit that I was upset with you, Anna, but not every guy is in love with your old roommate, Elise Kensington. Certainly not me. Anna didn't know whether to fume or be relieved. Don't men want eye candy on their arm? I'm not most men. Elise might be fun during dinner, but for long term, no thank you. Listen, Elise is nice. She's your friend, and you are a great friend to her. I suspect you've been helping her out of whatever trouble she's in. Anna's breath caught. What would make you think that? I have no idea, but a woman like Elise wouldn't willingly spend a month in this tiny town. She also wouldn't be caught dead canoeing or hiking or picking up starfish in a tide pool, and definitely not riding a dolphin. He said that last part with a sideways smile. Riding a dolphin is a dream I've had since I was 8 years old, Anna said, fiddling with her napkin so she wouldn't go crazy looking into Chad's discerning eyes. I know. Chad placed a hand on hers, stilling her fidgety fingers. Your dolphin dream will happen someday when you least expect it. We've been friends a long time, and you know all my faults, but I'm just an average small-town girl. Don't sell yourself short, Anna, because when you take eye candy home, the woman often turns out to be just a shell, just like a hollow chocolate Easter bunny. A laugh bubbled up in her throat at the image. Chad's hand was still on hers, and she didn't move, staring down at his perfect, strong fingers and the warmth he radiated. You're the real deal, Anna, he went on. You love people, you're giving and kind, you have amazing goals and dreams, and you're willing to work hard to achieve them. Anna's heart was about to burst. Those are some of the nicest things anyone has ever said about me. I wish you could look in the mirror and see the girl I see. Releasing her hand, Chad folded his arms over the edge of the tablecloth. His eyes held hers in an intimate gaze, and Anna's stomach was in her throat. She wanted to reach out and pull him closer. She wanted to know what his lips felt like on hers. But she couldn't lead him on until she was positive of her feelings towards him, and only him. She wouldn't ruin their friendship just because she'd suddenly become insanely attracted to him, and they'd shared some incredible body hugs yesterday. Anna finally broke eye contact. Right now, I have to find Elise and make sure she's okay. I think you should too. Chad grabbed the check and headed for the cashier, while Anna followed, fumbling for her mobile. There weren't any further text messages, so she dialed the number. After 5 rings, Elise finally picked up. Anna? She whispered. Where are you? Anna whispered in return. I've been so worried. Are you okay? Denny's family didn't kidnap you, did they? No, I went out through the kitchen, gave the chef and his staff a shock, but I was out the door in 3 seconds. Oh my gosh, Anna, when I spotted them, I just about died. Did Michael take you home? At the moment, we're driving around some town called Waterville, hoping nobody follows us to the Newell house. I'm trying to pretend everything is normal. Is Michael suspicious? No, Elise said in a nonchalant tone. I told him about Seth, that old boyfriend from 2 years ago who used to stalk me. He offered to call the police, but there's no need. Anna went along with the lies for the sake of not raising Michael's suspicions, who was in the driver's seat right next to Elise. You should be perfectly safe at the Newells' house. I'll call you in the morning on my way to work. Try to get some sleep. Chapter 21. Anna tossed and turned all night, dreaming that Elise was dragged back to the United States to face Denny's vindictive and murderous family. Her father wasn't feeling well the next morning. Anna fixed him crackers and tea before she left for work, tucking a blanket around him while he lay on the couch. I'm perfectly able to take care of myself, he told her. You can save the role of nurse for down the road. I just want to make sure you're okay before I leave for the day. I'm going to make some calls to the office, go over paperwork, and then take a nap. Does that sound okay, Nurse Anna? She made a face at him. I'll bring home some Sprite to settle your stomach. If you have any food cravings, text me. Autumn was nudging at the Bay of Fundy in tiny ways. The morning temperature is cooler than usual when Anna parked her car and jogged down to the pier. She was just passing Michael's yacht when he and Elise stepped out on deck, with Crystal Newell in tow. Anna stopped in her tracks. What was Elise doing at Michael's yacht? Had her friend spent the night with Michael? The idea of it made her stomach sink. Had the two of them hit it off better than she'd thought last night? This was a strange turn of events. Anna couldn't stop the tiny flare of envy rising in her chest. She was the one who had visited Michael Madden at his rented yacht first. She'd met him first, but she knew the routine. Anna never stood a chance with Elise around. She just needed to get over it. Except that Chad's head hadn't been turned by her old roommate. Quite the opposite. And maybe that was the only thing that mattered. Squaring her shoulders, Anna walked briskly down the wooden planks while the pier rose and fell ever so slightly with the rise of the tide. Putting a smile on her face, she waved her hand. Surely Elise had not spent the night on the yacht with Michael. She had a fiancé, for crying out loud. Besides, Crystal was with her. Elise returned the greeting and hugged Anna with a coy bat of her eyelashes. Don't say a word, she warned. Michael invited us to tour his boat. It's gorgeous inside, and, well, as a full-time nanny, I have Crystal with me, of course, she added with a wink. I didn't see anything, Anna said airily. The only person you need to explain anything to is your fiancé. Elise made a face as Crystal ran up to them, wielding a toy sword and flourishing it through the air. I'm a samurai warrior, the youngster declared. Anna took a step back so she wouldn't get bludgeoned by the plastic weapon. I love your costume. It's very convincing. Crystal was hacking at the lampshades because she said they were the enemy army, so Mr. Newell gave us some pocket money and told us to get some fresh air. Elise used air quotes liberally when speaking about Crystal Newell. He's working from home today, although Mrs. Newell gets back in a couple of days, so I suspect he's actually catching up on laundry so he won't be in the doghouse. A month without Mommy has wreaked havoc, despite the weekly cleaning woman. Seeing Elise standing next to Michael was disconcerting after Anna had daydreamed about the man. When he'd given her a tour of his rented houseboat, the man hadn't flirted one little bit. Who could blame him when there was a chance to snag a Marilyn Monroe look-alike in Elise Kensington? Except, Anna assumed Elise would have told him about a fiancé. "Hope you're not playing with fire, my dear," she said under her breath. Elise rolled her eyes. "Quit worrying, will you? He's just a nice man, and a hot hunk, but who's looking, right?" Anna wanted to punch Elise in the arm. The two of them needed to have a heart-to-heart later. Michael scooped Crystal up and swung her around, growling, "I will take you as my prisoner and confiscate your weapon." "No!" squealed Crystal, laughing so hysterically she got the hiccups. Michael pretended to break her sword over his knee, and Crystal rallied, fighting him for the red-handled plastic sword with furious strength. Anna sidled over to Elise. "Hey, why are you out in town again, especially after last night's scare? You're tempting fate." "I know," Elise admitted with a sigh, "but I just can't stop looking for him." "What about Michael?" Anna asked in a low voice while they watched him playing with Crystal. "You've been flirting with the man like mad. When I saw you come out on deck so early this morning, I was afraid you'd gone home with him last night." "But I have Crystal with me. It's all innocent." Elise broke off, raising a hand to shade her eyes while she stared beyond the Jewel of the Ocean tour boat anchored 20 feet away. She gripped Anna's hand like a vice, her eyes wide and terrified. "What's wrong?" Anna demanded. "Oh, my freaking," Elise spluttered, pointing down the pier. There's Denny's family coming right for us. They found us." Anna whirled around, unable to see any strangers other than customers lining up at the ticket booth. "I only see tourists. Oh, and those Hollywood scouts I told you about, Philip Murphy and Eddie Sutton. Let's go talk to them and see if we can sign up to be extras when they begin filming." "Are you insane?" Elise groaned, her face white as a sheet. "We have to go now. We have to hide. We have to get out of here. Oh, why did I bring Crystal?" "What do you mean hide?" "Denny, run!" Elise screeched when Philip and Eddie reached the gate to the docks. The two men headed straight toward them with long, strident legs. Anna stared between the two men from Los Angeles and Elise, and now Michael. The Hollywood directors had terrified Elise into a frenzied craze. Puzzle pieces were dropping into place faster than Anna's brain could catch up. "Run to the starboard side of the yacht, Elise," Michael shouted. His eyes flickered back and forth to Philip and Eddie with real fear. "We'll escape in the speed jet, which is moored on the far side of the yacht. Take Crystal aboard while I untie the ropes." A split second later, Philip and Eddie picked up their pace, their feet rattling the wooden planks of the pier as they now began to run, their faces locked onto Elise and Anna. "Hey, stop!" Eddie yelled. "We just want to talk to you." "They're going to kill us!" Elise shrieked. She grabbed Anna's and Crystal's wrists and wrenched them to her side. Anna stumbled over her own 2 feet as the three of them raced to follow Michael, who led them to the Ocean Runner's speedboat tied to the far side of the yacht. "Get in," Michael ordered, great drops of sweat dripping down his face as he tried to undo the heavy rope knots. Elise tried to help him while Anna held on to Crystal, making sure she didn't run off or fall into the dirty, oily water. Michael whipped the rope from around the post in a frenzy. "Get in, girls, now." Anna jerked at Elise's arm when she climbed over the edge of the speedboat.
Who is that man? He's not Michael Madden, is he?
No, Elise confessed. He's Denny, using a different name. She whimpered, terrified. We have to go, Anna.
Not without me. Anna jumped into the speedboat, strapping a life jacket on Crystal and then snapping a seatbelt around her on the boat's padded bench. Philip and Eddie were now racing full speed down the pier, launching themselves up the steps to the yacht with huge, gulping breaths, their faces hard and determined. They were getting close fast, too close for comfort. So who are they? Anna muttered, searching for more life vests under the seats. Michael yelled, "Anna, grab this!" He tossed the boat's anchor rope to her so it wouldn't float along behind them and catch in the propeller blades. Quickly, she snatched it up and tossed the rope into a corner. Elise gripped the wheel, flashing looks of terror over her shoulder at Philip and Eddie when they rounded the last piling. Michael turned the key in the ignition, cursing when the motor didn't turn over. After 2 more tries in quick succession, the engine roared to life. Michael revved the boat's engine and smoke spewed out the back end. The 2 Hollywood scouts shouted for them to stop, their faces now red from running. Just before the men reached the speedboat to climb in, Elise hit the accelerator. The boat leapt forward away from the pier, shooting waves of foamy water onto the pier and heading straight for the open waters. Chapter 22. Crystal's eyes were as big as saucers. Unfortunately, Anna hadn't braced herself in time and was thrown backward at the sudden acceleration. She hit the floor of the boat, a stack of seat cushions breaking her fall. A second later, Michael wrenched the wheel to avoid hitting another boat that was slowing on approach to the docks. When their speedboat turned left, it crossed the wake with a series of bumps that didn't help the bruise forming on Anna's hip. She jumped to her feet, hair whipping across her face to check on Crystal, who was completely unaware of the danger they were in. Instead, the young girl clapped her hands, squealing at the thrilling speed. "Daddy never goes this fast," she exclaimed, "even if I tell him to." "Oh, dear Lord in heaven," Anna groaned, moving to the front of the speedboat. "Look behind us," she yelled at Michael, who was attempting to maneuver their boat, while Elise gripped both hands on the windshield. Somehow, Eddie and Philip had secured the use of another speedboat and were pulling out from the pier. Michael cursed, slapping his hand on the steering wheel. "We should have left Hartland last night, Elise. Eddie and Phil must have seen us at the restaurant." "I thought we'd be safe sitting in that corner of the restaurant," Elise told him. "It was too much of a risk." Anna watched them, her mind whirring at the revelation that Michael Madden was Elise's fiancé. So many things made sense now. "Those 2 guys have been wandering Hartland Cove for at least 2 weeks, probably looking for you 2. "I'm sorry," Elise said, wrapping her arms around Michael's waist and laying her head on his shoulder. "I should have stayed at the Newell house." He shook his head and shot a quick glance behind them at the fast-approaching boat. "Doesn't matter anymore, sweetheart," he told her, kissing the top of her head. Anna leaned in so Michael could hear her above the roar of the engine. "Are Philip and Eddie your evil relatives?" she shouted. "Or are you a famous actor running around incognito in Hartland Cove to avoid your fan club?" She spoke with a touch of sarcasm, completely embarrassed at how she'd flirted with Michael over the last few weeks, thinking he was a new available bachelor in town. Michael Madden was Denny, Elise's fiancé, all this time. "Just to be perfectly clear," Anna added, "I'm being facetious multiplied by 1,000. One of you start talking and fast because they're gaining on us, which means we need a plan, a real plan to stay alive." Elise's hair whipped about when she turned to look, hanging onto the edge of the speedboat for dear life. "You could have told me, Elise," Anna added. "Here I am making friends with Michael and Philip. You put me in a bad position." Elise managed to look contrite.
I'm sorry, Anna. We just thought it would be better if nobody knew, that it would reduce the risk of anyone spilling it.
I feel like you don't trust me. Elise bit her lips, her eyes not meeting Anna's.
I think we did this all wrong. We should have just gone to Iowa and bought a cornfield.
I'm with you on that. Anna folded her arms over her chest, her thoughts running wild and crazy. This means that my father knows who Michael Denny is, doesn't he? There was a moment of silence, except for Crystal, who was clapping her hands and having the time of her life. It was a good thing she was completely unaware of the chase going on. Michael glanced at Anna.
Judge Hamilton has been helping us. I'm sorry, Anna. Philip is my cousin, and Eddie Sutton is my uncle. My last name is really O'Rourke. We're from Brooklyn, and my father sent them to track us down and stop us from getting married. When I told my father I wanted out of the family businesses, Elise and I decided to run away. We left in kind of a hurry, though, and didn't plan this very well.
You can say that again, Anna said. The revelations just kept coming. Have you two been talking to each other all this time? That's why you rented a houseboat instead of staying at the bed and breakfast. It helped you stay out of sight of the public and Main Street. Could this get any worse? But where were they going to flee in a speedboat that would run out of gas in less than an hour? So they were doomed, actually. Anna fumbled for her cell phone to attempt to call her dad, despite the poor cell service out on the water. Just then, Elise turned to look over her shoulder and let out a blood-curdling shriek.
Eddie has a gun!
Anna snapped around, staring at the frothy wake behind them that looked extremely dangerous. They were going much too fast for safety. About 200 yards away, Eddie was leaning over the edge of his speedboat, holding something heavy and black and pointing it at them.
Are you serious? They actually intend to kill you? Us?
Elise turned a tear-streaked face to Anna.
Like I told you, it's a matter of life and death.
And now I'm going to die with you, Anna said. I swear, I wish someone had tied you to your bedpost.
We're all going to get shot at, including Crystal. Oh no, Crystal.
Anna lunged forward to check on the girl who hadn't moved for several long moments, but thankfully was gripping the sides of her seat, hair blowing in a frenzy about her small face. Elise sank to her knees in front of her charge to grasp Crystal's hand. Could anyone be a worse nanny? Anna said fiercely. The Newells are going to have your head. They're never going to speak to me again for begging for this job for you. Heck, they may even sue me and my dad.
I'm sorry, Elise said. I'm sorry, I was so stupid.
Anna wanted to agree with her, but then Michael, Denny, whoever he was, turned to gaze at Elise with a depth of tenderness and love Anna had only ever seen a few times in her life.
Maybe love makes you feel infallible, he told Anna. When you love someone, you take risks to be with them, even if it costs you everything.
Anna remembered Chad saying something similar on their canoe trip. He'd been taking a risk when he spoke of his feelings for her. How could she have brushed him off like that? She'd do anything to see Chad again, to tell him how much she cared about him. But if they didn't survive this boat chase, she'd never get the chance. Survival was looking less likely with every passing second. Philip was at the wheel of the other craft, and every time it looked like Eddie was going to take a shot, their boat bumped over the waves and he was jostled against the side. Crouched in the bottom of the boat to avoid being targets, Anna saw Eddie swipe at his face, shouting at Philip to move away from the wake. Squeezing Elise's hand, Anna sent dagger stares at the men chasing them, glancing along the coastline of the bay. She could still see the wharf and the piers, but they were getting further away, into whale touring territory, into the area of Cove's Teeth and the lighthouse.
Zigzag, Elise screamed at Denny. They're right on top of us.
Philip turned the boat he was in, cutting across his own churning wake to try to get parallel with their speedboat. A second later, the speedboat bumped over Eddie's wake, sending Anna tumbling to the floor again, fearing their own boat was going to flip, they were going so fast. Elise's knuckles turned white as she gripped the edge of her seat, her face even whiter.
We're going to die. My life is flashing before my eyes. Stop watching, Anna ordered. We're going to survive if I have anything to say about it. Let's reason with them. Once you're in the family, you can never get out, Michael shot back. Uncle Eddie is going to put a bullet in my head. Nobody leaves, Elise added. Now that I've run away with Denny, they'll kill me too, to make sure I don't talk. Good heavens, we're not in a gangster movie, Anna snapped. Because that would mean they have to kill me, and I do not intend to die today. Of course, there was nowhere to hide in the speedboat. No lower level to take cover with Crystal. No weapons in sight except for a toolbox. Should we get a wrench? She shouted, but nobody was listening. Someone's coming, Elise said, nodding toward the marina. Another boat! Denny! Sure enough, a red and white speedboat, even bigger than theirs or Eddie's, was heading straight toward the open sea in their direction. Should we call the Coast Guard? There's no radio on board this thing, Michael said. Check your mobile for a signal. I couldn't get one earlier. Already tried my phone and nothing, Anna told him. Let's try to flag that boat down. Are there any flares on board? She flung open the hatch cupboard doors on the port side, searching for tools, weapons, or flares. Behind her, Elise shrieked, Duck! They're on top of us! Without warning, Denny spun the wheel, turning the boat in a tight arc. It practically leaped out of the water as he tried to avoid Eddie Sutton's boat. Now the two vessels were on a collision course, and the two boats narrowly missed a direct hit, scraping their parallel hulls with a hard crunch that sent both Elise and Denny sprawling to the floor too. Anna saw the whites of Philip's eyes at the wheel, right before the impact tossed her overboard. Chapter 23. A multitude of crazed thoughts crowded Anna's mind when she hit the water with a hard splash and gulped a mouthful of the Bay of Fundy, sinking with a speed that shocked her. Why had she been so stupid to stand that close to the edge of the boat when she knew Eddie Sutton's vessel was right on top of them? Panic rose in her chest, and she pulled down hard with her arms to break the surface of the ocean. At least she knew how to swim, but the wake from both boats was roiling over her head, knocking her down over and over again. She gasped every time she surfaced, spluttering and spitting out the awful taste of salty seawater. Her jeans were heavy, as was her sweatshirt, sucking at her and trying to pull her down, while Anna desperately tried to stay afloat. The water was colder than she expected. Shivering, she fumbled at the zipper on her jeans, but the material clung to her like an octopus's suction cups. Holding her breath, she tried one more time to get out of the heavy, waterlogged jeans, even as she sank below the surface again. She heard Elise screaming her name, the sound muted by the dark blue water over her head. Were there riptides out here? Her brain seemed to have seized up too. She couldn't seem to think straight. Did she have any chance at survival if she was pulled out to the open sea? With one last burst of energy, Anna yanked off her jeans and rose an inch higher in the water. She hated to let go of them because she was growing colder and number by the second, her bare skin exposed to the ocean around her. Anna tried not to think about whales eyeing her from below, sharks licking their rows of jagged vampire teeth, squid and bass and tuna ready to swarm her pale bare legs. Now her sweatshirt was dragging at her, pulling against her throat and cutting off her windpipe. Slowly, Anna yanked out one arm and then the other, balling up the sweatshirt to attempt to float with it, but it was practically useless. Good Lord, she was already tired, as if her arms had 20-pound weights strapped to her. She tried to float, but waves continued to swamp her face, making it hard to breathe. Salt water rushed up her nose, and it hurt. She'd never known the ocean she loved to hurt her before. It felt like a betrayal. Where were Elise and Denny? Had they realized she'd gone overboard, or were they already dead? And Crystal, oh dear God in heaven, was the girl safe? She tried to see past the water crashing against her face, but it was impossible to make out the location of the boats. Anna couldn't recall if she'd heard any gunshots. Her brain was muddled, as if she'd swallowed a handful of sleeping pills. She just wanted to let go and close her eyes, but another thought seeped into her mind, and it was suddenly the most powerful realization of all. If she let go, if nobody was able to rescue her, she'd never see Chad again. The thought of never seeing Chad's disarming smile, his wise eyes, and that beautiful mouth made Anna groan out loud. "Oh, Chad, I've been so stupid," she spluttered, gurgling on seawater while she fought to stay calm and keep floating. "You've been there, right in front of me all this time, and I never actually saw you." The battering waves from the boats' wakes finally slowed. She continued spitting out water, weeping at the thought of losing the person who meant the most to her. How could she have been so blind? Chad was the one person in the world who knew her so well. He understood her, he got her, and he loved her despite her faults and quirks and her myriad insecurities and stupid confession over what her heart truly wanted. Ironically, it was taking a crisis of life and death for Anna to finally wake up to the fact that Chad was perfect for her. He was the man of her dreams, the man she wanted to spend the rest of her life with. God had given Anna the perfect man more than a decade ago, and it was only just now that understanding was knocking her over the head. Literally, with massive, powerful waves. On top of it all, she'd hurt him badly, and she might never have the chance to apologize or tell him the truth. Her despair intensified when some thing alive underneath the water, bumped against her. Anna shrieked, but that just made her suck in more water. "No, no, no," she moaned, searching below the surface for a clearer view. The bump came again. A whoosh of white and gray flashed under the surface. It was a shark, the right size, the right color. Anna kept treading water, trying not to panic, but that was pretty much useless. Panic was rising higher and higher with every second. The shark, whatever it was, brushed against her legs a third time, and Anna thought she would die of fright. But a few seconds later, a dolphin suddenly leaped out of the water in a beautiful flash of sun and glistening water drops. The dolphin chattered and leaped in a circle around her. Strangely, it was almost like the mammal knew she was in trouble, because it came closer to Anna with each leap, nudging its nose against her arm. Anna stared at the dolphin, recognizing its face and the flare of white color along its back. This was the same dolphin she and Captain Newell and Crystal had seen following the Jewel of the Ocean for the last 2 summers. Gently, Anna moved her cold fingers over the dolphin's fin, lightly caressing it so as not to frighten it away. Swimming alongside the animal and keeping a light hand on its fin so she wouldn't get dragged underwater, she headed in the direction of the red and white boat she'd seen coming from the direction of the marina. The boat she'd spotted just before being thrown overboard. Anna desperately hoped it was the Coast Guard. The boat slowed on approach so as not to swamp Anna with its wake. Anna waved her arms. "I'm over here," she yelled, trying to stay away from the propeller's sharp blades. It wasn't the Coast Guard, but at least it wasn't Eddie and Philip's blue speedboat. The dangerous underwater blades of a boat freaked her out, born from all the summers she boated with the Garrett family, and Dad warned her to stay clear if she was swimming nearby. Once Chad had sliced his hand while helping his father underwater with a fishing line. He still had a sliver of a scar along the side of his left hand. Anna desperately wanted to see that scar again. She wanted to see Chad's face, melt into his arms, and finally kiss those tempting lips of his. Somehow, she'd find the strength to swim all the way back to shore if only for that. "I'm down here," she shouted again, wondering if this random boater had seen her tossed out when Denny hit the giant wake.
2 seconds later, a male figure tossed her a life preserver. Anna caught the ring with her left hand, and a moment later, the dolphin fluttered its tail at her and disappeared into the sea. "Thank you," she whispered, wishing she could hug the beautiful, sleek animal. "I got you," a gruff voice said, hooking 2 strong hands under Anna's arms to lift her into the boat. It was awkward to swing her legs over, and difficult to see with her hair plastered over her face and eyes. Anna landed on a blanket and rolled over, breathing hard and coughing up bitter salt water. Relief flooded her. She was safe. She could go home to Chad. "Where's the boats?" she began to ask, but she was so cold she could barely move her frozen lips. A moment later, realization washed over Anna. She was only wearing her bra and panties. Her jeans and sweatshirt had disappeared to the bottom of the bay. Heat crept up her face, despite the fact that she was shivering uncontrollably. "Elise, Crystal," she gulped. "Are they alive?" Her voice sounded funny because her ears were plugged up with water. "They're just fine," the man said, wrapping her up in a blanket and then rubbing at Anna's shivering legs with a thick, warm towel to stop her chill. "A little hypothermia here," he added, and suddenly the water in her ears cleared and a familiar voice echoed through her muddled head. "Who—" Anna couldn't see properly, and the man reached out to smooth the tangled, wet hair from her eyes. The face of her savior loomed over her, wearing rumpled khakis and a navy shirt. "Chad," she breathed. "Chad, it's you." "In the flesh, sweet Anna." "How did you find me?" she asked hoarsely. "How did you know I was out here?" He sat on the floor of the boat next to her, pulling a second dry blanket around her shoulders. Then Chad lifted her onto his lap, rubbing at Anna's chilled arms with a towel. "Dad and I were coming into the harbor after an early morning fishing expedition," Chad said, tiny frown lines appearing across his brow. "We saw the boat chase going on. I pulled out the binoculars and spotted you and Elise on board. Those 2 guys chasing you down were at the restaurant last night. I recognized them through the binoculars. Who are they?" "Hollywood Scouts," Anna answered through chattering teeth. She didn't think she'd ever been so cold in all her life. "Only they aren't. Oh, wow, it's a long story." Anna stopped speaking, a sudden awareness flooding her mind. Chad had pulled her out of the ocean while she was wearing only her underwear and bra. She wanted to hide her flushing face. "Here, I have a stack of dry towels," Chad said, grabbing another one to hand to her. She took the towel and dried her face and hair, the blanket slipping off her legs in the process. The weight of Chad's eyes tracing the long lines of her body was intimate and made Anna flush, as if he was touching her with nothing but his eyes. Anna drew another towel across the lower half of her body. "All right, Betty, that's enough gawking." "Don't mind me," he said softly, just admiring the view. She swatted at his knee. "Oh, you." There was a moment of silence, and the gravity of what had just happened swept over Anna. If that dolphin hadn't come, the terror of treading water while waves crashed over her head rushed through her again. "Did you see it? The dolphin?" She glanced up into his eyes. "My legs went numb. I couldn't swim all the way back." "Thank the good Lord I spotted you going overboard through my binoculars. I don't even want to think about what might have happened." Chad brought Anna close, holding the back of her head with the palm of his hand, while she breathed in his masculine scent mixed with the salt spray of the ocean. "We were afraid Eddie had a gun that he was about to shoot. That's why Denny, was making those sharp turns." She was speaking gibberish, but all that mattered was that she was sitting in Chad's lap with his arms around her. A few minutes ago, she'd been colder than she ever had in her life, and now she was warmer than she'd thought possible. "Only you, Anna Hamilton," Chad said, his smile growing bigger, the love in his eyes lighting up his whole face. "Only you would be found lost at sea, swimming with the dolphins." Chad gave Anna one of his plaid shirts to wear, and she tied a towel around her waist to cover up her rose-pink panties. A few minutes later, they spotted the other two speedboats, and Chad gunned the engine, skillfully rounding his craft to pull up parallel to them.
"Everyone okay here?" he shouted. "I've already called the Coast Guard. Elise? Michael? Or should I call you Denny now?"
he added. "We're fine," Elise called back, her teeth chattering. "Transferring our stuff to Philip's boat to return back to the harbor."
"We ran out of gas," Denny explained. "When he puttered to a stop," Eddie said, "we threw out our anchor so they could boat our boat and return to the harbor."
"Elise?" Anna said, reaching across the edge of the boat to grasp her friend's hand. "You sure you're okay? You can board our boat. Last I saw, Eddie was waving a gun around." Elise blushed. "It wasn't a gun. Turned out to be a wrench from the toolbox to wave us down, to get us to stop. I ended up hyperventilating and hid under the wheel compartment with Crystal, just waiting for the sound of a gunshot."
"We kept yelling at you to stop,"
Eddie Sutton said, handing Crystal a vanilla wafer cookie from a stash in his backpack.
"We thought you had a gun," Denny said soberly, not looking too happy despite the fact that everyone was okay.
Philip shrugged.
"We didn't mean to scare anyone. We just wanted to talk. We've been looking for you for weeks. Do you know how odd it is to pretend to be a Hollywood scout? We really need to study up on the lingo."
"You've been chasing us and stalking us just so you could talk?" Elise asked in disbelief.
"The whole family was upset when you two disappeared. It didn't help that Denny changed his mobile number."
"You didn't want us getting married. What were we supposed to think?" Denny asked. "I grew up hearing stories about family members disappearing."
Uncle Eddie shook his head. "Aw, man, you were just a kid. That was only a joke, a code for family members who wanted to move away and go into different careers."
"I thought you all wanted me to marry Colleen O'Reilly, Dad's best friend's daughter, but I love Elise." Denny pulled Elise into his arms while they watched Crystal with amusement while she unloaded the black toolbox, placing screwdrivers and wrenches along the bottom of the boat in a row, from smallest to largest.
"Originally," Uncle Eddie agreed. "We worried that Elise Kensington was too much of a Martha's Vineyard type to be part of the O'Rourke clan. We didn't want to lose our reputation as tough guys."
"So you didn't come here to kill us?" Elise asked.
Philip shook his head. "Of course not. I've never killed anyone in my life. We have other guys that do that."
He paused, and everyone stared at him aghast.
"Kidding," he said. "I'm kidding."
Denny turned to Elise. "No more running, no more chasing. Does this mean we can go back to Brooklyn and live on the Hudson?"
"We knew you two were crazy about each other. We couldn't force you to marry somebody else."
Eddie reached out to tousle Denny's hair as if he were 8 years old.
"Our mothers would kill us if we didn't find you. They've been planning the wedding all summer, and it's set for September 7th. It's going to be the biggest wedding of the decade, except for me and Alice's shindig 20 years ago, of course."
"Of course," Denny said with a chuckle. He turned to kiss Elise full on the mouth while Crystal made kissing noises and sprinkled cookie crumbs all over the steering house. "Two little lovebirds sitting in a tree," she began to sing. "Kissing."
"Let's tie the boats together and get back to the dock," Philip said. "I'm feeling a little seasick."
He grabbed a heavy rope and went to work, straddling the side of each boat while Anna winced, wondering if he'd lose his balance and fall into the bay. "Did you know Mommy is coming home tomorrow?" Crystal reminded everyone. "That's right," Elise said, slapping a hand to her forehead. "If the Newells find out what happened today, they'll kill me, and then they'll fire me." "Mommy and Daddy were going to fire you anyway," Crystal stated matter-of-factly. "Daddy says I don't need a nanny anymore because Mommy is coming home and school is starting, but I want a nanny. I want you to be my nanny forever, until I'm 16. Elise gave a weak laugh. "But how will I pay for the wedding if I don't go back home to my real job?"
"You're rich, aren't you?"
Philip said, his Irish Brooklyn accent coming out thick and strong all of a sudden.
"All Kensingtons are rich, filthy rich."
"Stinkin' rich,"
Eddie added with a laugh. Hey, don't worry, sweetheart, we're joking. Giving you a bad time. The O'Rourke family can pay for your wedding 5 times over and then some.
That's good, Elise said with relief. My dad's up to his eyeballs in debt, actually. He was going to sell our Martha's Vineyard house to pay for the wedding.
Uncle Eddie growled at that. Keep the house and we'll use it for the next family reunion. Then he slapped Denny on the back, planted a smacker right on Elise's mouth, gave a big wink, and then revved the engine to head back to the marina. A strangled laugh burst out of Anna's mouth at Elise's shocked face when the two men pulled away, cutting through the ocean's waves. Silence descended on Chad's boat, and Anna felt shell-shocked herself from the terrifying hours when she was sure their lives all hung in the balance.
Elise has her hands full, Chad murmured, moving behind Anna to wrap his arms around her. She leaned her head back against his shoulder while they stared out at the water, watching the two boats chug back to the pier. You mean with Crystal?
No, I mean Denny's family.
Anna nodded her head slowly, the insane events of the morning washing over her all over again. You can say that again. Epilogue. A couple of weeks later, Anna stood at the kitchen counter whipping up batter for a chocolate chip cake, her father's favorite. It was late, but she tended to get late-night cravings that resulted in baking. It was quiet in the house, and the toasty oven warmed the room. She still had unexpected moments when creepy shivers ran down her arms and legs after she thought about those frigid and terrifying minutes treading water in the Bay of Fundy. Despite the pleasant September weather, she found herself turning up the heat a notch when the sun went down, a sure sign of autumn chilling the air. Dad sat at the kitchen table paying bills, his pen scratching against the check pad. The television was playing late-night news in the background. So, Dad, Anna began, is it finally safe to tell me what Michael Madden, a.k.a. Denny O'Rourke, was doing with our name on his file folder and secretly meeting with you? Dad's face held a crooked grin.
Guess the news spilled during the boat chase, eh?
Yeah, Irish Mafia from Brooklyn by way of Connecticut and Los Angeles. Elise has her sanity to contend with, marrying into a family like that.
I guess I can tell you at least part of it. Michael, Dennis, came to me for attorney advice on the paperwork he might need if he and Elise were to flee the country. He also wanted to discuss changing their names so they could hide and wouldn't be found. Getting it done legally without leaving a paper trail, including new social security numbers.
The whole thing feels unreal. Were they worried about being traced to Hartland Cove? Credit cards, cell phones, that kind of thing?
That's one reason Michael rented the boat so he couldn't be found at any local hotels, and he dealt entirely in cash. He and Elise used new mobile phones, too.
I didn't realize it would be so easy to disappear. Dad leaned back in his chair.
It's not, actually. His uncle and cousin found him, didn't they?
That's why I saw our name on his papers then. Elise told him about us, and Denny made a note to search us out. Especially because you're an attorney and a judge.
Pretty easy to find someone in a town of 998 people.
Maybe it's easier to get lost in a big city.
India or the jungles of South America are probably best for disappearing. Maybe ingratiate yourself into a pygmy village in Africa, he added with a grin.
Ha! Elise would stick out like a sore thumb there. Dad raised an eyebrow, just slightly. He turned back to his paperwork, and Anna soaked up this moment with the two of them in the quiet kitchen. So many evenings they'd spent together over the years. Ups and downs, arguments and laughter, homework and school activities. Right now, they were taking things one day at a time. She intended to enjoy every moment they were blessed to have together, and the most recent good news was that the chemotherapy appeared to be working. The doorbell rang just as Anna finished sliding the cake pan into the oven. She set the timer and raced to open the front door when Chad poked his head in.
Smells good in here. I predict chocolate chip cake, he said, giving Anna a hug.
You know us Hamiltons too well.
What are you two kids up to so late?
Judge Hamilton asked, looking over his glasses as he set down his calculator.
Just gonna take a walk, sir. Oh, yes, the famous Hartland Cove County Kissing Bridge. I've heard a thing or two about that.
Anna blushed and swatted at her father's arm. I'll bet you took Mom there.
Once or twice,
he admitted with a soft smile. When Anna said goodnight to her father, she called out, I set the timer for 30 minutes. Toothpick clean, take out. Let it cool and then I'll be back. She was laughing as Chad tugged her out the door.
This is for you,
he said, handing her the new sweatshirt from the coat rack. He'd bought it the day after Anna was tossed into the ocean, and she loved it. The best part was the imprinted picture of two playful dolphins in a sea of blue riding a wave. Grasping Anna's hand, Chad led her along their neighborhood road while they wound down the slope toward Main Street. It was late, and Hartland Cove County was asleep. Stars shimmered behind hazy clouds while a crescent moon peeked in and out. A street lamp popped above them, the bulb burning out. Anna glanced up, laughing. Is that a sign it's going to continue to be a crazy summer? Chad caught Anna's hand and then put his arm around her shoulders.
All I know is that I'm crazy about you.
Anna sighed, supremely happy. He was hers. Chad Garrett had always been hers. She'd just never known it until a few weeks ago. I predict a storm is coming. Think we'll be okay to sneak onto the bridge? Chad gave her a mischievous glance.
It's always okay to sneak on the bridge at midnight when you know what you're doing.
Sergeant Bauman might catch us.
He's asleep in bed.
One of the neighbors will rat us out.
We'll just jump into the river and disappear into the cattails.
You can hide out in the cattails, Anna said, poking a finger into his chest. I'll catch a dolphin and ride him upstream, leaving you behind.
You'd better take me with you.
We'll have to find two lover dolphins then.
I think that can be arranged.
Chad's voice softened.
Hey, we're here.
The hulking bridge loomed before them, and Anna shivered with excitement. She hadn't sneaked onto the bridge in the middle of the night since their senior year. The class had written notes and predictions for the future, leaving them along the pylons of the bridge. Long ago, someone in their graduating class had actually predicted that she and Chad would get married, have 6 kids, and live happily ever after on a houseboat. She'd dismissed it as a silly joke. After all, how could you raise 6 kids on a houseboat? Maybe the people around here knew her better than she did herself. No more. She finally realized what they all had seen so many years ago. Anna wanted Chad with a desire fiercer than she'd ever experienced before. She never wanted to leave his side again, but to be with him always, connected forever. His fingers tightened around hers when the side of the bridge drew closer, a yawning cavern of blackness. Slowly they walked through, stopping in the middle. The dim glow of the moon and stars at either end was enough light to give them their bearings. Chad, Anna started to say, but before she could finish speaking, he'd taken her in his arms and lifted her up off her feet. Her arms went around his neck, and she could feel his heart beating against her chest. When he slowly set her feet back down on the wooden planks, Chad's lips nuzzled her neck, her ear, and then skimmed across her mouth in a teasing gesture. Barely there, just a brush of a whisper. But Anna's entire body sizzled with a jolt of electricity. Chad's breath was warm and spicy, and Anna thought she'd burst into 1,000 stars from his touch. How ironic that she had to come home to find the right man, that he'd always been here, waiting for her to figure it out too. Oh, Chad, she whispered, I hate to break it to you, but I don't want you to be my friend anymore, or the brother I never had.
What? We can't be friends any longer? He teased. Anna laughed, wanting to swat him, but his arms tightened instead, making her breath catch. You know what I meant. I want you to be my love, my lover, my forever. I love you, Anna Hamilton, Chad whispered. I think I always have. We're going to make it official on the Hartland Cove County Bridge, right here, right now. Gathering her up against him, his mouth pressed down on hers, his lips warm and soft as he tasted hers. You are so sweet, my beautiful girl, he murmured. When Chad deepened the kiss, Anna swore fireworks exploded behind her eyes in a rainbow of light. His hands tangled in her hair, cupping her head, tugging her even closer against him. Lifting Anna off her feet again, Chad slowly spun her in a circle, continuing to kiss her over and over again. I had no idea you and I could be like this, she whispered against his mouth. We've only just begun, my girl, Chad told her. Overhead, storm clouds gathered denser and blacker. The moon disappeared. The air grew hot and heavy right before raindrops began to patter on the roof like crazy, chaotic drum beats. I thought you said the weatherman was wrong when he predicted rain tonight, Anna said, leaning out from under the overhanging roof to catch a few raindrops in her palm. We're caught in it now. Perfectly fine with me because we're not done yet. Chad kissed her again and then led Anna to the opposite end of the bridge's tunnel. Sometime earlier in the evening, he'd brought blankets and cushions and a basket of goodies, protected from the elements under the overhanging roofline. Anna spotted sparkling water and a bucket of ice with real crystal glasses. There's even frosted brownies, she said, sinking down onto the blankets. Where'd you get all of this? It's so pretty. Mom wouldn't let me out of the house without a plate of her famous brownies, Chad chuckled. Who else makes the best brownies in Hartland? She should open a bakery, Anna suggested. She'd have a line out the door all summer long. Chad laughed. Hey, don't give her any ideas. She'll rope us both in to help beat eggs and melt chocolate. There are worse things, Anna said, shifting around to encircle his neck with her arms. Like almost losing you. This time, she kissed him, and his lips on hers were sweeter and more powerful than she'd even imagined. Lying back on the blanket and propping a cushion under their heads, Anna was perfectly warm and perfectly content. She stared at the stormy night sky outside. It's beautiful watching the rain in the sky like this. You are beautiful, my love, Chad said, his deep brown eyes filled with desire and tenderness when he gazed at her. Anna whispered, Who would have ever foreseen we'd get to this place? I did, at least I hoped. I confess that I've thought about it for a long time. I was just waiting for you to catch up. His laugh was sensuous and husky. Leaning against him, Anna said, I didn't think I could fall in love with my best friend. But once I realized that loving my best friend could fulfill me more than anyone else, my longing for you has taken over my life, my dreams, and my heart. You've taken over my body and soul, Chad whispered, leaning in to kiss her again. Anna pulled his head down in a deep, luxurious kiss that sent tingles shooting through every nerve of her body. The rain pounded harder, and Anna could have sworn that she had passed into a dream world. Finally, Chad sat up and took her hand so she was sitting directly opposite him. They sat cross-legged on the blanket, knees touching, hands entwining. I have something for you, he said softly. Before she could take her next breath, Chad was holding something in his hands. Then he reached out to tilt her chin up so she could look him right in the eyes. I'm not going to wait any longer because I've waited long enough for you to come home to me. Anna Hamilton, I adore you. I love you. We know each other better than anybody else in the world. I'm yours forever. Will you be mine, always? Anna watched the glow from a distant street lamp fall across the handsome angles of his face.
Chad, I will always be your forever,
she whispered, tears smarting at her eyes at this powerful moment, a night she would remember for the rest of her life. When he opened the black velvet box, Anna's breath caught. An oval-cut diamond ring caught a glint of the moon just before the storm clouds moved across the sky, lighting up the ring like a magical sparkler.
"Oh, Chad, it's gorgeous," she gasped. "You devious man surprising me like this. We just had our first kiss a week ago."
Does that mean you want to stop kissing me, or you want me to wait to officially propose? He lifted his hand to brush a golden curl away from her face.
"Neither one,"
she said, her voice choking with emotion. Chad brushed a finger along her cheek to wipe away the single tear. Then he took both of her hands in his. Anna Hamilton, will you marry me and make me the happiest man in Hartland Cove? Anna was sure she would burst into pieces of joy any moment. But first, she gave him a sly look. I'll marry you on one condition. You have to kiss me every day and every night, just like this, even when we're both in wheelchairs in the local nursing home. Chad winked at her, leaning closer. So, is that a yes? Anna rose to her knees to put her arms around his neck and kiss his marvelous lips again, tasting every breath of him.
"Oh, yes. I want to marry you. I never want to be apart again. And I will love you always and forever, with all my heart."
When Chad slipped the diamond ring on her finger, a thrill swept over Anna. This moment was better than she could have ever dreamed. Tears smarted her eyes when she imagined showing her father the ring when she got home. She knew he'd be thrilled too. After all, Dad had recently confessed that he'd been suspecting Chad's feelings ever since the pair of them were teenagers. A bright and exciting future awaited them. So many possibilities in a string of wonderful tomorrows stretching as far as Anna could see, including the remarkable vision Chad had to outfit their own small sailing ship, plan worldwide expeditions, and share the mysteries of the ocean's underworld with others. Tonight was the first step toward making those daring, elusive dreams come true, with the man of her dreams. Anna couldn't wait to become Chad Garrett's wife. After years of looking in from the outside of the Garrett family with longing, she would finally be an official member of his big, crazy, wonderful family forever. The end. This has been The Mafia's Secret, a secret billionaire romance. Written by Kimberley Montpetit. Narrated by Melie Williams. Copyright 2017 to 2020 by Kimberley Montpetit. Production copyright by Kimberley Montpetit.